Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 274. Behind the bank, in a huge manor, a middle-aged man was sipping tea and looking around. His name was Ming Zhaokai, and it was obvious from his name that he was a member of the imperial family. He was of the same generation as the emperor, Ming Zhaotian. Although he was a member of the imperial family, he was different from Ming Zhaotian and the others. He liked to manage money and was proud of it. He even wanted to change his name to Ming Zhaokai, but Ming Zhaotian punished him for it. In the end, Ming Zhaotian allowed him to take over the empire's finances and become the finance minister. Light footsteps could be heard, and Ming Zhaokai turned around to see a young girl. She was pretty and had a smile on her face. She gave off a refreshing and comfortable aura. The girl walked up to Ming Zhaokai and bowed. "Ah, Lan greets Lord Ming." Ming Zhaokai raised his hand and helped the girl up. He looked at her with admiration. "You're Lan." "Yes, I am," the girl said respectfully. Ming Zhaokai grunted and looked at the girl. "Not bad, not bad. You're only 20 years old, yet you're able to become the manager of the Bank of Wuyun. You must have outstanding ability." Lan smiled. "You flatter me." Ming Zhaokai looked satisfied and gestured for them to sit. "Miss Lan, I'm sure you know why I've come to the Bank of Wuyun," Ming Zhaokai said straightforwardly. Lan nodded. "Of course. The foreign tribes of the endless Eastern Sea are invading, and the Empire doesn't have enough warships. The Bank of Wuyun is willing to help and provide military supplies to repay the Empire for its many years of support." Ming Zhaocai's eyes lit up. "How much is Miss Lan prepared?" Lan clapped her hands, and a servant handed a list to Ming Zhaokai. He glanced at it, and his expression changed. He looked at Lan in surprise. "Miss, this is too much." Lan smiled. "It's not much. His Majesty's birthday is coming soon, so this is a gift from the Bank of Wuyun to His Majesty." Ming Zhaokai smiled. "In that case, thank you, Miss Lan." Lan smiled. "It's good that you're satisfied, but it's a pity." "A pity? What's a pity?" Ming Zhaokai raised an eyebrow and looked at Lan in confusion. Lan sighed. "I come from a humble background and a merchant, so I'm not qualified to enter the palace." Ming Zhaokai smiled and said, "So that's how it is. What's so difficult about that? If you're willing, you can follow me. I can bring you to the palace to observe the ceremony." Alan was overjoyed. "Really? Milord, are you willing to condescend and bring me to the palace for a pilgrimage?" "Ha ha ha ha, there's no need to be so polite. I can even bring you to see Imperial Brother. Imperial Brother spends most of his time on the Central Fate planet, and he'll only descend on that day. If you're lucky, you might even be able to speak with him," said Ming Zhao with a smile. Alan hurriedly thanked him. Before long, Ming Zhao left. Within the Bank of Wuyun, Lan looked at Ming Zhaocai's back with a solemn expression. Her appearance gradually changed, and if there were any trial takers present, they would definitely recognize her as one of the top 4 finalists of the Astral Combat Tournament, Grandaini Mavis. Just as Grandaini was about to enter, the sound of gongs and drums filled the air. Countless people walked onto the main road and looked into the distance with reverence. Grandaini was curious. She reverted back to Lan's appearance and walked out of the bank. After asking around, she found out that His Majesty's birthday was approaching, and the top scholar of the written exam was going to enter the academy to pray for His Majesty. Her eyes were filled with curiosity. What an ancient title, but those who could receive such a title were the elites of the elites. In ancient society, this status was not low. As the sound of gongs and drums grew closer, the army cleared the way. A man riding a giant astral beast waved to the people on both sides of the road, smiling happily. Grandini's face darkened when she saw the man, as if she had eaten a dead fly. It was Han Chong. Although his appearance had changed, the feeling that he gave her had not changed. She immediately recognized that this so-called top scholar was Han Chong. How disgusting. He had actually come to the Shinwu continent to take the exam. In the middle of the road, atop the head of the giant astral beast, Han Chong coincidentally saw Grandini as well. A strange look flashed across his eyes, but he smiled warmly and waved back. Grandini clicked her tongue and then turned around to return to the Bank of Wuyun. Han Chong smiled as he looked at the Bank of Wuyun, but he did not mind and continued on his way. On the other side of the capital, the Crown Prince's residence was not too far from the palace. At this moment, Crown Prince Ming Hao had a nervous expression on his face as he stared at the end of the road. He was not waiting for the top scholar, but rather for an extraordinary woman who had passed down a 1,000-year-old legacy and had created the heavenly globe. She was the inheritor of fate's legacy. After the great battle with the outsiders, countless outsiders had descended upon the Shinwu continent, but no one had been able to detect them. In the midst of the Shinwu continent's distress, someone who called himself Fate's Legacy had created the heavenly globe to search for outsiders for the Shinwu continent. Fate's Legacy was not a sept, but rather an inheritance. No one knew what Fate's Legacy was, but they all knew that it possessed a mysterious divination ability. Even the Emperor, Ming Zhaotian, respected Fate's Legacy, but unfortunately, he could not find it. Ming Hao had not expected Fate's Legacy to suddenly find him. "Your Highness, there's someone here," someone cried out. Everyone looked towards the end of the road, where a woman wearing a veil and surrounded by mist slowly approached. Ming Hao's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly stepped forward. "Xiao Shu greets your Highness," the woman said gently as she bowed. Ming Hao was puzzled. "You're the current Fate's Legacy?" The woman bowed. "Yes. Xiao Shu's cultivation is too shallow, so I've disappointed your Highness." Ming Hao hurriedly returned the greeting and sincerely said, "Fate's Legacy is too serious." The senior who created the heavenly globe was only a martial emperor, but he possessed unfathomable abilities. Fate's Legacy doesn't care about cultivation. The woman's eyes sparkled like stars as she looked at Ming Hao. "You flatter me, your Highness. I'm not worthy of the title of Fate's Legacy, so please call me Xiao Shu. My real name is Xiao Shu." Ming Hao nodded. "Miss Xiao Shu, please enter the Crown Prince's residence." Xiao Shu nodded. "Please, your Highness." At this moment, Lu Yin did not know that many familiar faces had appeared in Mingdu. One night passed, and the next day, Lu Yin entered the city and saw the most prosperous city in the entire Shinwu continent. 4 peaks surrounded the city, 5 ceiling planets hung high in the sky, and a wide moat flickered with waves. Mingdu was a place where the winds and clouds gathered. Nearly half of the top 10 on the list of tempering were in the city, and countless experts had appeared both openly and covertly. Outside the city gates, dozens of heavenly globes emitted a faint glow. They did not stop for even a second as they continuously released martial power that swept through the city. The entire city was covered by these globes, and the moment any star energy fluctuation appeared, it would immediately be discovered. The headquarters of the Ming Constables and the Demon Hunters Society were both located in the city. Even a hunter would find it difficult to escape once they entered the city. Lu Yin marveled at the city's prosperity as he walked towards the Ming Constables' headquarters. 4 hours after Lu Yin entered the city, the Reverend King's convoy arrived and entered the city one after another. Within the carriage, Ming Yen looked outside the curtains with bright eyes, as if she was searching for something. Ming Zhaoshu closed his eyes and rested. At this moment, Tang Xi's voice sounded out. "Your Highness, the results of the investigation are out." Ming Xiaoshu opened his eyes. Speak. There's no problem with Yu Er's ancestral records, but they can only be traced back to 800 years ago. There's nothing beyond that. Ming Yan's expression changed when she heard the question about Yu Xianzi, and she lowered her head. Ming Xiaoshu frowned. Is it because you can't find anything, or is there nothing? Tang Si was silent for a moment before replying, I don't think so. Whether it's the local records or the genealogy records, there's no information from 800 years ago. Have you come see me immediately, Ming Xiaoshu said in a low voice. Yu Er's gone, Tang Si's voice was icy. Ming Xiaoshu was furious. He walked out of the carriage and looked at Tang Si. What did you say? She's gone. Tang Si lowered his head. Yes, the results were delivered today. This subordinate went to look for her immediately, but she wasn't with the convoy. She was here yesterday, but she's gone today. She really knows how to pick a time, Ming Xiaoshu said coldly. He then looked around and saw many citizens of the city looking over. His expression relaxed. All right, let's forget about this matter. Tang Si looked up. Your Highness, aren't you going to send someone to capture her? Ming Xiaoshu shook his head. She should be someone from a great power outside the realm. She must have taken root in the mainland 800 years ago. She can also change her appearance, so we won't be able to find her. Forget it. He then returned to his carriage. Ming Yan sighed and smiled. She was rather glad that she had taken a liking to Yu Er. Although the girl had lied to her, Yu Er was Ming Yan's first friend, which was very rare. Ming Yan didn't have a deep understanding of the 1,000-year-old blood feud, so she didn't hate Yu Er that much. Ming Xiaoshu returned to his carriage and sat down, looking exhausted. He inadvertently glanced at Ming Yan, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. His daughter was smiling. Could it be that she already knew Yu Er's identity? Now that His Majesty's birthday is approaching, the Ming constables, the Demon Hunter Society, the army, and the local experts have all gathered together to search for traces of the extraterrestrials. I heard that even the successor of Tianji has appeared. As long as there are extraterrestrials in this city, there is no way they can escape, Ming Xiaoshu said calmly. It was as if he was talking to himself, but also to Ming Yan. Ming Yan's face paled. Father, the successor of Tianji. Is he the descendant of heavenly secrets who invented the heavenly globe and possesses the ability to divine? That's right. Tianji has the power of divination, and no outsider can escape. There's a 90% chance that Yu Er is an outsider, so she'll die without a doubt. That's why there's no need to capture her, Ming Xiaoshu said. Ming Yan's fingers turned white as she clenched them tightly. She looked uneasy. Ming Xiaoshu glanced at her and confirmed that she already knew that Yu Er was an outsider. He shook his head and did not say anything else. He knew his own daughter very well, she was too kind. However, Ming Xiaoshu did not know that Ming Yan was not just worried about Yu Xianzi. She was also worried about that man, a man that she would never forget. The Ming constables were located in a corner of the capital, and it was not very eye-catching. Many people knew that this was the Ming constables, but no one dared to approach it because of the two ferocious-looking beast statues at the entrance. They were not real beasts, but they emanated an aura that would cause ordinary people to tremble in fear. They could even create terrifying illusions that could cause people to lose their minds. Lu Yin walked outside the Ming constables and looked at the two strange beasts that were made from some unknown material. His gaze grew more and more surprised. Aren't these source boxes? Others might not be able to tell, but Lu Yin could tell that these two beasts were source boxes that had been unlocked by someone. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 275. Lu Yin got closer and closer as he sized up the beast statues. He activated the serious art, and what he saw was a solid energy that was as deep as the sea that formed the two ferocious beasts. Less than a third of the energy on the surface had been unlocked. This had to be done on purpose. Lu Yin guessed. Otherwise, how could someone have unlocked these beasts? But were there lockbreakers on the Shinwu continent? Or was it a real lockbreaker who had made a move but had met with an accident halfway through? Who goes there? A cold voice came from the Ming constables. No one appeared, but Lu Yin could feel a murderous aura around him. If he made any sudden movements, he would be met with disaster. Lu Yin did not say anything. He took out the letter and raised his hand, causing it to disappear in an instant. Lu Yin waited outside the Ming constables. After a while, the cold voice came again. Come in. Lu Yin took a deep breath and stepped into the Ming constables. This was the place that trial takers feared the most, as it was stained with the blood of trial takers. It was rumored that the master was a martial sovereign, which was equivalent to a cruiser. Lu Yin would either successfully join the Ming constables, or it would be very difficult for him to leave alive. Wait, this place is so cold. Hey, where are you? The monkey's voice suddenly rang out, giving Lu Yin a fright. Lu Yin could not speak, so he silently entered the Ming constables. What a heavy murderous aura. This is a good place to bury the dead. Also, why do I feel that it's quite dangerous? There are powerhouses here that can threaten your life. Damn it, Lu Yin, what's wrong with you? Don't you know that you have to avoid those powerhouses? The monkey shouted in dissatisfaction. Lu Yin frowned and wanted to block the monkey, but he did not dare to act rashly. He could only allow the monkey to yell and shout. The Ming constable's decorations were simple, and the entire capital was in a celebratory mood for Ming Zhaotian's birthday. However, this place did not seem to have any of that, and it was still as eerie and terrifying as ever. Suddenly, there was a miserable howl, and Lu Yin looked up with a cold gaze. He did not walk far before turning into a courtyard. A row of people appeared in front of him, standing there quietly as if they were not breathing. There was a pool of blood on the ground, and a man was twitching. Blood flowed down his neck and dyed the ground red. Every year, outsiders try to join the Ming constables, and this land is stained with the blood of countless outsiders. Lu Yin walked over to the row of people and stood there. Wasn't that guy the one who came in with you? The monkey exclaimed in surprise. Lu Yin's eyes darted around, and he glanced to the side at the man that the monkey had mentioned. There were 3 people between them, and the man looked unfamiliar. The man's expression was cold, and his eyes were devoid of any emotion. That's right, it's him. No disguise can escape my eyes. Even though he's changed his appearance, I can still recognize him at a glance, the monkey said proudly. I'll give you one chance. Outsiders, step forward. As long as you tell me everything, I guarantee that I won't kill you. A sinister voice descended. No one stepped forward. Very good. I hope that you won't be discovered. Then, a wave of energy swept past them. It was very weak, but it was very fine, and it was 10 times more powerful than the heavenly globes. Lu Yin inwardly rejoiced that he had dispersed the star energy very cleanly, and that he had hidden everything that had come into contact with star energy, including his cosmic ring, somewhere else. Otherwise, he might not have been able to escape this detection. Suddenly, there was a repulsive reaction. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he immediately raised his hand to slap the man who was repulsed. The person that the monkey had recognized who had arrived with Lu Yin also attacked at the same time. Their reactions were the fastest, and their attacks landed before the others could react. There was a loud bang, and the man who had been repulsed was sent flying by the 2 of them. The others looked over in shock. Lu Yin and the other person who had attacked exchanged glances, and then they stared at the man who had been sent flying. The man stood up and patted himself before looking at Lu Yin and the other person with admiration. Not bad. You attacked me subconsciously, which proves that you really want to kill outsiders. The two of you pass, but the rest of you don't. Leave. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he sized up the person. The man smiled. I'm Ming Zhaoqin. Then, his face changed to that of a middle-aged man, and he looked somewhat similar to Ming Zhaoshu. Greetings, master. The other person who had attacked immediately bowed, and Lu Yin followed suit. Greetings, master. The Ming constable's master was Ming Zhaoqin, and he was of the same generation as Ming Zhaotian and Ming Zhaoshu. He was a martial sovereign, and he was also the Shenwu Empire's sharpest blade. Ming Zhaoqin's gaze swept across the two. The Ming constables recruit many people every year, but very few are truly qualified to join. Not only do they need strength and temperament, but they also need courage and quick reflexes. The outsiders are very strong, and to them, our Shenwu continent is just a training ground. Thus, those who dare to participate are all experts. What you need to do is to become stronger than them. Yes, master, the two answered. 2 days later, outside the capital, Lu Yin lay on the grass with the heavenly globe in his hand that occasionally emitted fluctuations. Many of the Ming constable's Ming vanguards were hidden outside the capital, and they were constantly monitoring the surroundings in search of outsiders. Lu Yin felt that this method was not very effective, as most of the outsiders would replace their star energy with martial power, so it was impossible to find them. However, this was the Ming vanguard's job, and they could not slack off. Lu Yin had changed his name to Ah Qi in the Ming constables, and the person who had joined with him was called Wu Shang. Are you sure that guy is the one who entered the Shenwu continent with me? Lu Yin asked again. The monkey was unhappy. I'm sure. How many times do you want me to repeat myself? Nobody can hide from my eyes, and neither can you. Shut up, Lu Yin suddenly barked as he stared into the distance. Sirius suddenly circulated on the surface of his body, and the space around him began to fluctuate slightly. Someone was traveling at an extremely fast speed, even causing the void to distort. Only an explorer or a Lammeter genius could cause the void to distort on the Shenwu continent. Lu Yin was confident that he could cause the void to distort, but there were very few trial takers who could reach his level. There was a whoosh as a strong gust of wind swept through the area. Lu Yin stared at the figure that was passing by, and it was a woman. He did not hesitate to chase after her, relying purely on his physical strength to move and retracting his aura so that the woman would not be able to discover him. The more he moved, the stranger Lu Yin felt. The woman was also relying on her physical strength to move without using any martial power, so she would not attract any attention. To be able to display such strength and even cause the void to distort, the first person that came to his mind was the Mavis family. If his guess was correct, then that woman was very likely Grandani Mavis. For mountains surrounded the capital, and there were many other mountains outside of the capital. The woman avoided the crowd and appeared in a thatched cottage behind a small mountain. Lu Yin stopped and quietly approached her. You're late, someone said from within the cottage. There were too many things to do, and I couldn't help it. It's better than some people not coming. It's fine if they don't come. The Dark Mist Weave will launch an attack on the birthday celebration, and all the experts above the Explorer realm on the continent will be pinned down, including the Guardians of the Four Mountains. Our mission is to attack the Tower of Resonating Light. On the roof of the cottage, Lu Yin calmed himself and looked down. There were no less than 10 people in the cottage, and when he heard the words, Explorer, he knew that they were trial takers. Are you sure that the Tower of Resonating Light is one of the nodes of the 5 sealing zones? The woman who had arrived last asked. Lu Yin only glanced at her, not daring to stare at her. Experts like her could sense the gazes of others, so he could not be certain that this woman was Grandine Mavis. I'm 90% sure. Our sect has been in hiding for more than 1,000 years, and one of our ancestors protected the Tower of Resonating Light several hundred years ago. That's good. I don't want to work for nothing. At that moment, Lu Yin's expression changed. Someone else had arrived. The cottage fell silent as everyone stared outside. The newcomer did not hide his presence, and he simply pushed open the door and entered. Oh, isn't this the top scholar? How come you have the time to visit a small place like ours? The woman teased. The person who had entered the cottage was Han Chong. Even the manager of the Bank of Wuyun doesn't mind, so what's a mere top scholar worth? I never thought that Han Chong, one of the top 4 students of the Astral Combat Academy, would actually become the top scholar of the Shenwu Empire. Just based on this alone, Brother Han's results won't be bad, someone said enviously. The woman was disdainful. What's so strange about someone from the erudite flow zone becoming the top scholar? That's right. Let's get down to business. But before that, we need to clean up a bit. Han Chong suddenly looked up at the roof. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and he used flash to disappear from his original spot. The cottage crumbled, and a shockwave swept out in all directions. Han Chong's gaze swept across the cottage before he stared in the direction that Lu Yin had disappeared. He raised a hand, and his martial power swept through the air. He used his martial power to draw a picture of a vast landscape that no one could escape from. Lu Yin was shocked as he looked at the strange martial power that covered the surrounding void. This was Han Chong's strength. Who's there? The woman shouted as she punched at Lu Yin. Lu Yin turned around and swept out with a single leg. There was a thump, and a violent shockwave swept out from where the two had collided. The mountain range crumbled, and the ground crumbled. Both of them retreated at the same time, and the giant emperor's third eye appeared in Lu Yin's left hand. He activated the serious art and stared at Han Chong's myriad mountains and rivers painting. He struck out with a palm, and the martial power was disintegrated. Han Chong was shocked that his battle technique had been so easily dispelled. Although he hadn't used his full strength, the technique should have been able to trap an explorer for a while, but it hadn't been able to stop that person. That person was a lockbreaker. The woman was furious after being pushed back by Lu Yin's kick. She wanted to chase after him, but Han Chong stopped her. There's no need. You won't be able to catch up. The woman was unwilling to give up, and she clenched her right fist. She was shocked that this person had been able to block her direct punch and even dispel Han Chong's seal. He was extremely powerful, and he wasn't even an explorer. This person had the power to rival all of them. The rest of the group rushed out as well. Brother Han, how was it? Han Chong shook his head. He's very strong. I couldn't stop him. Then what do we do? He must have found out about our plan. Someone was annoyed, but they didn't blame Han Chong. Han Chong and Grandine were the strongest in the group, and if even they couldn't stop this person, then the rest of the group had nothing to say. Han Chong calmly replied, "Don't worry. We'll continue as before. But we don't know who he is. What if he's from the Ming Constables?" Someone questioned. Han Chong was certain. He's definitely a trial taker. I think so too. His attacks are completely different from those of the Shenwu continent's natives, Grandine said. The others looked at each other and sighed helplessly. Let's confirm it again. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 276. Lu Yin fled and glanced back. He had not expected Han Chong to discover him. This person's comprehension of domains was very high, and even Lu Yin's invisible aura technique had not been able to completely evade him. Lu Yin felt that he had to think of a way to comprehend a domain, or else he might be forced into a passive position in the future. However, after the commotion, it was unlikely that they would attack the Tower of Resonating Light. Was the Tower of Resonating Light one of the 5 sealing nodes? Lu Yin thought about it. On the other side, Han Chong and the rest left separately. Grandini found Han Chong with a serious expression. That person was able to break through your seal, so he should be a lockbreaker. Han Chong nodded and smiled. There's no need to think about it. I've already guessed who it is. I've guessed it as well. Someone who can compete with me in terms of strength, is a lockbreaker, and is so fast. It has to be him, Grandini said excitedly. Who would have thought that the top 4 would all gather in Mingdu? Interesting. Grandini was shocked. Top 4. Starsabil is here. Han Chong nodded. She should be. Aside from us, there are other experts in the capital as well. Some of them are not weaker than us, and some are even stronger. The celebration won't be peaceful. There were still 23 days until the celebration, and as the day drew closer, a large number of experts from the Demon Hunter Society were transferred to Mingdu. However, the Ming Constable's Ming vanguard dwindled. It was rumored that they had been temporarily deployed to protect important people. Powerful officials from all over the Xinwu Empire had gathered in Mingdu, and Crown Prince Ming Hao naturally would not allow anything to happen to them. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Thus, he had used his authority to mobilize the Ming vanguard. The commander of the Ming vanguard, Bei Zhigue, scanned the crowd coldly and said, "Recently, there has been a great change in the list of tempering. Many experts have appeared, and these people are likely to be outsiders. The manor head has ordered us to select experts to defeat the newcomers who have made it onto the list." Who is confident? Lu Yin was under Bei Zhigue's command. Bei Zhigue was an explorer and did not have the qualifications to challenge the list of tempering. Furthermore, the list of tempering had been created by Crown Prince Ming Hao to display the empire's might. Even if they suspected that the newcomers were outsiders, the Ming vanguard could not capture them. Otherwise, others would suspect that the list of tempering was unfair, so that they could take action. Bei Zhigue's words were simple, but the list of tempering was of fair ranking. Anyone who made it onto the list of tempering had done so through challenges. Their strength was not to be underestimated. Although the Ming vanguard members were strong, they were not confident. Bei Zhigue felt helpless. There were very few experts in the entire Ming constabulary who were qualified to challenge the list of tempering. The list of tempering included the empire's 200 martial king experts. When these experts were spread out, there weren't many in the Ming continent, let alone the Ming constabulary. Fortunately, the Ming constabulary had Li Zimo, who was ranked second on the list of tempering. No one dares to challenge him. The Manor Lord has decreed that anyone in the top 20 of the list of tempering will be promoted to vice commander, while the top 10 will be promoted to commander, Bei Zhigue said. Lu Yin was tempted, but he didn't make a move. He felt a sense of unease. Wu Shang stepped forward. "I'm willing to help." Bei Zhigue looked at Wu Shang with a strange look in his eyes. He nodded and said, "All right, go ahead. This is the list of recent changes to the list of tempering." He then handed a copy to Wu Shang. Wu Shang glanced through it and then left the Ming constabulary. There were a total of 12 people who had changed, and 2 of them were in the top 20 of the list of tempering. One of them was in the capital, while the other was in Huaiqi City, which was a city away from the capital. Wu Shang had chosen Huaiqi City. As soon as he left the capital, Wu Shang looked at the list of tempering and glanced at the top. His eyes flashed, and he narrowed his eyes before speeding off into the distance. At this moment, Bei Zhigue appeared and blocked Wu Shang's path. "I'll go with you." Wu Shang respectfully replied, "There's no need to trouble you, Commander." Bei Jigui looked at Wu Shang and suddenly attacked. A sword appeared in his hand and swept out. Wu Shang's eyes were cold, and his martial energy was ready to be unleashed. Suddenly, several cracks appeared in the sky as more trial takers descended. This time, they landed right outside the capital. The Ming vanguard that had followed Bei Jigui out of the city were shocked, and they immediately took out their heavenly globes. Lu Yin looked at them with pity. Which unlucky person had fallen here? This person was courting death. 5 people fell out of the 5 cracks, 3 Lemeters and 2 explorers. One of the explorers just happened to land on top of Bei Jigui's head, and Bei Jigui immediately attacked. Die, outsider. Native. The explorers who had fallen attacked at the same time, and with a boom, the ground shook. At the same time, one of the 4 mountain peaks surrounding the capital shone brightly, and a terrifying martial energy swept through the sky, shaking the entire capital. Ming Zhaoshu looked up. A martial sovereign. Within the bank of Wuyun, Lan, who was also Grand Aini Mavis, looked up in shock. The rumors are true. Every mountain peak has a martial sovereign overseeing it. Within the academy, Han Chong was praying for Ming Zhaotian. He looked up at the sky. A cruiser. Within the Crown Prince's residence, Ming Hao looked up. Reckless. Not far away, the prophet's successor, Xiao Shu, also looked up at the sky, but no one knew what he was thinking. Just as everyone thought that the battle would end soon, a strand of sword chi slashed through the sky, tearing through the void and creating a shocking spatial crack. It was as if the sky was collapsing, and countless people were horrified. Crown Prince Ming Hao immediately stood up, and his expression changed. How is this possible? Ming Zhaoshu was shocked, and he crushed his cup. A super powerhouse. The sword sex Long Yun was here. Ha 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 ha. A huge sound wave swept through the capital and spread into the distance. At the same time, the other 3 mountain peaks unleashed a terrifying attack towards the east. Goodbye, ha 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 ha. A strand of sword chi swept out, and the 4 martial sovereigns' simultaneous attacks were blocked and neutralized. Long Yun himself did not even appear from start to finish. This scene was shocking, and many people felt a chill run down their spines. A single person had fought against 4 martial sovereigns, and this was definitely a super powerhouse. To the experts of the Shinwu continent, although the foreigners were very strong, they were not much different from the top experts. In fact, they might even be slightly weaker than the top experts. However, Long Yun's sword had completely overturned this concept, and it was as if a thin veil had been torn apart. Crown Prince Ming Hao was shocked. That person was also a martial emperor like him, but he had blocked the attacks of 4 martial sovereigns by himself. How was this possible? He could not figure it out. Even if he gathered all the resources of the Shinwu Empire for his cultivation, he would not be able to reach this stage. This was too terrifying. Ming Zhaoshu's gaze turned gloomy, and a thought that had been in his heart for a long time was confirmed. He wanted to lead the Shinwu continent out of this world. From his perspective, the Shinwu continent had not truly withstood the attacks of the foreigners, but had instead been captured. Outside the capital, Lu Yin's eyebrows twitched. The sword sex Long Yun. An explorer genius had actually jumped realms to block the attacks of 4 cruisers. Although those 4 had not used their full strength, it was still not something that a normal cruiser could block, let alone an explorer. This person was definitely one of the top experts on the top 100 rankings, and he might even surpass Wendy Yushan. Lu Yin had specifically asked around, and Wendy Yushan had not become a cruiser yet. She had relied on her own strength to become the captain of the 2nd Squadron and had defeated cruisers, but she was still an explorer. Long Yun. I think I've heard of him before. He's one of the must-kill powerhouses on the Celestial Vanquishers list. How disgusting, the monkey shouted. Long Yun's sword had not only shocked the entire capital, but it had also saved the people who had landed with him. Aside from 2 unlucky fellows who had landed directly in the capital, the rest had all fled, including Wushang. This infuriated Bei Jigui, as Wushang was definitely an outsider. The experts who had mysteriously appeared on the list of tempering were most likely outsiders as well, and Wushang had the confidence to challenge them. Furthermore, he had recently joined the Ming constables, so he could naturally be an outsider as well. What a pity. The Ming constables were very strict in their investigation of the Ming vanguard. Even though Lu Yin had the seal of the previous Ming constables, they were still probing him, and he had almost been discovered. The person who ranked first on the list of tempering had never been revealed. Perhaps this was one of Crown Prince Ming Hao's methods, as he had specifically prepared to challenge the outsiders on the list of tempering. Whoever he suspected of being ranked first on the list of tempering was someone with terrifying strength, and very few people could stop him. This was his insurance. Since the list of tempering had been created by the Crown Prince, he would not let the Ming constables clean up after him. There were no loopholes. Lu Yin had just realized this, and Wushang had only realized it after leaving the city. Unfortunately, he had still been intercepted by Bei Jigui. If not for Long Yun, he would have been in danger. 10 days passed in a flash, and Lu Yin had made some contributions during this time. He had captured a trial taker and handed him over to the Ming constables. This trial taker had come from the Interverse Blazing Mist Flow Zone, which was on good terms with the Blaze Realm. To Lu Yin, this person was an enemy, and he did not show any mercy. The Ming constables had been established specifically to kill trial takers, but there were not many trial takers each year, and each one was better at hiding than the last. As a result, the Ming constables were rarely able to capture trial takers alive in recent years. Lu Yin's contribution this time had earned Ming Zhaoqin's praise, and with his sufficient strength, he had been promoted to the position of vice commander to follow Li Zimo. Lu Yin did not believe that Ming Zhaoqin would promote him so easily. Perhaps the Ming constables also had the intention of having Li Zimo monitor him, but Lu Yin did not care. He had originally planned to use the Ming constables to deal with the Day-Night clan's experts, and he might even be able to use them to gain some merit. Li Zimo was a very cold person, and he was an expert swordsman. His entire being was like an unsheathed sword that showed off its sharpness, but it did not harm anyone. It was as if he had hidden his sharpness within a small space. Lu Xiaoqiu's sharpness was reserved, but he still possessed the 13 swords, a swordsmanship that could dominate the heavens. This Li Zimo was ranked second on the list of tempering, so his strength could not be underestimated. Lu Yin wondered how his swordsmanship was like. Lu Yin did not dare to get too close to the man, as he was afraid that his true strength would be discovered. From now on, you and I will each take 3 people to protect the Reverend King's residence, Li Zimo said when he saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin was shocked. The Reverend King's residence. The Reverend King's residence is not far from the palace. Let's go, Li Zimo said calmly as 6 Ming vanguards followed behind him. Lu Yin had never thought that he would be transferred to the Reverend King's residence again. Fortunately, he had altered his appearance before coming to the Ming constables, or else he would have definitely been recognized by the Reverend King's residence. The Reverend King's residence was rather courteous to the Ming constables, and they were allowed to protect the Ming constables from behind the gates. Your Highness, does the Crown Prince want the Ming vanguards to protect the Reverend King's residence because he wants to keep an eye on us? Tang Si asked in a low voice. Ming Zhaoshu shook his head. He's not that stupid. He just wants to show others that we have a harmonious relationship. For this reason, he even sent a commander over. That's quite the capital. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 277. Right, have you found little Seven? Ming Xiaoshu suddenly asked. Tang Si shook his head. I couldn't find him. He didn't go to the Crown Prince's palace at all, so it's possible that he didn't even enter the capital. Ming Xiaoshu frowned. Is he dead? Your Highness, he's just an ordinary person. He won't be of much use in the Crown Prince's residence, Tang Si said. I know, but it's precisely because he's an ordinary person that it's safer. No one would have thought that I would send an ordinary person into the Crown Prince's residence. He's a scapegoat that I've carefully arranged for someone else. Forget it, if he didn't go, then so be it, Ming Xiaoshu said calmly. Tang Si stood there quietly, as if he had something to say. Ming Xiaoshu glanced at him. What's the matter? Tang Si half knelt. Your Highness, this subordinate wishes to challenge Li Zimo. No, you're too far behind Li Zimo, Ming Xiaoshu rejected him. Tang Si's expression darkened. Even so, I still want to personally test the strength of the second on the list of tempering. Ming Xiaoshu looked at Tang Si and said in a low voice, Li Zimo is obsessed with swordsmanship and created a powerful killing technique like the silent sword at such a young age. The reason why Crown Prince Ming Hao doesn't want the top ranker to appear is because he wants to get rid of the hidden dangers on the list of tempering and also to avoid Li Zimo. He's very powerful and can be ranked first in the martial king realm. Tang Si raised his head, his gaze resolute. Your Highness, this subordinate begs you to agree. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. Ming Xiaoshu sighed, looked up at the sky, and smiled bitterly. Ming Hao, you've made the right move with the list of tempering. So many people on the Xinwu continent are willing to sell everything they have just to leave their names on the list, and how many experts have you recruited because of it? I'm impressed. After sighing, he lowered his head and looked at Tang Si. All right, I agree. Go ahead. Since you're challenging me, don't leave any regrets. I'll do my best to keep you alive. Tang Si was delighted. Thank you, Your Highness. The Reverend King's residence in the Bright City was very large, and it had a specialized training ground. News of Tang Si's challenge to Li Zimo quickly spread throughout the Reverend King's residence, and it even spread outside, arousing the curiosity of countless people. Tang Si was ranked 8th on the list of tempering, and his spear was invincible. Li Zimo was ranked 2nd on the list of tempering, and he had created the silent sword that even Ming Zhaotian had praised endlessly. He was the leader of the Xinwu Empire's younger generation, and the battle between the two of them was enough to excite anyone. Even the powerhouses on the Four Peaks were looking over. Ming Xiaoshu sensed this and looked around. Then, he looked at the arena. The battle for the list of tempering is a battle of life and death. Outside of the drill ground, Lu Yin watched the scene closely. He was very curious. Li Zimo was ranked 2nd on the list of tempering, which was enough to represent the strength of the Xinwu continent's younger generation. He was able to suppress all martial king powerhouses, not just the younger generation. Li Zimo was still as cold as ever. He held his long sword and quietly looked across. Tang Si gripped his spear tightly, and his eyes widened. He charged forward at top speed and thrust his spear towards Li Zimo. The tip of the spear caused the void to fluctuate as a sharp aura swept past Li Zimo, tearing through the air. The aftershock caused the ground of the drill ground to crack and sparks to fly. This attack was unstoppable, and even Lu Yin was shocked. This attack was comparable to an attack with 3-lined battle force. You can challenge him again when you've shaken off the shadow of that sword. Ming Xiaoshu then turned and left. Lu Yin looked at Tang Si deeply before leaving. He had to guard the door. I say, is this really an aboriginal continent? That guy's sword was too ruthless. It's comparable to the power of our 5 prefects, the monkey exclaimed. Lu Yin leaned against the door. The Shinwu continent has withstood the dark mist weave's attacks for 1,000 years, but this continent has given birth to too many experts. There's definitely more than one genius like Li Zimo. What a pity. If only this continent belonged to you. I remember that you're King Zishan or something. With this continent's strength, you'll be able to gain a foothold in the outerverse, the monkey casually commented. His words made Lu Yin's heart skip a beat, as he had never thought about this before. Yes, it would be great if this continent belonged to him. Unfortunately, he could only dream about it. There were hunters on this continent, and there was more than one of them. The fact that this continent could withstand the attacks of the entire Dark Mist Weave was a testament to its strength. Even the entire Great Yu Empire might not be enough, let alone Lu Yin. The next few days were very normal, as there were occasional changes to the list of tempering. In particular, the people who had challenged the top of the list had been removed one by one, which piqued many people's interest. Lu Yin guessed that the person who had removed them was the mysterious leader of the list of tempering, but this person's identity would change every time. This person was the reason why Crown Prince Ming Hao had set up the list of tempering. The Ming constables had been mobilized less often, and the Ming vanguard had mostly been sent to protect important people. However, this was only on the surface, as Crown Prince Ming Hao would never relax his killing spree against the foreigners. Congratulatory gifts from the various continents arrived, and it was rumored that they filled several drill grounds. The amount of gifts was shocking. Countless experts gathered in the capital, and the army entered to maintain order. Although the entire city was cheering for the birthday celebration, there was still a sense of tension that even Lu Yin could feel. Over the next few days, Lu Yin saw Li Zimo very few times. This person was as cold as a block of ice, and he was tasked with guarding the king's residence. Lu Yin rarely spoke with him. The Reverend King had returned to the capital, and there should have been many visitors. However, over the past few days, no one had come to visit, which surprised Lu Yin. The relationship between Ming Zhaoshu and Crown Prince Ming Hao had deteriorated to such an extent that even the ministers who had pushed Ming Zhaoshu to resist the Crown Prince's overstepping boundaries were avoiding him. Fireworks bloomed in the sky from time to time, and the entire capital seemed unusually lively. Li Zimo walked out of the king's residence and looked at Lu Yin. The princess is going to the Tower of Resonating Light to pray for His Highness and His Majesty. 7. Protect the residence. Lu Yin bowed. Yes, Commander. Not long after, Ming Yan walked out of the residence, followed by a maid and Tang Si. Outside, the army had already lined up neatly, and a carriage had been prepared. This was the first time Lu Yin had seen Ming Yan since arriving at the Reverend King's residence. Although she was wearing a thin veil, her absolute beauty could not be hidden. Her eyes were like silhouettes, bright and pure. However, her face was slightly pale, which made Lu Yin feel uncomfortable. Ming Yan walked past the main entrance and was about to board the carriage when she suddenly paused. Her eyes flashed with surprise, and she turned around to look at everyone as if she was searching for something. Tang Si was puzzled. Princess, please board the carriage. Ming Yan's gaze swept across everyone's faces before finally stopping on Lu Yin's face and meeting his gaze. Lu Yin saw the surprise in Ming Yan's eyes, and his heart skipped a beat. He quickly lowered his head. Ming Yan's eyes flashed with slyness and shyness. She whispered, Brother Tang Si, father's safety is the most important. I already have you to protect me, so I don't need brotherly anymore. Please protect the residents. Li Zimo looked up. Your safety is very important. Ming Yan pointed at Lu Yin. Those people are also part of the Ming vanguard. Let them protect me. Brotherly, protecting father is more important. Tang Si hurriedly said, Princess, His Highness doesn't need to worry. This is the capital, and His Highness is a martial emperor. No one would dare to act impudently here. Ming Yen stubbornly shook her head. Please stay and protect father, brotherly, otherwise, Yen will feel uneasy. Tang Si looked at Li Zimo with a troubled expression. Li Zimo was very straightforward, and he nodded before turning to Lu Yin. 7. Take a few people with you and protect the princess. Do not slack off in the slightest. Lu Yin was both surprised and delighted, and he also felt a strange sweetness and anticipation. Yes, Commander. Ming Yan lowered her head to hide the faint blush on her face as she hurriedly boarded the carriage. Lu Yin took a deep breath and walked beside the carriage. He was only one wooden plank away from Ming Yan, and he was even closer to her than Tang Si. Ming Yan found an excuse to send the maid away, twirling her fingers as she nervously sat in the carriage. From time to time, she would look through the veil at Lu Yin, who was walking outside. Her face was filled with joy. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 278. With Tang Si driving the carriage, it was inconvenient for Lu Yin and Ming Yan to speak. However, there was a strange atmosphere that surrounded them. Even though it was noisy all around, Lu Yin could only hear Ming Yan's heartbeat and breathe in her fragrance. This feeling was very beautiful and intoxicating. Your heartbeat is accelerating. Are you poisoned? The monkey asked, startling Lu Yin and temporarily waking him up. No, you're not poisoned. Strange, why is your heartbeat so abnormal? Many of your body's characteristics are also abnormal. Strange. Lu Yin did not have the time to explain this feeling to a monkey, but the monkey's words had made him sober up quite a bit. He could not allow himself to be intoxicated by this feeling. Ming Yan was the daughter of the Reverend King and a princess of the Shenwu continent, while he was just a trial taker. The difference between their statuses was too great, and their thousand-year blood feud was difficult to resolve. The two of them were like two trees on either side of a road. They could always be seen, but could never touch. This kind of relationship was nothing more than an illusion. Lu Yin felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his head, and it was bone-chilling. He was just a student with no power or influence. He did not have the ability to influence the dark mist weave or the Shenwu continent. Just Ming Zhaoshu alone was enough to prevent him from getting close to Ming Yan. This budding relationship was destined to be fruitless. Lu Yin knew how important relationships were to girls, especially someone like Ming Yan, who was ignorant of worldly affairs but was also very intelligent. It was easy for her to fall into a relationship and be unable to extricate herself from it. Once she failed, the damage she would suffer would be unimaginable. This could not continue. Without any guarantees, this relationship could not continue. Lu Yin's gaze became resolute as he thought about it. He quickened his pace and walked past the carriage without looking back. Lu Yin's change was imprinted in Ming Yan's eyes, and her heart trembled. Panic and discomfort that she had never felt before spread throughout her body, and her eyes turned red. Some people would remain strangers for the rest of their lives, while others could decide their fate with a single glance. To Ming Yan, Lu Yin was someone she could decide her fate with. That single glance had been like the wings of a butterfly that had brought about a beautiful dream. But at this moment, that dream seemed to have shattered. Women's senses were much stronger than men's, and none of Lu Yin's changes could escape Ming Yan's eyes. Why? Ming Yan lowered her head, and her gaze was pained. She was depressed and clenched her fists. You clearly have my scent on you. She was very intelligent, but intelligence and emotions were natural opposites. Lu Yin sighed. There was a sort of depression and irritation in his heart that he could not vent. He also felt pity for Ming Yan, and he really wanted to trample this continent beneath his feet and embrace her. Suddenly, a black and white light flashed in front of his eyes. Lu Yin's pupils shrank and he turned his head to the side. The carriages of the crown prince's residence were passing by. Among them, a man raised his head and looked at Ming Yan's carriage. His eyes were filled with violent killing intent. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine, and he quickly retreated to block the side of the carriage. The man raised his hand and struck out with a palm strike. Suddenly, a boundless chill surged forth, and the wind howled as a violent and terrifying martial power descended upon them, bringing with it an aura that could cause one's spirit to tremble. Tang Xi's scalp went numb, and his body froze in place. That's why I want to have a chat with the powerhouses who surpass the hunter realm. I want to do my best to integrate Shenwu continent into the universe while protecting it. Lu Yin was puzzled. There has been no lack of disciples from great powers who have entered the continent over the past 1,000 years. Why don't you look for them, Your Highness? Do you like being with the people who decide your fate? Ming Zhaoshu asked. Lu Yin shrugged. There's nothing I can do if I don't have a choice. For example, right now, Your Highness can decide my life or death. For Shenwu continent, the universe's great powers can decide your life or death. You don't have the right to choose. That's why I need to think of a way. Ming Zhaoshu stood up. You're the leader of Astral 10, and it's rumored that the Council of Astral Academy has a lot of authority. The goal of this trial is to join the Outerverse Youth Council, and I'm willing to help you improve your results so that you can gain a foothold in the Outerverse Youth Council. Combined with your status as a member of the Council of Astral Academy, you'll definitely have the right to speak. At the very least, you'll have the right to influence Dark Mistweave. Lu Yin was shocked. Your Highness has a very deep understanding of the universe. After all, many trial takers have been captured over the past 1,000 years, and not all of them are stubborn. For example, that disciple from the Blaze realm who fell into the manor with you has told you everything he could. He even revealed the secret of the Blaze realm's top inherited battle technique, the Karmic Flame Sword, Ming Zhaoshu explained. Lu Yin was speechless. This Arikar was too cowardly. If I can join the Outerverse Youth Council, combined with my status as a member of the Council of Astral Academy, I'll definitely have the right to speak. However, I won't be able to decide the future of Shenwu continent in such a short period of time, Lu Yin said. He didn't want to take everything on his own. Ming Zhaoshu was very smart, and playing tricks with him would only result in a faster death. Qingming Festival, 3rd update, 2 p.m. Thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 279. Ming Zhaoshu was very satisfied with Lu Yin's attitude. Don't worry, nothing will happen to Shenwu continent in the short term. Even if someone stronger than a hunter makes a move, the 5 sealing planets will be able to protect it for at least a year. It's very difficult for such a powerhouse to make a move, so I'm certain that nothing will happen to Shenwu continent for the next 10 years. You have 10 years to develop, and that should be enough time for you to gain a lot of authority. You're one of the top 4 in the Astral Combat Tournament and one of humanity's top geniuses. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why are you placing your hopes on me? Ming Zhaoshu narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. Because of Yen. Lu Yin's heart trembled, and his expression changed. Yen likes you, and I can tell that you like her as well. Otherwise, you wouldn't have exposed yourself for her, Ming Zhaoshu said. Lu Yin did not deny it. The difference between your statuses is too great. Only when Shenwu continent merges into the universe will everything return to normal. At that time, you can be together. This is my promise, Ming Zhaoshu said solemnly. Lu Yin's fingers trembled, and his heart burned with passion. Ming Zhaoshu's words had completely moved him. Emotions were the most difficult to control, but they were also the easiest to manipulate. Lu Yin was no exception. He could sense Ming Xiaoshu's ambition, but for Ming Yan's sake, he was willing to do anything. If Shenwu continent merges into the universe, then it was indeed possible for him to be together with Ming Yan. When he thought about that girl, Lu Yin felt a throbbing sensation that could not be suppressed. Ming Xiaoshu's lips curled up. He had indeed chosen Lu Yin because of that. There was no bond stronger than emotions, and he was confident that his daughter would be able to bind this youth to her. However, he would not only choose Lu Yin, as there was no need to say that out loud. Shenwu continent needed change, and he needed to save it. How do you plan on helping me improve my results, Your Highness? Lu Yin asked. Ming Xiaoshu glanced at Lu Yin's fingers. First, destroy that thing in your muscles. You don't want our conversation to be exposed, do you? Lu Yin nodded, and his muscles vibrated to destroy the particle camera. I'll tell you where Ming Taijun is buried, and that will be your stepping stone, Ming Xiaoshu said seriously. Lu Yin was shocked. Where Ming Taijun is buried? You're willing to tell me? Ming Xiaoshu nodded. I can tell you, and you can also tell the outsiders. It doesn't matter. Even my brother has to be careful when he goes there. If you're not a martial god, which is what you call a hunter, then it's very difficult to survive. I'd like to hear the details, Lu Yin respectfully replied. Have you heard of the Tower of Resonating Light? Ming Xiaoshu slowly opened his mouth and said something that Lu Yin would never have expected. Tower of Resonating Light. Ming Xiaoshu smiled. You didn't expect that, did you? Lu Yin frowned. Your Highness, are you saying that Ming Taijun died in the Tower of Resonating Light? Ming Xiaoshu nodded. How could that be? If Ming Taijun died in the Tower of Resonating Light, then everyone in the capital should know about it. Ming Xiaoshu took out a map and calmly said, the Tower of Resonating Light that we saw was only the tip of the entire tower. The true body of the Tower of Resonating Light is hidden underground, and its surface area is even larger than the entire Radiant City. When Imperial Uncle Ming Taijun was dying, he went underground and buried himself in the Tower of Resonating Light. Very few people know about this secret. Lu Yin looked at the map in disbelief. These people weren't important to Zhanlong Day Night, as the Day Night clan had too many scapegoats. Brother Zhanlong, you didn't succeed. A Day Night girl in a room was shocked and in disbelief. The other members of the Day Night clan were shocked as well. This operation had been almost guaranteed to succeed, and they had even sacrificed almost half of their scapegoats. Who would have thought that they would still fail? Compared to the others' shock and confusion, Zhanlong Day Night was very excited. He clenched his fists and couldn't suppress his excitement. It's him. I didn't expect to run into him so quickly. No wonder he defeated Yanqing. That palm was powerful. Brother Zhanlong, who are you talking about? Someone asked. Zhanlong Day Night chuckled and glanced at the people around him. Lu Yin. Lu Yin, a few people exclaimed. Brother Zhanlong, you ran into Lu Yin. Zhanlong Day Night clenched his fists and made a sound. Qingming Festival. Third update at 2 p.m. Thank you for your support. Thank you. He thought for a moment before saying, something is about to happen. You're on your own now. He then left. Yu Xianzi was not sure if Lu Yin really knew something or if he was just trying to deceive her. If what he said was true, then there was a hidden hand controlling the trial takers from the Shenwu continent. They were betting their lives on whether or not they could break the Tower of Resonating Light. If they could break it, then the credit would go to that person. If they couldn't, then that person might not even show up. Yu Xianzi, Han Chong, and the people from the Day-Night clan were all pawns of that person. Impossible, no one would treat them like pawns. However, Yu Xianzi thought about it for a while and suddenly realized a problem. If all the trial takers were attacking the Tower of Resonating Light at the same time, then who was the one leading them? Han Chong. Impossible, as this group of people had only just arrived. If they could gather information about the Tower of Resonating Light and organize so many people, then they must have been planning this for a long time. Who could it be? Han Chong entered the 7th level of the Tower of Resonating Light. He easily dodged 2 long blades that slashed at him, and with a wave of his hand, he used his martial power to crush the 2 Ming vanguards in front of him. Everything was pitch black as far as the eye could see, and only the light from the 6th level illuminated the area. Where was the node? On the 6th level, the battle between Li Zimo and Zhanlong Day Knight was becoming more and more intense. Li Zimo's sword chi was becoming more and more frequent, and he was already using his full strength. However, Zhanlong Day Knight was still handling the situation with ease, and there was not a single scratch on his body. At this moment, Li Zimo's shock was indescribable. As the second on the list of tempering, there should be no one in the Martial King realm who was a match for him aside from the mysterious number 1. Li Zimo had encountered many outsiders over the years, and no one in the same realm had been a match for him. However, the man in front of him was too terrifying. Li Zimo could not even injure him, let alone defeat him. Zhanlong Day Knight grinned and tore open his outer robes. Your swordsmanship isn't bad. Come, slash at me. He pointed at his chest in an arrogant manner. Li Zimo sheathed his sword and stared at Zhanlong Day Knight. He flipped the hilt of his sword over. How arrogant. He tapped his foot lightly and slashed out. The surroundings fell silent, as this attack seemed to isolate the space around it. It was stronger than any of his previous attacks, and it even surpassed Liu Xiaoqiu's second sword of the 13 swords. This was the silent sword, Li Zimo's strongest attack. Zhanlong Day Knight had been careless. He had thought that Li Zimo had already used his full strength, but he had not expected this to be his strongest attack. Zhanlong Day Knight's chest was torn open, and blood splattered across the ground. He jumped onto a broken rock and looked at Zhanlong Day Knight. Bang bang bang, a berserk shockwave swept through the 5th level of the Tower of Resonating Light like a python that had lost control, causing the entire level to collapse. The ground trembled, and the soldiers guarding the perimeter of the Tower of Resonating Light all retreated as they watched the tower collapse. At the same time, within the palace, Ming Hao turned around. His eyes flashed, but he resisted the urge to act. In another direction, Long Yun leaned against a mountain wall. As long as Ming Hao and the other explorers acted, he would act as well. Within the palace, Ming Zhaoshu stopped drinking for a moment before continuing. Starsabil's expression changed, as she could sense an unusual aura. Grand Annie Mavis looked up from behind Ming Zhaoshu. The collapse of the Tower of Resonating Light had attracted the attention of many experts, but no one intervened. This was because the battle in the void was expanding, and the sky was constantly cracking. Even Mingdu was affected by the shockwaves, and Ming Zhaoshu had to defend himself from time to time. The sky above the Shenwu continent seemed to be cracking apart, as if it was the end of the world. The 5th level of the Tower of Resonating Light had been completely destroyed, as had the upper 4 levels. Lu Yin had heavily injured Zhanlong Day Knight with a single palm strike, causing him to fall miserably onto the solidified energy seal. The seal had only cracked a little after withstanding Lu Yin's palm strike, but it quickly recovered. Li Zimo lowered his hand and looked at Lu Yin in shock. That palm strike had caused his heart to palpitate, and it was definitely not something he could withstand. He looked at Zhanlong Day Knight, who had collapsed onto the seal, and saw that there was a deep imprint on his chest that had almost pierced through. He looked like he was dead. The others stared at Lu Yin in shock. Where had this freak come from? When Lu Yin had been a melder, he had used the 9 stacks, 17-fold shockwave palm to defeat Night Queen Yanqing. Although Zhanlong Day-Night was stronger than Night Queen Yanqing and had the Day-Night restoration technique, Zhanlong Day-Night was still lucky to have survived Lu Yin's full-strength palm strike, which was a limiter. Lu Yin panted heavily, as that palm strike had consumed a lot of his energy. 13 stacks was not easy to use, and he had not wanted to give Zhanlong Day-Night a chance to recover, which was why he had used his full strength. His right arm was hurting. He looked at Li Zimo and said, "I'm sorry for lying to you, but we all serve different masters." He then used Flash Step to charge at Li Zimo. Li Zimo naturally would not resign himself to his fate. He blocked with his sword and attacked in all directions, but to Lu Yin, who was using the serious technique, there were still too many openings in his sword chi. His right palm swept past the sword chi blockade and slammed into Li Zimo's back. Li Zimo's entire body was pressed down, and he collapsed onto the energy seal just like Zhanlong Day-Night. Everyone else was stunned, as they did not know what to do. The two Day-Night experts were furious. "How dare you, Lu Yin?" Lu Yin sneered and used Flash Step at extreme speed. In just a few seconds, there was no one left standing on the 5th level besides him. He had single-handedly swept through the entire 5th level, defeating both Zhanlong Day-Night and Li Zimo. Was there anyone in the limiter realm who could match him? He did not know, but he was certain that none of the Day-Night clan's limiters were his match. "Bro, 7th bro, I admire you so much. My admiration for you is like a torrential river, and it's also like..." "Shut up," Lu Yin growled. The monkey's voice was sometimes very annoying. "7th bro, do you really not know what it means to defeat the Day-Night restoration technique? That's the Day-Night restoration technique, and you knocked him out with a single palm. Damn, if the Day-Night clan finds out, they'll all jump into a river," the monkey boasted. Lu Yin looked at his own palm. He was indeed stronger than Zhanlong Day-Night, but he should not have been able to defeat the Day-Night restoration technique with a single palm strike. He had probably relied on the arcane life-death technique to suppress the Day-Night restoration technique. Otherwise, even if he had defeated Zhanlong Day-Night, he would not have been able to heavily injure Zhanlong Day-Night. Lu Yin did not waste any more words with the monkey. He quietly stood above the energy seal and looked at the 6th level, waiting for Han Chong and the others to arrive. There was definitely a connection between the Dark Mist Weave's large-scale attack and the Tower of Resonating Light. Lu Yin was not worried that Ming Zhaotian and the others would return, as the outcome of the battle in outer space would depend on this place. Han Chong and the others were too important. Even if the Dark Mist Weave wanted to use them as pawns, it was unlikely that they would actually sacrifice them. Otherwise, they would face the wrath of many inner-verse powers, and the losses would outweigh the gains. Not long after, a figure appeared on the 6th level. It was a trial taker who could not find the node. The trial taker looked up and saw Lu Yin through the energy seal. At this point, Lu Yin had already returned to his original appearance, and the trial taker felt that he looked familiar. After looking at him for a while, his eyes suddenly went wide. You're Lu Yin." Lu Yin smiled as he looked down. The energy was transparent, and he could clearly see the trial taker's shocked expression. "May I ask who you are?" Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 283. Spirit Seal Flow Zone, Watermoon Villas and Xiaohua, the trial taker said. After he finished speaking, he suddenly saw Zhanlong Day-Night lying on top of the energy seal. The trial taker's eyes shrank, and he looked at Xiaohua with fear. "Since Brother Lu isn't trapped, why aren't you leaving?" Xiaohua probed. Lu Yin smiled. "I'll tell you later." Xiaohua looked at Lu Yin deeply, but he didn't think too much about it. He sat down, as there was no point in thinking too much. Soon after, another man appeared. He was just as surprised as in Xiaohua at Lu Yin's presence. "May I know who you are?" Lu Yin asked. "Chaos Flow Zone, Astral Mountains Alfonso." Then, a woman appeared. "May I know who you are?" "Barred Weave, Even Ground Palaces Doro." "May I know who you are?" "Suna Weave, Moke Sword Sex Shur Sandao." "May I know who you are?" Ascension Flow Zone, Sun Family Sun Jiong. Those who dared to participate in the Outerverse trial were all extraordinary people. Even so, Lu Yin had not expected so many powers to be gathered here. There were more than 10 powers from both the Outerverse and Innerverse, including Han Chang's Han family and Yu Xianzi's Frostmoon sect. If these people died here, the Dark Mist Weave would be in turmoil. Lu Yin was even more certain that these people had backup plans, but he was also certain that the defenses of this place far exceeded their expectations. This was where Ming Taijun had been buried. "Lu Yin, you haven't left." Yu Xianzi looked outside the energy seal in shock. She glanced over and saw Zhanlong Day Night. Her eyes narrowed, and she looked at Lu Yin warily. This person was becoming more and more terrifying. Han Chong also appeared, and he was stunned when he saw Lu Yin. He then smiled. "Brother Lu, this is the second time we've met on Shenwu Continent, right?" Lu Yin nodded. "I didn't expect to meet under these circumstances." Han Chong glanced at Zhanlong Day Night. This person's strength was rarely seen, and he was even stronger than Night Queen Yanqing. Even Han Chong wasn't confident in being able to defeat him, but he had actually been defeated by Lu Yin. Han Chong sighed and shook his head. The Day-Night clan racked their brains to let the 4 of us enter the Shenwu continent in order to avenge Zhanlong Day-Night. Unfortunately, they still lost. Brother Lu's strength far exceeds their expectations. You're just a Lamiter. In the eyes of the Day-Night clan, you're nothing more than an ant. Lu Yin was not arrogant, as he was speaking the truth. There were too many experts in the Day-Night clan, and Night King Zhenwu was always at the top of the younger generation. There were even more powerhouses from the older generation. This clan's foundation was unfathomable. What the F***ck are you talking about? Are you done blabbering on? Hurry up and let us out, a man said unhappily from nearby. He was from the Blazing Mist Flow Zone and had good relations with the Blaze Realm. He had always disliked Lu Yin. The others looked at him strangely. Was there something wrong with his brain? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Brother Han, please tell this fellow to shut up. Han Chong did not even turn around as he casually swatted the man down. That person's power level was comparable to an area master at most, and he was knocked unconscious without even being able to retaliate. Brother Lu, since you've been waiting here, you must have something to say to everyone, Han Chong asked with a gentle expression. Lu Yin calmly replied, First of all, everyone has been sealed. I have a suggestion. Try your best to find a way to help everyone out, but everyone must come to an agreement with me and do one thing for me to the best of your abilities. Of course, this is excluding things that go against your principles. Han Chang's eyes flashed. Such as? Lu Yin shook his head. I haven't thought about it yet. Han Chong fell silent. This was a promise, and he could not casually agree to it. The others looked at each other, and then Xiaohua spoke up. Brother Lu, if we're able to leave on our own, would you stop us? Everyone stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled. You're all underestimating me. Please do as you wish. Yu Xianzi blinked. That's not right. Is this really Lu Yin? Her impression of Lu Yin was that he was not a gentleman, and he would not waste any time if he could take advantage of others. He had even robbed many people in the past, and he had even taken liberties with Shi Yu. This guy was not that different from a scoundrel. Would he not stop them? Only a fool would believe that. Seventh bro, are you really not going to stop them? From the looks of it, that guy has some confidence in getting out, the monkey said. Lu Yin did not reply. On the 6th level, and Xiaohua took a deep breath and solemnly retrieved something from his cosmic ring with a solemn expression. Everyone stared at him, and when they saw what it was, they all had strange expressions. Lu Yin's brows rose. Brethren, if I'm not wrong, is that a loudspeaker in your hand? And Xiaohua snickered and took out another item. It was another loudspeaker, but it was much larger than the previous one. He put the 2 loudspeakers together and then took out another one. Just like that, under everyone's strange gazes, and Xiaohua sighed. It's done. What appeared before everyone's eyes was an enormous loudspeaker made up of dozens of loudspeakers that were pointed upwards. Doro from Bard Weave was surprised. Are you going to call for help? And Xiaohua was speechless. Of course not. My Watermoon Villa has a battle technique that can be transmitted through sound. I have a brother hiding in Mingdu, and as long as my voice is transmitted, we can use his strength to break the seal. He's an explorer, so he should be able to break the seal. Everyone was surprised that such a battle technique existed. Interesting. Lu Yin was surprised as well. The universe was truly filled with all sorts of strange things, and even such a battle technique existed. Brother Han, according to our agreement, if an explorer appears, you'll be in charge. That shouldn't be a problem, right? And Xiaohua asked Han Chong. Han Chong's expression was solemn. As long as the seal is broken and an explorer appears, I'll be in charge. All right, then I'll begin. And Xiaohua took a deep breath, and under everyone's astonished gazes, he shouted into the loudspeaker, boom. The loud sound was transmitted through the solidified energy. It was not an offensive sound wave, but it was very loud. Even Lu Yin was startled. The monkey was even more furious. That bastard scared me. Outside the tower of resonating light, a series of boom shocked the surrounding troops, and they all looked towards the tower. At the same time, 1,000 meters away from the tower of resonating light, a man was lying on a tree. When he heard the sound, his eyes flashed, and he opened his mouth. Boom! It was the same sound, but this time, it came from the man's mouth. An enormous amount of martial power swept through the void and viciously struck the tower of resonating light. In Mingdu's imperial palace, Ming Hao's expression changed, and he suddenly stood up. He picked up a cup and threw it out. The cup pierced through the void and landed outside the tower of resonating light, smashing towards the man. The man did not seem to care, and the sound wave that carried his martial power heavily struck the solidified energy seal. There was a loud bang, and the tower of resonating light trembled. Lu Yin took several steps back and stared in shock at the impact. Everyone stared at the area where the attack had struck, but there were no changes. And Xiaohua's expression changed. How is this possible? Again, Han Chong growled. We'll attack at the same time and coordinate from the inside. Okay, and Xiaohua replied. Boom! Outside the tower of resonating light, the man was struck by the cup and spat out a mouthful of blood. When he heard another boom from inside, he gritted his teeth and roared as well. His martial power swept out again, forming a visible storm that smashed towards the tower of resonating light. Inside the imperial palace, Ming Hao sneered. You don't know what's good for you. He then took out a chopstick and threw it out. Boom! The explorer cooperated with Han Chong and the rest, and 2 enormous forces viciously struck the same spot on the energy seal. At this moment, Lu Yin was slightly worried. Han Chong's strength was definitely not weaker than an explorer's, and with Yu Xianzi and the rest, the group inside the Tower of Resonating Light was comparable to at least 2 explorers. Including the one outside, there were 3 explorers attacking at the same time, and the seal might not be able to hold them. Crack! The seal cracked open. Lu Yin's brows rose. Sure enough, an attack of this strength could break the seal. However, Ming Hao did not appear and allowed the explorer outside to attack. It was clear that he had a backup plan. Suddenly, 5 strange sculptures rose into the air and floated above the 5th level, right above Lu Yin's head. The 5 sculptures connected together, causing the energy seal to suddenly repair itself and become incomparably tough, forming an even more powerful seal. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, as this scene reminded him of the 5 sealing planets. Could this seal be the same as the one that had sealed the 5 sealing planets? Those 5 sculptures were source boxes, which made Lu Yin think of a terrifying possibility. The 5 sealing planets couldn't be 5 incomparably enormous source boxes, right? Impossible. How could there be source boxes that big? Lu Yin did not have much time to think, as the newly repaired seal completely extinguished Han Chong and the rest's hopes. The explorer outside had his abdomen pierced through by a chopstick, and he fell limp to the ground. He was quickly caught, as he was just an ordinary explorer and was much weaker than Ming Hao. Ming Hao did not even need to show himself to deal with him. However, before he could be taken away, Long Yun intervened and took the explorer away. Ming Hao did not stop him, as the Tower of Resonating Light was his main priority. When he saw that no one was able to break the seal, Lu Yin relaxed and looked down. Coincidentally, Yu Xianzi looked up and met Lu Yin's gaze. When she saw Lu Yin smile, her face sank. Bastard, he's rejoicing in our misfortune. Brother Lu, we can talk about your conditions now, Han Chong said to Lu Yin. His tone was gentle, as if he did not care about what had just happened. And Xiao Hua's mouth twitched. Brother Han, why are you talking about conditions with him? Do you think he can break the seal? Han Chong seriously replied, I believe that he can. Han Chong's words were very certain, and even Lu Yin was surprised. Before the 5 sculptures had formed the seal, Lu Yin was confident that he could break it, but now, he was no longer confident. However, Han Chong was even more confident than he was. I've already said that I'd like everyone to help me with something. This is my condition, Lu Yin said. Shi Sandao of the Moke Sword sect looked up. No matter what it is. Rumor has it that in the Astral Combat Academy, Brother Lu's relationship with the Day-Night clan isn't good. You even beat up Zhanlong Day-Night's group. If Brother Lu wants the organizations behind us to deal with the Day-Night clan, then we can't do it, Alfonso of Chaos Flowzone Star Astral Mountain said coldly. Lu Yin smiled. Of course, I'm not asking you to deal with the Day-Night clan. Let me put it this way, as long as the organizations behind you are able to do it, you have to help me with something. Is that enough? Of course, everyone has to swear an oath. Everyone fell silent. Although swearing an oath was just a matter of words, it was still a shackle to cultivators, except for those who went back on their word. There was a video of someone unlocking a mountainous source box, and that person was constantly patting the source box as his body trembled slightly. Was that the secret sidestep technique? Lu Yin didn't have time to think too much about it, and he easily dodged all of the energy shockwaves like a fish in water. He pressed one hand against the solidified energy seal, and his eyes flashed. With the support of his lock-breaking tool, Serious Art, and his domain, he was able to see even deeper into the seal. The solidified energy was being broken down layer by layer. Below him, the crowd gaped in shock as they watched the solidified energy seal dissipate into motes of light before disappearing. Even though it was only a small portion of the seal, it was enough to prove that Lu Yin had succeeded. He was now able to complete his lock-breaking. Lu Yin pressed his left hand against the solidified energy seal and raised his right hand high. His arm muscles bulged as he unleashed a 9 stacks, 20-fold, space render palm. With a whoosh, his martial power traversed the void and viciously slammed into Zhanlong Daynight's body. Zhanlong Daynight suddenly opened his eyes and hurriedly dodged, but he was still struck. He spat out a mouthful of blood as his entire body crashed into the distance. Lu Yin sneered. The moment he had comprehended his domain, he had noticed that Zhanlong Daynight's heartbeat had been abnormal. Zhanlong Daynight had indeed been pretending to be unconscious. The Daynight restoration technique was truly terrifying, as it had actually withstood Lu Yin's strongest palm strike. However, Zhanlong Daynight had still been heavily injured, and he had been knocked unconscious by the space render palm. The crowd below looked on with fear. That was Zhanlong Daynight. Who would believe that he had been beaten to such a state? No one in the Lamita realm could be Lu Yin's opponent. This thought suddenly appeared in everyone's minds, and they were very certain of it. While Lu Yin was focusing on his lock-breaking, Starsabil, who had been standing not too far away from Ming Hao, left without anyone noticing. Ming Hao didn't care either, as he trusted the divination inheritor greatly. At the same time, Grandini Mavis, who had been following Ming Zhaokai, also disappeared. The palace was heavily guarded, and there was a sentry every few steps. All of them were experts, but these experts were nothing special in the eyes of Starsabil and Grandini. Without a powerhouse at the Explorer realm or above, they could enter and leave the palace as if it were child's play. The two girls met in a fake mountain. "What are you looking for?" Grandini asked. Starsabil smiled. "What are you looking for?" "I'm asking you." "I'm not obligated to answer." "You're such an annoying woman. You're pretending to be so deep when you have nothing to do, but you're faster than anyone else when you're in trouble." Grandini rolled her eyes. Starsabil smiled. "Our goals should be the same. I suspect that the Tower of Resonating Light isn't one of the nodes for the 5 sealing planets." Grandini frowned. "It should be. It took hundreds of years to discover that. Don't underestimate the people of the Shenwu continent. They were even able to invent the heavenly globe, so it shouldn't be difficult for them to spend hundreds of years digging a hole," Starsabil said. Grandini looked at Starsabil. "We've never trusted anyone from the Shenwu continent. The one we trust is you, or rather, the previous Starsabils. Back then, it was your Starsabil who confirmed that there was something wrong with the Tower of Resonating Light. Otherwise, the trial takers would not have colluded with each other. Others might not know, but I do know that your Starsabil was the one who led the attack on the Tower of Resonating Light." Starsabil replied, "I won't deny that there's definitely something wrong with the Tower of Resonating Light, but I don't know what the problem is. I also don't plan on sending Han Chong and the others to their deaths, which is why I came here to investigate." Grandini was disdainful. The Mavis family's abilities were not something that others understood, and she knew a little more than others. Starsabil was the one who led the attack on the Tower of Resonating Light. Regardless of whether or not the Tower of Resonating Light was a node for the 5 sealing planets, Starsabil had confirmed that there was something wrong with it, and she had led the trial takers in the attack. If they succeeded, the credit would go to her, but if they failed, only the trial takers would die, and it would have nothing to do with her. Furthermore, she had not made an appearance from start to finish, so no matter how hard others tried, they would not be able to guess that it was her. At most, they would blame the dark mist weave. This woman was truly ruthless, and Grandini vigilantly glanced at her. "Don't make wild guesses." Starsabil looked at Grandini helplessly. Grandini snorted. At that moment, a loud sound rang out in the distance. The two women looked over and saw that several figures had been slammed to the ground, and it was unknown if they were still alive. "They're trial takers just like us, and they also want to sneak into the palace to find the location of the node for the 5 sealing planets. However, they've underestimated the palace. How could there not be any explorers overseeing this place? And there's definitely more than one of them, Starsabil explained. Then what should we do? Grandani raised an eyebrow. Starsabil smiled. One for you, one for me. Let's end this quickly. Grandani clicked her tongue. Those are explorers. Do you think they're Lemeters? And you want to end this quickly? You're a Mavis, so there's no need to hide anything from anyone. You know me, and I know you as well, Starsabil said solemnly. Grandini's mouth twitched. The Mavis family had dominated the universe and controlled humanity's economic lifeline. They were a terrifying superpower, and it was impossible for them to rely on their monstrous strength alone. Countless people in the universe had tried to find out the Mavis family's secret, but this secret had never been exposed. However, it was useless in front of Starsabil. Although Starsabil also did not know the Mavis family's secret, she could still make a few guesses. This was enough to fill her with confidence in Grandani. We've already agreed that we'll take one each. Grandani walked out of the fake mountain and lightly tapped her feet. Her movements were clearly very slow, but the guards around her were unable to detect her movements. They only felt a gust of wind blow past them. Similarly, Starsabil walked step by step towards Ming Zhaotian's study. The two women walked towards the study with no one around them. It was only when they reached the door that they were stopped by a stern voice. Foreigners, trespassing into the study, die. Starsabil did not move and instead looked at Grandani. Grandani rolled her eyes and closed them before suddenly opening them again. A dark green light flashed past, just like the color of the Mavis family. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 286. The crowd below was pleasantly surprised, but Han Chong did not hold back and leaped out of the 6th level to appear beside Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at him. He knew what Lu Yin wanted, so he took out the commitment agreements and placed them in front of Lu Yin. Brother Lu, you can check them. Lu Yin glanced over them. No need, I trust Brother Han. Yu Xianzi was speechless. How shameless of him to say such a thing after looking through them. Lu Yin was much happier when he put away the commitment agreements. The cracks suddenly widened, and the crowd gradually emerged. Most of them thanked Lu Yin, and only a few were unhappy with him. However, they did not dare to say anything. With Lu Yin's strength, a single finger was enough to crush them all. Right, a friendly reminder, Ming Hao has placed many spies around here, so don't expose yourselves. Lu Yin smiled. Everyone left the Tower of Resonating Light one by one. Yu Xianzi looked at Zhanglong Day Night and wanted to ask something, but she did not. Han Chong smiled at Lu Yin. Brother Lu, I'm looking forward to the semifinals. Lu Yin looked at Han Chong seriously. You're very strong. I couldn't see it in the past, but now, I can clearly feel that you'll be one of my greatest opponents in the semifinals. Han Chong smiled. Brother Lu, you're underestimating Starsabil and Grandani. Grandani seems to be the weakest, and she only relies on 4-lined battle force and monstrous strength. However, the Mavis family's innate gift has never been revealed before. There's also Starsabil, and no one knows her limits. Brother Lu, don't underestimate them. He then glanced at Zhanglong Day Night and left. The fact that the Day Night clan had sent Zhanglong Day Night proved that they were not underestimating the semifinals. Unfortunately, they had met Lu Yin. From Han Chong's perspective, Zhanglong Day Night's defenses were astonishing, and he was not confident that he could deal with him. There was a high chance that they would end up in a draw, but Lu Yin was the one who countered him the most. Lu Yin looked at Han Chang's departing figure and thought back to the scene back on Earth where Lulu had used her Melder strength to subdue an explorer sea turtle. He had originally forgotten about that scene, but now that he thought about it, was that the Mavis family's innate gift. If Grand Annie had it as well, then that would be terrifying. When would the semi-finals begin? Old Kai had said that the Astral Combat Academy was waiting for an opportunity, and Lu Yin was looking forward to it. Lu Yin's gaze swept across the ground, passing by Li Zimo and the rest of the Day-Night clan members. He grabbed Xianlong Day-Night and the other Day-Night clan members and soared into the sky. These people could not be allowed to return safely. Lu Yin had come here to join the Outerverse Youth Council as well as to divert the Day-Night clan's attention. However, the group of people who had left earlier would definitely spread the news that he had defeated Xianlong Day-Night, which would be troublesome. Lu Yin did not want to endlessly entangle himself with the Day-Night clan, and he needed to join the Outerverse Youth Council before the Day-Night clan took their revenge. At that time, his status would be different, and he would have a say in the Outerverse. In the Reverend King's residence, Ming Zhaoshu brought Ming Yen to the Imperial Palace. Tang Si was still there. Lu Yin tossed Xianlong Day-Night and the others to Tang Si. Tang Si took it in shock and looked at Xianlong Day-Night. His expression changed as he recognized him. This person was the powerhouse who had attacked Ming Yen the other day. That palm strike had left a deep impression on him, as it had rendered him immobile and stunned everyone on the street. Who is he? He's an outsider. Tie him up and throw him in jail. The dark mistweave had actually managed to invite Winsansi, which explained why the 5 sealing planets had almost collapsed. Even the 5 sealing planets, which were capable of defending against almighty powerhouses, had trembled in the face of one of the 10 arbiters. This was one of the 10 arbiters, a super powerhouse who had reached the peak of the younger generation. Winsansi's face was engraved in the minds of everyone on the Shenwu continent. This person had completely crushed Ming Zhaotian. Suddenly, Winsansi's face disappeared, and the huge spatial crack was restored. The 5 sealing planets no longer trembled, and everything returned to normal. Only a small spatial crack swept across the Shenwu continent, taking away Lu Yin and many trial takers. The huge battle had started abruptly, and it had ended just as quickly. The scene of Ming Zhaotian being crushed seemed like an illusion. It was an illusion. This was a scheme from the outside. How could His Majesty have been defeated? Someone shouted in a crazed state. Many people agreed. Ming Hao's eyes flashed. You're right. That was an illusion created by a powerhouse. Countless people relaxed. So that was how it was. Ming Zhaotian was a super powerhouse in the martial god realm, so how could he have been defeated so easily? These words could only deceive ordinary people, and even Ming Yen did not believe them. Ming Zhaoshu revealed a mocking smile, but he soon grew serious and looked up. What was going on in the astral battlefield? Everyone looked at the spatial crack that had appeared on one of the 5 sealing planets with worried expressions. Not long after, boundless martial power swept out in all directions. The battle is over, and the birthday celebration begins. A loud voice echoed in the sky above the capital. Countless people cheered, as they could tell that it was Ming Zhaotian's voice. Sure enough, what had happened just now had been an illusion. Within the palace's secret chamber, Ming Zhaotian walked out of the void in a sorry state and spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body collapsed, and his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. How could that youth be so strong that he could crush him? He was a martial god who had learned martial power and had inherited the Shenwu continent's resources, but he had still been crushed by a youth. Were these the 10 arbiters? How could someone from the younger generation be so strong? Ming Zhaotian, who had not paid much attention to the 10 arbiters, was now filled with reverence for them, especially the scholar who had crushed him, Winsansi. Lu Yin felt like his body was being torn apart, but this was different from the last time. He had been completely passive before, but now, he could observe the void and even observe the powerhouses who had guided them through the void. It was possible, but he did not dare to do so. It would be troublesome if he was discovered. For example, a 5-stage formcast model could allow a powerhouse to observe the strength of the person who had created the formcast model. This was the reason why 5-stage formcast models were so rare. Every time a formcast model was created, it meant that there was a greater chance of someone discovering one's weakness, so no one was willing to do so. There was a thump as Lu Yin was flung out of the void. Another trial taker was flung out and smashed into a wall. Lu Yin's body flashed away to avoid a tragedy. There was a giant transparent barrier, and trial takers appeared one after the other. Every time they went to the Shinwu continent for a trial, Zhang would give them a different location. Every once in a while, a spatial crack would sweep through and bring the trial takers back. However, not many were able to return. Lu Yin immediately saw Starsabil. She stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. Although she was silent, she exuded a mysterious aura that was as eye-catching as a lighthouse. Starsabil, the human Starsabil. Once I kill her, my name will immediately spread throughout the astral beast domain and surpass the other 4 academy masters. I'll become the top student of the spiritual academy. Lu Yin was speechless. Aren't your eyes very powerful? See if she has any mysterious abilities. I can't tell, the monkey replied bluntly. Lu Yin was displeased. You're patronizing me. The monkey hurriedly replied, of course not. How could I patronize the great 7th bro? You've even comprehended the secret sidestep, and the universe is no longer big enough for you. Shut up and talk. Are you going to shut up or talk? Talk about Starsabil. Starsabil. What's the matter? Use those eyes of yours to look at her. The monkey was helpless. 7th bro, I've already told you that I really can't see through her. Starsabil comes from the Starsabil sect, and she's a freak on the same level as Skymender. Someone like that can predict the future, and I can't see through her at all. Lu Yin did not press the matter any further, as the monkey's words should be true. If Starsabil was so easily seen through, then she would not be Starsabil. He looked around and saw quite a few familiar faces. They were all people who had made promises to him, and of course, there were quite a few others as well. Grandani Mavis was sizing Lu Yin up from a distance. Lu Yin's gaze coincidentally met hers. Grandani Mavis waved her fist, and Lu Yin smiled, knowing that she was referring to the time when they had clashed in the thatched cottage. That's right. We discovered it at the same time. More accurately, I discovered it before her. Starsabil smiled. When Sansi looked at Lu Yin. What about you? The 2 girls also looked at Lu Yin curiously. Lu Yin gestured for them to go first. Ladies first. When Sansi smiled. Not bad. It's no wonder Mira likes you. Lu Yin's face froze, and he was speechless. He laughed dryly. There's nothing going on between me and Mira. When Sansi laughed. There's no need to hide it. She mentioned you to me before, and I can tell that she admires you. I've seen your experiences, and not bad. Even if I'm a Lammeter, I won't be stronger than you. You are indeed qualified to be called a 10 Arbiters candidate. Lu Yin's face changed, and he stared into Wen Sansi's eyes. Wen Sansi did not back down, and there was nothing but a smile in his eyes. Lu Yin could not understand this person anymore. This person was like a blade of grass that swayed with the wind, but no matter how strong the wind or the rain, he would not fall. He had a strong sense of self and was very magnanimous. Lu Yin believed that this magnanimity stemmed from his confidence in his strength. Why are you two men staring at each other like that? How can the number one beauty in the universe, Starsabil, endure this? Grandani shrieked. Wen Sansi and Lu Yin were not affected at all, and they calmly averted their gazes. Grandani, you go first. I'll judge for you, Wen Sansi said. Grandani looked at Lu Yin warily. You're not allowed to listen. Lu Yin was speechless. Looking at her reminded him of looking at Lulu. Were all Mavis family members like this? How could they control the universe's economy like this? When Sansi separated Lu Yin from Starsabil and listened to Grandini's report with a shocked expression. Grandini finished not long after, and when Sansi listened to Starsabil's report. Their reports were the same. They had discovered that the Tower of Resonating Light was Ming Taizhong's burial ground. This was considered one of their biggest missions, and their results were excellent. After Starsabil and Grandini were separated, when Sansi looked at Lu Yin. It's your turn. What did you discover? Lu Yin glanced at the two girls who were looking at him curiously and replied, the Tower of Resonating Light is Ming Taizhong's burial ground. When Sansi was curious. They broke into the palace and used their own methods to control explorers to steal this information. How did you know? The palace isn't the only one who knows about this. The Reverend King, Ming Zhaoshu, also knows. I was once a coachman in the Reverend King's residence, Lu Yin replied. When Sansi nodded and did not ask any more questions. Since that's the case, the three of you have the same results. Wait, Lu Yin spoke up and faced Wen Sansi. He solemnly said, I also know the secrets of the Tower of Resonating Light, as well as its structural diagram. Not long after, the results of the trial takers who had left Shenwu continent were announced. Everyone had thought that Starsabil would be the one with the highest results, but the reality left them all dumbfounded. Even Starsabil was surprised that Lu Yin had obtained the highest results. Furthermore, when Sansi had confirmed that he had completed the mission to find Ming Taizhong's burial ground. This result shook the space station, and it soon spread out and shocked many people. The two missions on Shenwu continent had remained uncompleted for 1,000 years, but now, someone had actually completed them. Starsabil and Grandini looked at Lu Yin in shock. How did you complete the mission? We clearly finished our report. You guys must have been rigged. Grandini exclaimed. Starsabil's eyes were deep as she looked at Lu Yin. This person was becoming more and more unfathomable, especially after leaving Shenwu continent. His entire body was filled with a sense of familiarity, which should be his domain. This person was becoming stronger and stronger, and she was looking forward to the top 4 battles more and more. The person who had obtained first place in the trial would naturally be able to join the Outerverse Youth Council. As one of the 10 arbiters, when Sansi could not personally make arrangements for Lu Yin, even if he admired Lu Yin. The person who had made the arrangements for Lu Yin was Mira. Mira was also in this space station. Lu Yin felt rather uncomfortable when he faced her again. This woman was too enchanting, and she looked at him with a teasing gaze. Congratulations on passing the trial and joining the Outerverse Youth Council. Your results are also first place, Mira praised as she beamed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin felt that her smile was very sinister, and there was even a hint of schadenfreude in it. Senior Mira, your smile is very strange. Mira chuckled, and the smile in her eyes grew even more pronounced. She walked closer to Lu Yin, bringing with her a fragrant scent. Junior, Senior Mira wants to congratulate you. You're about to win over a beauty. Without her, even if the Great Yu Empire was massacred, the Innerverse would not have been affected. Mira looked at Lu Yin and frowned. Arbiter Wen said that you can return to the Great Yu Empire first and then go to San Dios after you're done. However, you can't stay there for too long. What about Wendy? Where is she? Lu Yin asked. She's missing. She's probably in seclusion somewhere in Frostwave Weave. She's hidden her tracks. Lu Yin nodded. Even Undying Yushan had been killed, which meant that Wendy was not safe at all. Not long after, Lu Yin officially joined the Outerverse Youth Council and became a direct subordinate of Wendy Yushan. His position was on par with Beizer's, but his position was much higher than Beizer's. Having a high position did not mean that one could wield authority. Although Beizer was Puyu's subordinate, he had been under Wendy Yushan's command for quite some time. It would not be easy for Beizer to take away the authority that belonged to Wendy Yushan. Furthermore, Beizer had Puyu's support. However, Lu Yin did not want to think about this right now. He just wanted to return to the Great Yu Empire and see how chaotic it was. Outer space was dark, and his path forward was becoming more and more confusing. The Great Yu Empire was Lu Yin's home, and if his home was destroyed, he would lose his roots. Deep down, he was more worried about Earth. He did not know if the war in Frostwave Weave would affect Earth. He opened his gadget and tapped a few times. Soon, a voice sounded out. Oh, you're out. Silver, do you have anything to do with the Great Yu Empire? Lu Yin asked in a low voice. Ah, Captain, you can't say that. Do you have proof? Silver replied in a relaxed tone. Lu Yin could imagine the sly smile on Silver's face. I don't understand why the Ross Empire would take away all the Yushan corpses except for you. Silver sneered. Captain, there are many mysterious things in the universe. What's so strange about corpses? The corpses of space-exploring powerhouses are very valuable for research. What about the other Yushan clansmen? What is the Neo-Human Alliance's goal in hiding in the Great Yu Empire? Silver was shocked. The Neo-Human Alliance. Captain, don't talk nonsense. This is a serious crime. Do you have proof? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he ended the call. He had not shown any of this in front of Mira, but when Mira said that all the Yushan clansmen's corpses had been lost, the first thing that came to his mind was Silver. The Neo-Human Alliance had spent too much effort in the Great Yu Empire. To the Neo-Human Alliance, the Great Yu Empire was no different from an ant. Why waste so much effort? It was the same for his family. What was the Great Yu Empire hiding? His family could not have used such extreme methods. Only the Neo-Human Alliance. What were the Yushan clansmen's corpses hiding? Lu Yin's head hurt. He wanted to contact his family, but he could not take the initiative to do so. The distance between Dark Mist Weave and Frostwave Weave wasn't too far, and it would take more than 10 days after replanning the route. On the other side, Silver put down his gadget and rubbed his temples. I actually guessed wrong. The Yushan clan isn't one of the 7 families. What a pity. What a waste of time. Where did they hide? This Lu Yin is quite interesting. He's a 10 Arbiters candidate. We'll meet again in the future. He then left Astral 10 and headed towards the Innerverse. Deep in outer space, the Day-Night clan was in an uproar. During the Outerverse trial, Zhanlong Day-Night had been crushed by Lu Yin, and not a single Day-Night disciple had returned. This news had shaken the entire clan. Even Night Queen Yanqing had heard the news, and she was shocked. She knew Zhanlong Day-Night's strength better than anyone else. Night Queen Yanqing would have believed that Lu Yin could defeat him, but she did not believe that Lu Yin could crush him. He had used the Day-Night restoration technique, and she believed that Lu Yin would be the first to give in. However, the results had been unexpected. What had happened during the battle on Shinwu continent? The trial takers who had attacked the Tower of Resonating Light had all said that Zhanlong Day Knight had been crushed by Lu Yin, and that Lu Yin had defeated him in less than 2 moves. This result was unacceptable to the Day Knight clan, as they had always stood at the peak of the universe. Regardless of whether it was the older generation or the younger generation, Lu Yin's existence had become a thorn in their side. Night Queen Yanqing and Zhanlong Day Knight had both been defeated, and aside from Night King Jinwu, the clan had no other powerhouses that they could send out unless they were explorers. This junior is too arrogant. Does he really think that there's no one in our Day Knight clan? Let a junior explorer teach him a lesson. No, the younger generation needs to be differentiated. Although Jinwu and the others are also part of the younger generation, they're close to the edge. This junior has only just stepped in. If we send out an explorer, the entire Day Knight clan will be humiliated. What's there to be afraid of? Our Day Knight clan doesn't have any scruples. That's right. No one below the explorer realm is a match for this junior. Can you guarantee that an explorer junior can win? Don't forget, whether it's Yanqing or Zhanlong, they're both outstanding explorers in our Day Knight clan. They have the ability to challenge those above their realms. Shut up. Don't you feel ashamed? It's always been our Day Knight clan challenging those above our realms. If we really let a junior do that, regardless of whether he wins or loses, it'll be a disgrace to our ancestors. First, think of a way to bring Zhanlong back. The Day Knight restoration technique's potential hasn't been fully explored yet. Also, nobody is allowed to touch Lu Yin. On his way from Dark Mist Weave to Frostwave Weave, Lu Yin saw many warships from the Ross Empire along the way. Occasionally, a powerhouse would sweep past him with star energy, but they did not make things difficult for him. The spacecraft he was on was from the Outerverse Youth Council, and no one dared to provoke him. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn as he looked at the endless fleet of ships in the distance. Could the Great Yu Empire stop them? The Ross Empire had established itself in the Innerverse and was equally famous as the Blaze Realm, which meant that their strength was not to be underestimated. No matter how strong the Great Yu Empire was, it could only conquer one weave at most, and the difference between them and the Ross Empire was too great. Lu Yin could sense that there were no less than 5 powerhouses who could threaten him. With his current strength, ordinary explorers were no match for him. Only powerhouses with power levels over 30,000 could threaten him. During the Border War, Zitai's power level had definitely exceeded 30,000. You humans' internal wars are far inferior to the border war. Every border war has cruisers and even hunters participating, the monkey said disdainfully. There will be quite a few cruisers in this war, Lu Yin said. Is that so? Then that's interesting. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. The Ross Empire and the Great Yu Empire had started an all-out war, and he did not know if the Great Yu Empire would even survive after this war. Perhaps he should think of something. As he thought about it, he took out the promissory notes, and his eyes flickered. Should he use them now? Right, are you sure that silver is from the Neo-Human Alliance? The monkey asked curiously. Lu Yin nodded. Definitely. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 289. What an impressive background, the monkey exclaimed. Lu Yin was astonished. You know a lot about the Neo-Human Alliance. Not really, but I've heard of them and read records about them. They have a resounding name that you probably don't know about. No one in the Outerverse should know about them. The monkey paused and then solemnly continued, humanity's 3 dark hands. The 3 dark hands. Lu Yin was surprised. That's right. Wherever there's light, there's also darkness. If the Hall of Honor represents humanity's light side, then the Neo-Human Alliance represents humanity's dark side. They represent extreme darkness and evil, and even our astral beast domain has to kill anyone from the Neo-Human Alliance if we run into them. They're not just the enemies of humanity, they're the enemies of the entire universe, the monkey said gravely. Luin was shocked. Even your astral beast domain is afraid of their strength. Any one of the three dark hands has the power to topple everything, but I don't know exactly how strong they are. I only saw them in the records of an almighty powerhouse's burial ground. What are the other two dark overlords? I don't know. You don't know. That's a matter for you humans. Why are you asking me? Ghost monkey, don't lie to me, or I'll block you. Don't call me that. Ghost monkey is ghost monkey. Why do you have to add Z? It sounds so bad. Then tell me what the other two are. I really don't know, seventh bro. I won't lie to you. The dark universe was desolate. Luin had already entered the Great U Empire, and he only needed one more day to enter the 11th filament. He recalled that it was the blind monk's territory. Of the 13 Imperial Squadron's captains, the blind monk and Huiqing Shan were both hunters, while the rest were cruisers. They could be considered the top 5 in the Great U Empire. Just as Luin was silently reciting the Stonewall scriptures, the spacecraft shook as if something had touched it. There was a grinding sound, and the spacecraft's alarm went off. Luin was puzzled and quickly checked his surroundings, but there was nothing. Sizzle. Luin looked up, but he still couldn't see anything. Something's not right. He immediately activated the Sirius Art and took out the giant Emperor's third eye. With the support of his domain, he was able to see something. He saw a formless energy that stretched into the distance like a passageway, and the spacecraft had coincidentally crashed into that formless passageway. He hurriedly lowered the spacecraft's altitude, and only then did the sound of friction disappear. What was that? Luin was confused, as he could only see the passage clearly with the support of his 3 statuses. The average person would not be able to see it, and even an explorer or even a cruiser would not be able to see it. Was this a space wonder? All of a sudden, the cries of war horses resounded throughout the universe. The surrounding space suddenly split open, and in the distance, several planets erupted with brilliant light. This was magma erupting from within, covering the entire planet. Far away from the formless passageway, the already dark universe became even darker, as if it was being burned by an extremely dark flame that destroyed everything that Luin could see. He could vaguely see a black war horse burning with black flames running towards him. There was a black figure sitting atop the horse, and the man wielded a giant spear. There was a war flag strapped to his back, and he rode the horse as if he had traveled through the void from ancient times. One man and one horse burned through the void, causing the universe to become even darker. This was what Luin saw. There was no path in the universe, but this war horse had opened up a path, one that was invisible to the average person. Suddenly, the figure on the war horse raised his head and swept a cold gaze over Luin. The two stared at each other, and Luin felt his entire body turn cold, as if he was in the underworld. This feeling was even colder than death itself. His blood froze, his muscles trembled, and even the 9 stars on the surface of his body became unstable. His domain gradually crumbled, and this was just a glance. Not only that, but Luin also felt as if his brain had been heavily struck, as if he had reached the limit of memorizing the Stonewall scriptures. Blood flowed from his eyes, ears, and nose. In the blink of an eye, the man and horse disappeared, and the universe returned to its original state. The shattered void gradually healed, and the invisible passageway disappeared as well. Everything seemed like an illusion, and if not for the fact that the blood that flowed out was real, Luin would have thought that it had all been an illusion. The spacecraft traveled smoothly, and Luin looked at the blood on his palm in disbelief. What was that? A man, a horse, a spear, a war flag, an invisible passageway, a black flame that could burn the void, and that cold gaze. Was that person just now a human? Hey, seventh bro, I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me? The monkey shouted. Luin was stunned, and he wiped away the blood. What? The monkey was confused. I'm the one asking you that. What happened just now? Did the spacecraft crash into something? And why are you suddenly bleeding from all your orifices? Are you sick? If you're sick, you need to be treated quickly. Lu Yin's gaze deepened. You didn't see anything. See what? Did you see a ghost? The monkey was bewildered. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Maybe I really did see a ghost. In the Great Yu Empire's 11th filament, many abandoned spacecraft floated in the darkness of space. There were many corpses on them, and some of them even exploded, lighting up a corner of space. Countless scraps of machinery floated in space, and from a distance, it looked like a river of machinery. Can anyone tell me how a small country on the fringes of a weave was able to withstand our Ross Empire's attack? And how did it have more than one hunter overseeing it? Even a power that controls an entire weave might not have that many powerhouses. Within an enormous warship, the Ross Empire's Marshal, Angelo, was furious as he stared at the screen. The surrounding Ross Empire officers lowered their heads. Ever since they had declared war on the Great Yu Empire, the Ross Empire had assumed that they would be able to easily end the battle. Who would have known that the Great Yu Empire had so many powerhouses, especially the captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons? Each one was stronger than the last, and there was even a hunter among them. How could a small country that ruled over 13 filaments possess such a powerhouse? Marshal, that powerhouse has appeared again. Someone cried out in alarm. Angelo's expression turned ugly as he stared at the screen. A bald, blind man with an iron shovel had appeared on the screen. He was only 1 meter tall and looked like a miner, but this fellow had forcefully destroyed 3 of the Ross Empire's fleets. Those were fleets that could fight against a hunter, but they had been destroyed so suddenly. 5 explorers and 3 cruisers had been sacrificed, making this the Ross Empire's greatest loss since the start of the war. Every cruiser was precious, regardless of whether they were in the outerverse or the innerverse. The loss of those 3 fleets meant that even if Angelo won this war, he would still be judged by a military court when he returned. The bald, blind man was naturally the blind monk. He stood tall in space and raised his iron shovel before viciously smashing it down. The void was shattered, and a giant spatial tear rushed towards the Ross Empire's fleet like a giant beast. Someone walked out from the Ross Empire's fleet and raised his hand. A violent shockwave shot out from his palm and collided with the spatial tear. The entire region of space trembled. The powerful shockwave caused the void to collapse, and it swept out in all directions like a tsunami, destroying countless abandoned machines. In an instant, many of the Ross Empire's ships lost control. The blind monk slowly lowered his iron shovel. Across from him, the hunter from the Ross Empire paled. He was no match for the blind monk, and the pressure was immense. This person's power level was at least 110,000, while the hunters had only just broken through 100,000. In the distance, the shock waves from the battle between the blind monk and the Ross Empire's experts swept past. Lu Yin's spacecraft shook violently, but he quickly steadied himself and rushed towards the 11th filament. The 11th filament had already been sealed off, and anyone who wanted to enter had to go through an inspection. Lu Yin's identity immediately alarmed the entire 11th filament. Now that the Great Yu Empire's Yushan family had been wiped out, Lu Yin's status as King Zishan was especially important, as he had the qualifications to inherit the Great Yu Empire. Coincidentally, Peach was in the 11th filament, and she had helped the blind monk resist the Ross Empire's attack. Lu Yin, you're back. Peach was very happy to see Lu Yin and rushed over. Lu Yin was also happy to see Peach. He had been most afraid of returning to the Great Yu Empire and finding out that all his friends had died. Peach was a friend of Lu Yin's from the Great Yu Empire, and she had even taught him Flash. "Peach, are you all right?" Lu Yin asked with concern. Peach shook her head. She was happy at first, but then her expression turned desolate. Many people died when the war started, including His Majesty. Bitterness flashed through Lu Yin's eyes. He had used his innate gift of the die to save undying Yushan, but in the end, Yushan hadn't been able to escape death. "It's good that you're fine," Lu Yin subconsciously patted her head. Peach used to dislike tall people approaching her, which was why she liked to stand next to the blind monk. Now, however, she didn't care. Zhu Lang is dead, and so is Do. Lu Yin sighed. "And of the second prince's rebel army, Batson and Falut are dead. 5 of the original captains of the 13 imperial squadrons, including Doran Yushan, are dead," Peach said sadly. Her face was pale, and Lu Yin's heart ached. Although she was old, she still had the temperament of a child. Lu Yin replied seriously, "Don't worry, I'm back. I'll end this war." Peach raised her head and looked at Lu Yin expectantly. "Really?" Lu Yin promised. "The Yushan family's relatives are fighting for power on the capital star. You should hurry back before it's too late," the blind monk said in a dull voice as he walked out of the void. Peach was shocked. "That's right, Lu Yin. You should hurry back to the capital star. The Yushan family's relatives are all trying to win over the ministers and claim the throne. They're going too far, and they don't even care about the war. We've lost all our funds because they've embezzled them and are forcing us to acknowledge their position." Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly. "Don't worry, none of them will be able to escape once I return." The blind monk turned around. "Are you sure? Those people have the support of powerhouses, but they're not from the Great Yu Empire. They're from the powers that His Majesty conquered in the Frostwave Weave. Now that His Majesty is dead, they've jumped out. Even people from Fire's Melt planet have appeared. They've even used the Outerverse Youth Council's name to win over Yu Academy and divide the families behind Yu Academy's elites. How can Fire's Melt planet use the Outerverse Youth Council's name?" Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 290. Peach snorted. "It's all because of that Yen Feng. He joined the Outerverse Youth Council, and it's rumored that he might become a member." She then looked at Lu Yin with an uncertain expression. Lu Yin knew what she was thinking. When Yen Feng was mentioned, one person had to be mentioned, Jenny Anna. This woman had been engaged to Lu Yin, but she had broken off the engagement and left to find Yen Feng. To any man, this was a great humiliation. Lu Yin had never cared about Jenny Anna, and he had only given her the ring to win over the Anna family. But now, he had no choice but to face this problem. No matter what he thought, he had to do something about Jenny Anna in front of others. Otherwise, his reputation would be ruined. Night Queen Yanqing's methods were narrow, but they were fatal to men. She had pushed Lu Yin and Yen Feng to become mortal enemies. But now was not the time to think about such things. Lu Yin looked at the blind monk. "Can you stop the Ross Empire?" "Yes." The blind monk was very confident. Although he was only 1.5 meters tall, Lu Yin did not know why, but he was very confident in his abilities. He might not be much weaker than Chu Ao at the border warfront. "Lu Yin, go to the capital star and fight for the throne." Peach clenched her fists to encourage him. Lu Yin laughed and tousled her hair again before leaving. Right now, the most important thing was to resolve this war. He did not have much time left, and the Outerverse Youth Council would not care if a war broke out in his hometown. They could summon him at any time. Besides, Yen Feng, Puyu, Baser, and the others were still causing trouble. He really did not have much time left, so he could only use ruthless methods. With his current strength, he had nothing to fear as long as he did not run into a cruiser, and the cruiser captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons would not care about their relatives. In the Great Yu Empire, Xenia's star had long since become a battlefield. Undying Yushan had been attacked, and all of the Yushan family members had been slaughtered. The various battles had greatly changed Xenia's star's environment, and its 3 rings had almost collapsed. Following the deaths of the Yushan family members and Wendy Yushan's disappearance due to her battle with the Ross Empire, the powers that had been subdued by the Great Yu Empire began to spread the news that the Yushan family had been completely annihilated. With the Ross Empire, Fire's Melt Planet, and other powers behind them, the entire Great Yu Empire was in a state of panic. Under these circumstances, the relatives of the Yushan family appeared, and with the support of certain powers, they began fighting for the throne. There were 3 relatives in particular were the most powerful, and they had the support of explorers and even cruisers. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out above the ocean as a massive shock wave distorted the void, causing a tsunami to sweep towards the shore, causing countless people to flee. In the sky, 2 figures faced each other. Leave. The throne of the Great Yu Empire will definitely belong to young Master Clay, one of the men said coldly. The aura of an explorer emanated from his body. The person in front of him was not to be outdone, and he was also an explorer. Clay is just a distant relative from 1,000 years ago, and he has long since severed all ties with the Yushan family. On the other hand, young Master Anong is the grandson of a distant relative who married into the Yushan family 100 years ago. That's why he can rightfully inherit the Great Yu Empire. Bloodline inheritance is eternal, regardless of time. Your vision is too narrow. You're the ones who are too stupid. This is an empire, and inheriting the throne requires the support of the entire Great Yu Empire. Fire's Melt Planet's environment makes it impossible for me to find her, Tori Anna said helplessly. Shuashan Anna slammed his hand on the table, shattering it. Idiot! She's trying to kill our Anna family. Beside him, Rocky Anna spoke up, brother, things are getting more and more bizarre. We originally thought that Jenny's escape was related to His Majesty's plan to attack Fire's Melt Planet or King Zishan. However, His Majesty was suddenly attacked and killed, and there aren't even any corpses of the Yushan family members. Could these 2 events be related? For example, the Day-Night clan. The Day-Night clan is one of the strongest clans in the universe, so there's no need for them to steal the corpses of the Yushan family members. Also, I've already confirmed with Schutz that someone has resolved the grudge between King Zishan and the Night King clan, at least on the surface. The Day-Night clan that took Jenny is probably just trying to take revenge on King Zishan, and it has nothing to do with the attack on His Majesty, Shuashan Anna explained. You don't even know what crime I've committed. Luke snorted. It doesn't matter what crime it is. Even if it's treason, as long as I ascend to the throne, I can pardon the world and release you. Sigmund sighed. The Empire is really going downhill. He then looked at Luke. Master Luke, go back and investigate my crimes. Even His Majesty Undying Yushan doesn't have the authority to pardon me. You don't have the right. Luke was shocked. Even His Majesty can't pardon you. What crime did you commit? The corner of Sigmund's mouth rose. Betrayal of humanity. Luke left, confused. He didn't understand what Sigmund meant by betraying humanity. These relatives had only dared to show their faces after the Yushan family had been wiped out. They hadn't had high statuses before, and there were many things they didn't understand. They hadn't even heard of the Neo-Human Alliance. Although Sigmund had been wrongly accused, his crimes had already been proven. Even Liu Yin's contribution in revealing the location of the Corpse King had only allowed Sigmund to live, let alone Emir Luke. The title of Emperor of the Great Yu Empire was only useful within the Great Yu Empire. It was useless against the entire human race. Sigmund sighed. Like many others, he didn't know where the empire would go in the future. Fortunately, his son, Wu Kai, had coincidentally been brought to the Innerverse to train. Even if he died, Wu Kai could still inherit the Mather's family. At this point, he thought of Liu Yin. It was thanks to him that he was still alive. He owed King Zishan's bloodline too much. Perhaps it would be good for him to ascend to the throne. At least it would be better than these foolish relatives. Even Luke had thought of Sigmund, which meant that the struggle for power had reached a climax. The natives of Xenius Star migrated in batches, not daring to stay behind. Battles were everywhere. If not for Hu Qingshan, Rocky Ana, Ban Zhou, and Luiying Zishan, the battle would have been even more intense. At this time, Liu Yin's spacecraft arrived at a temporary space station outside the 3 rings of the continent. Please verify your identity, a soldier bowed. Liu Yin walked out and began the verification process. A group of soldiers quickly ran over and surrounded him, all of their weapons aimed at him. This person is a spy from the Ross Empire. Put your hands behind your head and don't move. Liu Yin's eyes flashed. Who told you that I'm a spy from the Ross Empire? A soldier stepped forward and glared at him. Shut up. Take him away for interrogation. Liu Yin frowned, and an invisible wave spread out as his domain expanded. Gradually, he saw a familiar person in a tall building 100 meters away. It was Long Chu, and he was sneering at him with a smug look in his eyes. Liu Yin's heart surged with boundless killing intent. It was him again. This was the second time. Did this person really think that Liu Yin wouldn't dare to kill him? 2 soldiers pressed down on Liu Yin's arm, trying to grab him. Liu Yin's eyes widened, and his body suddenly vanished. A crack appeared in the void and tore the ground apart, shocking all of the soldiers. Where did he go? Long Chu felt a chill run down his spine when he saw this. He was experienced enough to see how terrifying this speed was, but just as he was about to flee, a voice called out from behind him, "Long time no see, Commander Long Chu." Long Chu slowly turned around, his face pale as he saw Liu Yin. "Zizishan, Your Highness, why are you here?" Liu Yin approached Long Chu step by step, his voice icy. "You've worked hard, Commander. You must have waited a long time for me. Who are you working for this time?" "What are you talking about, Your Highness?" "I don't understand," Long Chu said fearfully. The first time he had seen Liu Yin, he hadn't cared much about him since Liu Yin was just a sentinel. He was a Lamiter and could easily crush Liu Yin, but the last time they had met, he had felt that he wasn't Liu Yin's match. Back then, Liu Yin had been a melder, but this time, he was terrified. How could Liu Yin be so strong? Long Chu had watched the Astral Combat Tournament, and his first thought had been disbelief. Like many others, he had thought that the Astral Combat Academy was pulling a stunt, but as Liu Yin drew closer, the indescribable fear in his heart grew. This was an instinctive fear that couldn't be concealed. Liu Yin suddenly grabbed Long Chu by the neck and lifted him off the ground. Long Chu's legs were flailing, and his face was red with veins popping out. Liu Yin's tone was cold. "You don't understand. At first, you were loyal to King Zishan, then you were loyal to Sikr and the second prince. When the second prince betrayed us, you were loyal to the finance minister, Bailey. Now that your relatives are fighting for power, I'm sure you found someone better to be loyal to." Long Chu was shocked. "How did you know?" Lu Yin sneered, "The fact that a petty person like you is still alive is the greatest insult to the Great Yu Empire's military." He then smashed Long Chu through the glass and into the space station's plaza. Long Chu felt his body split apart and he spat out a mouthful of blood. They were both Lemeters, but he couldn't fight back against Lu Yin at all. The difference was too great. The soldiers in the space station came to their senses and gathered around. "It's Lord Long Chu. Save him. Save Lord Long Chu." Lu Yin soared into the air from a tall building, all weapons aimed at him. Suddenly, the void split open and a man walked out. "Who dares cause trouble in the space station?" It was a familiar voice, and Lu Yin looked over. Bronson. It was Bronson, the third seat of the Imperial Court's first squadron, the one who had followed Lu Yin for a long time. Bronson's eyes flashed with joy when he saw Lu Yin. "King Zishan." "Greetings, King Zishan." The soldiers in the space station immediately bowed. "Greetings, King Zishan." Lu Yin quickly helped Bronson up. "No need for formalities. Why are you guarding the space station? Aren't you the third seat of the first squadron?" Bronson sighed. "It's a long story. By the way, Your Highness, why are you here?" Lu Yin looked down at Long Chu. "This person is accusing me of being a spy from the Ross Empire and wants to get rid of me." Bronson was furious. "These relatives are getting more and more impudent. How dare they attack Your Highness?" "Which one?" Lu Yin asked coldly. Bronson frowned. "Luke. I saw Long Chu walking behind him before, and he spared no effort to win over the courtiers. He's also very generous, and there's the shadow of the Ross Empire behind him." Lu Yin was amused. "A spy from the Ross Empire is accusing me of being a spy from the Ross Empire. Interesting." He then pressed down with his palm, crushing Long Chu into a puddle of blood. This scene shocked the space station, and even Bronson felt his scalp go numb. He looked at Lu Yin in shock. The King Zishan had changed after so long. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 292. Bronson, please take me to Xenu Star. "I want to meet with my relatives," Lu Yin said coldly. Bronson was worried. "Your Highness, they all have the support of external powers. They have explorers and even cruisers. You're alone and will be at a disadvantage. They want to get rid of you right now." Lu Yin smiled. "It's fine. They have the support of external powers, but I have the most support. Let's go." Bronson nodded helplessly. Before Lu Yin had arrived, Peach had told him that there were 4 captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons on Xenu Star: Qing Shan of the 5th Squadron, Rocky Ana of the 9th Squadron, Ban Jiu of the 12th Squadron, and Luiying Zishan of the 13th Squadron. None of the 4 supported their relatives, and Lu Yin wasn't sure if they would support him, but he decided to give it a try. If they didn't support him, then with his status, their supporters wouldn't dare to act against him. The relatives might not understand, but the powers behind them definitely knew what the Lockbreaker Society, Council of Astral Academy, and the Outerverse Youth Council were. This was why Lu Yin wasn't afraid. Any of his identities would allow him to protect himself. There were limits to a person's strength, so he had to find a powerful backer. Lu Yin originally wanted Bronson to take him to the relatives and deal with them one by one, but after some thought, he decided against it and instead asked Bronson to take him to the palace. "Your Highness, the palace has been sealed off since His Majesty's death. Aside from Princess Wendy, no one is allowed to enter," Bronson said. Lu Yin approached the palace step by step, but he was stopped at the entrance. The person guarding the palace was Ban Jiu, the captain of the 12th Squadron. When the second prince had defected, Ban Jiu and his vice-captain, Shalosh, had left as well. They were considered traitors, but Undying Yushan had not classified him as a traitor. He was still the captain of the 12th Squadron. Many people didn't understand this, but Lu Yin knew that Duke Yushan hadn't defected of his own accord. He had been forced by undying Yushan to avoid disaster and leave behind a spark of hope for the great Yu Empire. Regardless of whether it was Banzhou, Batsun, Shalosh, or Falut, they had all been sent by undying Yushan to protect Duke Yushan rather than support the second prince's defection. However, with the deaths of undying Yushan and the others, Banzhou had returned and volunteered to guard the palace. Another captain, Shalosh, had defected and defended the front lines of the empire's battle against the Ross Empire. The 13 imperial squadrons had never betrayed undying Yushan. Halt, the palace is an important place. No one is allowed to enter. Shalosh, the vice-captain of the 12th Squadron, blocked Lu Yin's path with a complicated expression. He naturally recognized Lu Yin since the trial on Earth, but even King Zishan could not enter. After all, undying Yushan had not officially announced that King Zishan could inherit the throne. Lu Yin did not pay any attention to Shalosh. He looked up at the enormous palace and then at King Zishan's palace, which was second only to the palace. He sighed. Things had remained the same, but people had changed. In the end, undying Yushan had passed away. To Lu Yin, undying Yushan was a benevolent elder who had always protected him, taught him, and supported him. Lu Yin did not know what others thought of undying Yushan, nor did he want to know. He only knew that he did not wish for undying Yushan's foundation to be destroyed in a single day. As he thought about it, Lu Yin took out a ring from his cosmic ring. It was the ring of authority that undying Yushan had passed down to him. With this ring, he could command the entire great Yu Empire's army. It was just like silver, and although silver's power was not as sinister as this, the domain that he had developed for killing was similar to this energy. As expected, the one who had killed undying Yushan was not a powerhouse from the Ross Empire. Lu Yin's gaze swept across the ground. These cracks must have come from a single moment of power. He stepped through the cracks and headed towards the court. There were no longer any guards inside the palace, only those outside. The entire place was silent, as if it were a graveyard. When Lu Yin arrived at the court, news of him holding the ring of authority and entering the palace finally spread and shook Xenu Star. On the ocean, the explorers were still fighting fiercely. In the distance, two youths stopped fighting at the same time. A mere outsider wants to seize the throne. Clay, let's put our grudges aside for now and deal with this King Zishan first. Clay's face darkened. All right, Anton, but the ring is mine. What a joke. The ring is mine. What did you say? The two explorers who had been fighting looked at each other in shock. Clay and Anton did not know, but they knew that this King Zishan had shocked the universe during the astral combat tournament. His status was not to be underestimated, and it was rumored that he had joined the Council of Astral Academy and was directly under the 10 Arbiters' Council. He was definitely a powerful figure. The organization that had sent them to fight for the throne was not worried about anything else but two people. One was Wendy Yushan, and the other was King Zishan, Lu Yin. Lu Yin had actually returned. Young Master Anton, King Zishan is not to be underestimated. You should be friendly to him and ask for his support so that he can pass the ring of authority to you, one of the explorers said to Anton. Anton was astonished. Before the great Yu Empire's crisis, he had been nothing more than a playboy and did not understand the people in power. He had not even watched the astral combat tournament, which was why he had been chosen as the next emperor. He was easy to control, but there were also drawbacks. He did not know what Lu Yin's name meant, and he had become increasingly arrogant during this time. What, is this King Zishan that powerful? Anton asked disdainfully. The explorer's face turned ugly, as he did not know how to persuade this idiot. On one hand, they hoped that this idiot would be as ignorant as possible, but this was a troublesome situation. This person had become too arrogant. On the other side, Clay was the same. As the person most likely to inherit the throne, how could he be too polite to someone with a different surname? However, he still promised to be polite, just like how he had tried to win over the courtiers. "Don't worry, I'll give him the treatment he deserves. As long as he doesn't betray us, he's still King Zishan." "Of course, that's only if he knows what's good for him," Clay said proudly. On the other side, Luke's face turned ashen. "Long Chu is dead. Killed by this King Zishan." Behind him, a powerhouse answered, "Yes, young Master Luke." "Humph, how bold of him to dare touch my people. Does he really think that he has undying Yushan's protection? Does he really think that he can marry into the Anna family?" In his dreams, Luke was furious. "Young Master Luke, you should be more polite to this King Zishan. He holds the Empire's ring of authority, and there are many people in his faction. If he supports you, you'll definitely be able to ascend the throne," the powerhouse whispered. Luke took a few deep breaths and barely managed to suppress his anger. "I know. Don't worry, I'll use my sincerity to exchange for his support." "That's good, but I have to remind you that although this person is the great Yu Empire's King Zishan, he has other identities that far exceed that. For example, he's a member of the Council of Astral Academy and a lockbreaker." Luke was shocked. "He's a lockbreaker." "That's right. We investigated this person the moment he entered the Frostwave Weave, and we just found out that he's a 2-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. His status is not to be underestimated, and he's also made contributions at the warfront and obtained honor points. He even joined the Outerverse Youth Council as the champion of the Outerverse trial. He's extremely influential," the powerhouse slowly explained. As he spoke, even he was shocked. Was this really something that a Lemeter from a fringe weave could do? His accomplishments were too great. The powerhouse behind Luke trembled, and he pulled Luke behind him. In front of Lu Yin, the void tore apart as Lu Yin punched out with a single palm, pressing down on Anong. Anong stood in his original spot, unable to react at all. The explorer's face changed drastically, and he kicked out at Lu Yin. However, he was still a beat too slow, and Anong was instantly killed by Lu Yin's palm. His entire body was flung away before crashing heavily into the ground. The explorer's kick was blocked by Lu Yin's left arm, and there was a violent sound as a shockwave spread out in all directions. There were 3 space-exploring powerhouses present, and they were Andong's, Clay's, and Luke's protectors. They were the only ones who had managed to block the shockwaves, while the rest of the explorers' family members and their protectors were all sent flying as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Lu Yin's left hand grabbed the explorer's thigh and exerted strength in his palm. His muscles swelled as a 20-fold shockwave palm spread out from his palm. The void cracked, and the explorer's pupils shrank as he howled in pain. He tried to pull his thigh away, but Lu Yin held on tightly. He was just an ordinary explorer with a power level that had just broken through 10,000. He was far from being able to compare to Zi Tai, who had been forced back by Lu Yin's palm during the border warfront. In the face of Lu Yin's attack, the explorer's defenses were practically non-existent. "Explorer, you're still too weak." Lu Yin's voice was cold as he suddenly exerted strength in his left palm. There was a thump, and blood splattered everywhere. The explorer's right leg had been torn apart, and his body was sent flying by Lu Yin's single palm. This scene had happened too quickly, and the rest of the group stared blankly with terrified expressions on their faces. Clay, in particular, was trembling, as Andong's fate had left him aghast. Luke's face was deathly pale, and he continuously retreated. Demon. Demon. You're a demon. Lu Yin turned around with an icy expression. The powerhouse who had been protecting Luke stepped forward and blocked Lu Yin's line of sight. King Zishan, you've gone too far. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. This person was very strong, and he should be a cruiser. A cruiser with a power level of 50,000 was far stronger than the explorer from before. Lu Yin's face grew solemn as he faced this person. At that moment, 3 figures appeared from the void. Captain of the 5th Imperial Squadron, Hu Qingshan, greets King Zishan. Captain of the 9th Imperial Squadron, Rocky Ana, greets King Zishan. Captain of the 13th Imperial Squadron, Luiying Zishan, greets King Zishan. There were 3 captains, 1 hunter, and 2 cruisers, which completely intimidated everyone present. Even the cruiser who had been protecting Luke turned pale at this sight. Lu Yin smiled. The 3 captains have come at just the right time. Help me get rid of this traitor. Hu Qingshan looked up and stared at the cruiser who had been protecting Luke. The cruiser's face changed. I'm young Master Luke's retainer, not a traitor. Kill him. Lu Yin barked. Hu Qingshan suddenly attacked, and a wisp of flame transformed into a formless wave that spread out. In an instant, the void froze, and the sky darkened. This was Hu Qingshan's innate gift, black flame. As a hunter, the moment he unleashed his power level, only other hunters could resist. The cruiser who had been protecting Luke was instantly reduced to ashes. This scene was extremely shocking, as the difference was too great. This was the difference between someone with a power level of 50,000 and someone with a power level of 100,000. It was like the difference between heaven and earth, and Hu Qingshan's battlefield was incomprehensible. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. In that instant, he had felt a boundless power through his domain. Was this the power of a hunter? A battle in outer space with a power level of 100,000. The explorer who had been protecting Clay trembled as he looked at Hu Qingshan in fear. Lu Yin's gaze swept across the crowd. Don't hold back. Get rid of these people. Everyone was shocked, this was too ruthless. Even Hu Qingshan glanced at Lu Yin in astonishment, but he didn't refuse. He immediately attacked, and the relatives and their protectors who had tried to seize the throne were all reduced to ashes. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 294. Luiying Zishan's beautiful eyes looked at Lu Yin. This was the first time she had met him face to face, and they had only talked on the phone before. Now, she truly understood this person from the Zishan family. He was domineering, ruthless, and different from what she had imagined. He was also ridiculously strong, and not even an explorer was his match. The Yushan family is in trouble. Princess Wendy's whereabouts are unknown, but she should still be alive. I, King Zishan Lu Yin, will assume the throne. Does anyone have any objections? Lu Yin asked coldly. He didn't like to waste time, so he was very direct. The result was obvious. Hu Qingshan and the other two's appearance was the best response. The 5th Squadron fully supports King Zishan, Hu Qingshan replied. The 9th Squadron fully supports King Zishan, Rocky Ana replied. The 13th Squadron fully supports King Zishan, Luiying Zishan replied. The 12th Squadron fully supports King Zishan. Banjiu had arrived at some point. Lu Yin looked up with a tired expression. From now on, I'm both King Zishan and the royal regent. Since ancient times, ascending to the throne wasn't something that could be done with status alone. Lu Yin could obtain a certain amount of status with the empire's ring of authority and his status as King Zishan, but it was impossible for him to directly proclaim himself emperor. Only Wendy Yushan could. Thus, for the time being, he wouldn't be tempted by the throne, and he would only govern the great Yu Empire as the royal regent. Your Highness, the empire is currently plagued by internal and external troubles. Please make a decision quickly, a minister suggested the next day. Lu Yin had become the royal regent with the support of the 13 imperial squadrons, and with the empire's ring of authority and the support of Zishan's former subordinates, it was only logical for him to govern the empire. Lu Yin sat below the throne, and he was the only one sitting in the imperial court. He looked at his gadget after hearing the minister's suggestion. I have my own plans. The ministers looked at each other, but they didn't say anything. The struggle for the throne had been the root of the chaos on Xenu Star, and now that they had been wiped out, the great Yu Empire could focus on recovering lost territory and dealing with the Ross Empire. As the royal regent, Lu Yin should have made arrangements, but he hadn't, which was puzzling. Rocky Anna looked at Lu Yin and saw that he was still staring at his gadget. He frowned. The imperial court was a serious place, so how could he look to his gadget? Even His Majesty Undying Yushan and Crown Prince Doran Yushan had never done such a thing. Many of the courtiers felt uncomfortable. If not for the fact that this was the first time Lu Yin had participated in a court session as the royal regent, they would definitely have remonstrated against him. The court fell into a brief silence. Ghost Monkey couldn't hold it in any longer. Seventh bro, look at how those ministers are staring at you. Aren't you afraid that they'll scold you? Lu Yin looked up and scanned the court. Only a third of the original number of officials were left. Bailey was also present, and there were only 4 captains of the 13 imperial squadrons. Don't worry, they don't care about me. Whatever I do is useless. Just wait, there'll be a result soon, Lu Yin said indifferently, almost as if he was talking to himself. Finally, Minister Garop could not take it anymore. He stepped forward and said loudly, Your Highness, the court is not a place for you to play with your gadget. Please deal with the important matters of the empire. Lu Yin looked at Garop. Lord Garop, tell me, what is the most important issue facing the empire right now? Naturally, it's to deal with the Ross Empire's attack. Hui Qingshan and the rest were puzzled. Banjiu had barely interacted with Lu Yin before, but he had been left behind. Banjiu himself found it strange as well, and he wondered if it was because of Sicker, but that didn't seem likely. Captain Banjiu, I've heard that you're very knowledgeable about technology. I have a question for you. Lu Yin walked up to Banjiu and whispered, If I want to send an important document into the Ross Empire, is it possible to do so without them noticing? Banjiu's eyes flashed, and he looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. What do you mean, Royal Regent? Lu Yin sent a document to Banjiu. Send this to the Ross Empire. Make sure they don't know about it. Can you do it? Banjiu looked at the document, and his expression changed. This is a military intelligence map of the empire. Lu Yin looked at him. Banjiu subconsciously thought that Lu Yin had betrayed the great Yu Empire, but that was impossible. He was already above everyone else, and there was no need for him to betray the empire. Besides, with his status, there was no need for him to curry favor with the Ross Empire. Your Highness, why are you sending this military intelligence map to the Ross Empire? Who could it be? The Neo-Human Alliance. Lu Yin was becoming more and more confused about the secrets of the great Yu Empire that even a hunter like Undying Yushan could predict his death. It was a pity that his family had not contacted him. Lu Yin took out the chip and inserted it into his gadget before looking at the screen. He had thought that it would be some top-secret information or a powerful technique. He even had some expectations that it might be the Undying Manual that many powers in the Innerverse were searching for. However, what appeared on the screen was not a technique, but rather a method of circulating star energy that he could not understand. Lu Yin stared at the screen and frowned. Strange, too strange. This method of circulating star energy defied common sense, and he could not understand it. Furthermore, his body could not circulate it. The method of circulating star energy on the screen was blocked by many of his meridians, making it impossible for him to circulate it. What was this? The method of circulating star energy quickly disappeared, and Lu Yin could not understand it at all. Finally, the words "Use secret art, void transfer" appeared on the screen. With a crack, the chip shattered. Lu Yin was confused. What was this? The "Use secret art, void transfer." Damn you, you're the second boss of the universe. It's actually a secret technique. Seventh bro, you're super lucky. No wonder your great U empire is so troublesome to hide a secret technique, the monkey shrieked. His voice was extremely loud, and he seemed to be very excited. Lu Yin was puzzled. Speak clearly. What do you mean? A secret technique. You don't know. Lu Yin shook his head. That's right, someone at your level shouldn't know. According to your human nature, only almighty powerhouses are qualified to know about secret techniques. Even a normal hunter with a power level of 100,000 shouldn't know about them, so it's not strange that you don't know about them. Lu Yin did not speak and only listened quietly. This so-called secret technique can't be explained clearly even if I explain it to you. How should I put it? It's a strange innate gift that allows one to see through the laws of the universe and combine them with a specific method of circulating star energy. It's so rare that it makes one's hair stand on end, and it's so precious that it's unattainable, the monkey explained. Lu Yin was confused. So, it's a man-made innate gift? Of course not, innate gifts can't compare to it at all. Innate gifts are indeed rare among humans, and once you possess one, you'll have the ability to become stronger. However, such innate gifts are on a completely different level from secret techniques. Let me put it this way, secret techniques are created by progenitors. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Progenitor. Yes, it's easy to understand. Secret techniques can only be created by progenitors who can observe the changes in the universe. They're mysterious and powerful, and normal people can't understand them at all. Even if you know how to use them and learn them, you won't be able to comprehend them. Even if you were given 1,000 or 10,000 years, it would still be the same because they involve the deepest aspects of the universe, and only progenitors can understand them. Lu Yin exhaled and looked at the other chip. It should also contain the Use secret art. I find it strange. With a secret technique, he shouldn't be that weak. How did he die? What a joke. The monkey was bewildered. Anyone who cultivates a secret technique will be able to challenge those stronger than them as easily as drinking water. Even if you look at the entire human domain, the number of people who have grasped a secret technique is probably in the single digits. For example, the 10 arbiters whom you all worship, it's already pretty good if 1 or 2 out of 10 of them have grasped a secret technique. That rare? Bro, that's a secret technique. A progenitor might not even be able to create 1 or 2 secret techniques in their lifetime, and there are only 2 or 3 progenitors in the entire universe. How many secret techniques do you think there are? Don't think that secret techniques can be casually passed down. It's not that easy to learn them. You should know about the sword sect's 13 swords inheritance, right? It's 10 times harder to pass down a secret technique, and it's impossible for anyone below the explorer realm to cultivate it. You can imagine how difficult it is. Lu Yin closed his eyes and tried to recall the secret technique's method of circulating star energy. He had memorized the method and the route, but it was really difficult to do as there were many blockages in his meridians. Once he broke through to the explorer realm, his body would undergo another huge change, and he didn't know if he would be able to circulate it then. In other words, even if I learned this secret technique, I wouldn't be able to use it, Lu Yin said helplessly. The monkey was disdainful. Learn it? Are you kidding me? If secret techniques were that easy to learn, they would have been mass-produced by experts long ago. At most, you'll only be able to memorize the route, but if you want to successfully circulate it, you'll have to suffer a lot. There's still a long way to go. The monkey suddenly grew excited. Seventh bro, it's not that bad to follow you. Although it's more dangerous, I've also gained a lot. What's that? Lu Yin's brows twitched. That damned monkey couldn't have discovered the die's secret, right? In terms of battle, you can challenge those who are a realm breaker and defeat explorers as easily as drinking water. In terms of lock breaking, you actually comprehended the secret sidestep, and now, you've even grasped a secret technique. I feel like a new star is being born that will dazzle the universe. Speaking of which, if news of your situation spreads, you'll definitely be on the Celestial Vanquishers list, and you'll be dead for sure. Lu Yin laughed. The 10 arbiters are so high profile, but they're still fine. They're much more of a threat than I am. It's not the same. The 10 arbiters are too strong. Although their names are on the Celestial Vanquishers list, no one dares to make a move against them. Those 10 have deep foundations, and who knows what they've grasped. But you guys are different. Many human geniuses die every year, and once your name enters the Celestial Vanquishers list, you'll be killed. Lu Yin frowned. I haven't entered the Celestial Vanquishers list yet. I don't know. Maybe you haven't, but you can't say for sure. Your performance at the border warfront was so dazzling that you earned honor points in less than 2 months. This achievement is enough for the astral beast domain to remember you. Be careful. You're an astral beast, so you should be able to sense if an astral beast attacks me. Don't forget, if I die, you won't be able to live either. I'll kill you first. I know. You only know how to threaten me. Hurry up and cultivate. Once you become an explorer, you'll be able to grasp a secret technique. The universe is vast, and you can go anywhere you want. Even the 10 arbiters won't be able to kill you that easily. A sinister look flashed through Lu Yin's eyes. Breaking through to the explorer realm was the biggest hurdle, and he would never forget the obstacles he had faced when breaking through to the Melder realm. He had a premonition that breaking through to the explorer realm would not be easy. Right, Lu Yin's eyes suddenly lit up. He wondered if rolling enhance on his die would increase the grade of that chip. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He then blocked the monkey without hesitation. The longer it took to roll the die, the more likely it was that he would roll the desired number. Perhaps the die's innate gift was connected to one's heart. After all, it was born from its own body. Lu Yin raised his hand, and the die appeared, emitting a faint glow. He tapped it, and the die spun rapidly before finally stopping at enhance. How was he supposed to find a cultivator with an innate gift in 10 seconds? Hold on. He waved his right arm and cancelled the monkey's block. The monkey immediately scolded, "How shameless can you be? I just told you so many secrets, and you're still blocking me. How shameless." Hua Qingsha nodded and solemnly answered, "Everyone's physique and cultivation method are different, so the bottleneck to becoming an explorer is different. With the royal regent's strength, it's indeed very difficult for him to become an explorer, and it's far more difficult than it is for us. However, once he succeeds, his gains will also be great, far surpassing those of his peers." Lu Yin muttered, "I heard that space-exploring powerhouses experience a period of exhaustion." Lu Yin had known about this for a long time, but he hadn't asked about it in detail. It was time for him to find out more about space exploring since he was only a step away from that realm. It was a pity that she had a fire phoenix innate gift. It was normal for a daughter to not want to leave home, but what if he had a home? Although his family treated him well, it wasn't his real home, nor was it his birthplace. For as long as he could remember, Earth was one of the few places that had given him warmth and tranquility. Perhaps he would have to find some time to return to Earth and bring more powerhouses with him. A small figure followed behind the two, hiding from time to time and sneaking glances at them. Lu Yin had noticed it long ago. He had a domain, but he hadn't told Hu Qingshan about it. It was better to keep some trump cards hidden. "Is that your little sister?" Lu Yin asked, amused. Hu Shaoling was shocked and turned around. Her face sank. "Xiao Xiao, what are you doing?" The little girl yelped and walked out nervously with her head lowered. Hu Shaoling walked over and glared at her. "Xiao Xiao, what are you doing?" Lu Yin walked over and smiled. "You're Hu Xiao Xiao." She looked up, curiosity and a trace of fear flashing through her eyes. "Yes, I'm Hu Xiao Xiao." "How old are you?" Lu Yin asked gently. Hu Xiao Xiao whispered, 7 years old. "Are you following us because you're worried about your sister?" Hu Xiao Xiao nodded and glanced at Hu Shaoling before lowering her head again. Hu Shaoling's gaze was gentle as she hugged the girl and apologized, "I'm sorry, Your Highness. Xiao Xiao is too immature." Lu Yin smiled. "I like children, their innocence is unforgettable." "You have a good sister." Hu Shaoling smiled. "Thank you, Your Highness." An hour later, Lu Yin left the Hu family with Hu Qingshan and the rest. "Shaoling, what do you think of him?" Hu Qingshan asked as he watched Lu Yin leave. Hu Shaoling thought about it. "I haven't interacted with him much, so it's hard to say." First impression. Hu Shaoling blinked. Decisive, ruthless, cunning, talented, and unscrupulous. Hu Qingshan was shocked. Cunning. Unscrupulous. Hu Shaoling recounted the last battle on Earth. "Father, this person doesn't let go of any opportunities and knows how to use everything around him. He's terrifying." Hu Qingshan laughed. "That's good. If the person in charge of the Great Yu Empire was a kind person, how could we survive in the universe? He's a good person." Hu Shaoling didn't say much, only telling her impression of Lu Yin. As for what kind of person he was, that had nothing to do with her. Perhaps marrying him in the future would have something to do with her. Lu Yin's expression sank when he left the Hu family. He had discovered something different in the Hu family, a strange symbol with a pair of wings attached to an azure sphere. He had never seen this symbol before. It was hidden very well, and if not for his domain, he would never have noticed it. Hu Qingshan definitely wouldn't have known that he had seen it. If it had been placed in a conspicuous place, it might not have attracted his attention, but the Hu family had hidden it. More importantly, Lu Yin hadn't found any information about this symbol when he had searched his gadget. The Hu family had a secret that no one knew about. He had thought that they were just an ordinary family, but now he had discovered that they were hiding something. This made Lu Yin very uncomfortable, as he didn't like variables that were outside of his control. He had the final say in the Great Yu Empire, and he couldn't tolerate the Hu family joining other organizations. However, he didn't have the ability to do anything for the time being. He took a deep breath and suppressed the discomfort in his heart before turning to look into the distance. That was where the Anna family was located. He had originally planned to go there after leaving the Hu family, but after some thought, he decided to go to King Zishan's palace instead. The Anna family had let him down regarding Jenny Anna, and if he rushed there now, it would be a clear indication that he needed their support. The Anna family would definitely try to take advantage of him. He could only wait for them to come looking for him. If they didn't, then a cold glint flashed through his eyes. The Anna family would no longer exist. Hua Qingshan was a bargaining chip that he could use to keep the Anna family in check. At the same time, the Anna family was also a bargaining chip to keep the Hua family in check. He hoped that they wouldn't disappoint him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 298. For now, only Banjo was trustworthy. After all, Undying Yushan had sent Banjo to protect Duke Yushan, which meant that this person was trustworthy. Lu Yin had no choice but to trust Banjo. Right, there was one more person, Lu Ying Zishan. It was time to talk to this captain with the name Zishan. He wondered if Delay had joined the 13th squad. Lu Ying Zishan's residence was not far from King Zishan's palace, and Lu Yin arrived with Bronson leading the way. Lu Yin was shocked when he saw the mansion in front of him. The entrance was exactly the same as King Zishan's. Lu Ying Zishan stood quietly at the entrance. She was already very beautiful, and from a distance, her figure was even better. Lu Yin couldn't help but inwardly sigh in admiration. Captain of the 13th squad, Lu Ying Zishan, greets the royal regent. Lu Yin gently replied, "There's no need for formalities, Captain Lu Ying." Lu Ying Zishan looked at Lu Yin. "What business does the royal regent have here?" Lu Yin looked at the entrance. "It's a familiar layout. Can you invite me in to take a look?" Lu Ying Zishan was silent for a moment before nodding. "Please enter, royal regent." A familiar man appeared at the entrance. It was Delay, who had been possessed by Lu Yin when he had first rolled 6 pips. He had been guarding the entrance of Lu Ying Zishan's residence since he had joined the 13th squad. Lu Yin looked at Delay, and Delay looked back at him. For some reason, Delay felt that Lu Yin was very familiar, as if he had interacted with him before, but there was no such person in his memories. Lu Ying Zishan saw this and said, "Delay, this is King Zishan, Lu Yin, who recommended you to me." Delay was pleasantly surprised and quickly bowed. "Delay thanks King Zishan for saving my life." Lu Yin smiled. He had possessed this person's body back then, and this person had coincidentally been assassinated by an influential person from his planet. If not for Lu Yin, Delay would have died. That was also the first time Lu Yin had contacted Lu Ying Zishan. It seemed that they were fated to meet. "There's no need for formalities, Captain Lu Ying." "Let's go in," Lu Yin said, patting Delay's shoulder and entering the residence. Delay actually wanted to talk to Lu Yin and know how Lu Yin had found out that he was in danger and had even contacted Lu Ying Zishan, but Lu Yin clearly had no desire to talk, so he could only helplessly retreat. Lu Ying Zishan also wanted to know more about this matter, but since Lu Yin didn't say anything more, it wasn't convenient for her to ask. Lu Yin naturally did not converse with Delay, as he had no reason to know this person. He could only say that Delay's innate gift was too heaven-defying. Lu Ying Zishan's mansion was even smaller than the Hua clan's. However, she lived alone, so such a large place was more than enough. "Has the royal regent come for something?" Lu Ying Zishan asked as she followed behind Lu Yin. Lu Ying, Lu Ying, Lu Ying, Lu Ying, Lu Ying. Lu Ying Zishan's Lu Ying, I bow, Lu Ying, Zishan, and Kao's, Kao's that. Lu Ying Zishan solemnly said, "If not for the Zishan family, I would have died a miserable death. I've always wanted to repay your kindness, but the Zishan family has already perished. I could only change my surname to Zishan in order to preserve the Zishan family's reputation. I hope that King Zishan will not blame me." Lu Yin nodded. Many people said that Lu Ying Zishan had changed her surname because she wanted to obtain the Zishan family's treasures. However, it had already been proven that the Zishan family's treasures were fake, and yet she had not changed her mind. This only proved that she was sincere. Lu Ying Zishan was proud and arrogant, and she did not bother to explain herself. She only did what she felt was right. This woman was worthy of respect. When dealing with such a person, one should not play any tricks. Captain Lu Ying, the Great Yu Empire is currently facing both internal and external threats. Can you help me? Lu Ying Zishan nodded solemnly. Please instruct me, Royal Regent. Lu Ying smiled. All right, thank you. 2 days quickly passed. 2 days ago, Lu Ying had personally visited the Hua family, Lu Ying Zishan, Banzhou's research base, and many other officials' families. However, he had not visited the Anna family, which made them very uneasy. Shuashan Anna's face was gloomy. The matter of Jenny Anna was a barrier between them and Lu Ying. If this matter was not resolved, the Anna family would never be able to raise their heads again. If it was just Lu Ying, then Shuashan Anna would have been confident in suppressing him. After all, he was a hunter. However, Lu Yin's status was too important. Ignoring the fact that he was directly under the 10 Arbiters' Council, just his status as a lockbreaker was enough to deter the Anna family from acting rashly. Furthermore, he also had the support of the Hua family, which gave Shuashan Anna a headache. Brother, it's already been 2 days. Even Garop has been visited, but he hasn't come to our Anna family. What is the royal regent thinking? Rocky Anna asked unhappily. Shuashan Anna's eyes flickered as he thought about something. Rocky Anna looked up. Brother, the royal regent isn't satisfied with our Anna family. Will he act against us? Shuashan Anna waved a hand. He's not that stupid. He's waiting for us to go find him ourselves. Why? He's going to apologize. The matter with Jenny was not handled well by our Anna family. If he still personally visits us under these circumstances, then he's either stupid and doesn't care about his reputation, or he knows how to endure. He's still young, and waiting for us to apologize is more in line with his temperament, Shuashan Anna explained. Rocky Anna frowned. Then I'll go. Shuashan Anna did not reply, as he was thinking about something else. Yesterday, Yan Wuzhou had personally contacted him to ask Yan Feng to marry Jenny Anna, which made Shuashan Anna hesitate. If he agreed, then the Anna family would be tied to Fire's Melt planet, which would be tantamount to betraying the Great Yu Empire. If he did not agree, then Jenny would not be able to return. This was a difficult choice, and if news of Jenny's loss spread, then Lu Yin's reputation would be ruined. At that point, the Anna family would no longer be able to establish themselves in the Great Yu Empire. It seemed like it would be best to agree, but Fire's Melt planet's environment was not suitable for the Anna family. Once the entire family moved to Fire's Melt planet, then as time passed, the Anna family would eventually perish, just like the Zishan family had in the past. It was a very difficult choice, as both sides were cliffs. Shuashan Anna sighed with a complicated expression. Sometimes, it was not good to overthink things. Lu Ying was a very difficult youth to deal with, and Shuashan Anna hoped that this youth was not scheming at all, which would allow them to safely survive this crisis. However, he also hoped that this youth had great talent and vision that would lead them to greater heights. Rocky, I remember that Millie is already of age, right? Shuashan Anna suddenly asked. Rocky Anna was taken aback, and he subconsciously replied, yes. Shuashan Anna's eyes flashed. Rocky Anna's expression suddenly changed. Brother, you want to marry Millie to the royal regent? Shuashan Anna's gaze was resolute. When the Zishan family and my Anna family had a marriage alliance, we did not mention any names. The same goes for Millie. But the royal regent cannot marry my daughter. It has to be the eldest daughter of the first wife, Rocky Anna said. Pain flashed through Shuashan Anna's eyes. Go, bring me the genealogy. Rocky Anna seemed to have thought of something, and his face paled in disbelief. Brother, you've decided. Shuashan Anna closed his eyes. I've decided. This is the only way to appease the royal regent's anger and allow our family to continue surviving in the great Yu Empire. But, say no more. For the Anna family, sacrificing a daughter is nothing. Go, Shuashan Anna said in a low voice. Rocky Anna had no choice but to leave the study. That night, in King Zishan's palace, Lu Yin looked up with his hands behind his back. A corner of the three rings of the continent had collapsed. When the experts had attacked Undying Yushan, Xenu's star had undergone a huge change, and even the atmosphere had changed. A battle between powerhouses was too terrifying, and it was not something that an ordinary person could experience. Your Highness, the Anna family's patriarch, Shuashan Anna, requests an audience, Bronson reported from outside. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Let him in. Not long after, Lu Yin met with Shuashan Anna in the courtyard of King Zishan's palace. Sinner Shuashan Anna greets the royal regent. Shuashan Anna immediately bowed respectfully when he saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin hurried over to support him and apologetically said, I was planning to visit Patriarch Shuashan tomorrow, but I didn't expect him to come to my palace instead. This junior has been disrespectful. The royal regent has been working hard day and night, so it is only right for a sinner to pay a visit, Shuashan Anna said sincerely. Lu Yin frowned. Patriarch Shuashan, why do you call yourself a sinner? You don't seem to have committed any crimes. Shuashan Anna sighed. The family has an unfilial daughter, and the children's mistakes are their parents' mistakes. Jenny's matter has shamed your highness, and this is the Anna family's sin. Lu Yin's expression changed unnaturally at the mention of Jenny Anna, and his gaze turned serious. Forget it, it's all in the past. Where is she now? Shuashan Anna had been staring at Lu Yin the entire time, and his heart skipped a beat when he saw the unnatural change in Lu Yin's expression. He knew that Lu Yin was still brooding over this matter, so he hurriedly said, Please forgive me, Your Highness. This sinner has already struck Jenny Anna's name off the family tree. From this moment onwards, she is no longer a member of the Anna family. Lu Yin received the tree in shock and saw that Jenny Anna's name had indeed been struck off. He couldn't help but praise Shuashan Anna's decisiveness. Jenny was his daughter, and he was ruthless enough to abandon her just like that. Patriarch Shuashan, you've gone too far. Jenny only went out for a few days to have fun. There's no need to make such a big deal out of it. Lu Yin pressed his index finger against Jenny Anna's name and slowly swiped it across it, gradually restoring it to its original state. This scene caused Shuashan Anna's pupils to shrink. Their family tree was made of special materials, and once it was struck off, it could not be restored unless a lockbreaker took action. With the lockbreaker's ability, they could see through the changes in star energy and restore it to its original state. Shuashan Anna had never thought that Lu Yin would be able to do so. Your Highness, why you're really a lockbreaker. Shuashan Anna was shocked. Lu Yin smiled. Yes, a 2-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. Shuashan Anna's heart was in turmoil. A lockbreaker with contributions was different from a lockbreaker without contributions. He had never thought that Lu Yin would have walked so deeply on the path of lockbreaking, and he had assumed that Lu Yin was just an ordinary lockbreaker without any contributions. This was too terrifying. Lu Yin handed the tree back to Shuashan Anna and gently said, Jenny only wanted to have fun, so there's no need to make such a big deal out of it. She's your daughter, after all. Even if she made a mistake, it can still be corrected. Patriarch Shuoshan, please retract your order. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 299. Shuoshan Anna excitedly took the genealogy and took a deep breath. It's Jenny's loss that she can't marry the royal regent. It's the Anna family's loss as well. Lu Yin smiled. This matter hasn't been decided yet. Let's wait for Jenny to return. Shuoshan Anna's eyes widened, and he resolutely said, Your Highness, let's attack Firesmelt Planet. His Majesty had already drafted a strategy to attack Firesmelt Planet, but it was delayed by the Ross Empire. If Your Highness wants to attack Firesmelt Planet, I'll be the first to charge in. Lu Yin nodded. All right, I can rest assured with your words. You may return first, and I'll consider it carefully. Shuoshan Anna bowed once more and then respectfully left. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Shuoshan Anna had been temporarily revived. Not only could his existence keep the Huo family in check, but he could also deal with Firesmelt Planet. He could also use the Anna family's strength to stabilize the Great Yu Empire. Although Jenny's matter made Lu Yin very unhappy, he could endure it. He would have to deal with this matter in the future, and that woman would have to pay the price. The 13 imperial squadrons, the Huo family, and the Anna family were the ones who truly controlled the Great Yu Empire. Once Lu Yin dealt with them, he would truly begin to stabilize the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin issued new orders in the imperial court. With Huiqing Shan and Rocky Anna as the leaders, they would recover lost territory and recruit new captains of the 13 imperial squadrons who were still at the cruiser realm. He also appointed 5 cabinet ministers to oversee the Great Yu Empire after he left. He had a premonition that he wouldn't be able to stay for much longer. Sure enough, a week later, San Dios urged him to report immediately. The person urging him was actually Puyu. He was currently taking Wendy Yushan's place and wielding her authority. When he saw Puyu's name, Lu Yin's face sank. This person had finally shown himself, and he was the one behind Baiser. Wendy Yushan was very strong, and she was ranked in the top 20 of the top 100 rankings. However, when it came to scheming, she paled in comparison to this person. This person was not weak either, as Wendy Yushan was ranked 19th while Puyu was ranked 13th. He was one of the top 3 super powerhouses in the entire Outerverse Youth Council. Puyu had already made his move, and Lu Yin knew that even if he went to San Dios, he would not be able to take control of the organization for the time being. He had just arrived, and he would not be able to defeat Puyu. However, he did not plan on fighting Puyu right now, as he did not have any foundation to back him up. Fighting rashly would only be courting death. Lu Yin only wanted to temporarily insert himself into the organization while he waited for his family's arrangements and for Wendy Yushan to make an appearance. Baiser had not contacted Lu Yin during this period of time, most likely because he knew that Lu Yin was the Lockbreaker's 7th bro, and he probably hated Lu Yin to death. Your Highness, Captain Lu Ying Zishan requests an audience, Bronson said respectfully. Lu Yin nodded. Let her in. Very soon, Lu Ying Zishan met with Lu Yin, and she had an urgent expression on her face. Your Highness, there's news that Firesmelt Planet's young master, Yen Feng, might be promoted to become a member of the Outerverse Youth Council in the near future. Lu Yin was shocked, and he suddenly stood up. What did you say? Yen Feng was promoted to a counselor. Lu Ying Zishan's expression was solemn. Yes. This is the report from the people we planted on Firesmelt Planet. Although Yen Feng cannot enter the top 100 rankings, the number of counselors in the Outerverse Youth Council is dwindling. The 10 Arbiters Council is considering promoting a group of people, and Yan Feng is one of them. Lu Yin's expression darkened. He had not mentioned Yan Feng before, not because he did not care, but because he did not have time to deal with him. After all, Yan Feng had stolen his fiancée in name, so how could he not care? But now, he had no choice. Once Yan Feng became a counselor, his status would change, and it would be difficult for Lu Yin to deal with him. There's another piece of news, but I don't know if it's true or not. Lu Ying Zishan's expression turned ugly, and she seemed to be abnormally furious. Lu Yin frowned. What news? Yan Wuzhou plans to have Yan Feng marry Jenny Anna after he becomes a counselor, Lu Ying Zishan said coldly. Killing intent flashed through Lu Yin's eyes, as this was clearly aimed at him. The people from Fire's Melt Planet had targeted Wendy Yushan during the imperial court, which proved that Yan Feng had no intention of marrying Jenny Anna. Yan Feng's actions were clearly meant to rope in the Anna family and embarrass Lu Yin. This would also make it impossible for the Anna family to distance themselves from Fire's Melt Planet. It was a vicious move, and Yan Feng intended to destroy the Great Yu Empire from within. If the Anna family rebelled, the Great Yu Empire would suffer great losses. Although Shuishan Anna had previously expressed his stance, that was before. If Yan Feng became an Outerverse Youth Council counselor, then things would be different. Shuishan Anna might not hold on to his previous thoughts. If Lu Yin could obtain this information, then so could Shuishan Anna. This Yan Feng had to be dealt with as soon as possible, or else he would be in big trouble. I understand. I'll deal with it as soon as possible, Lu Yin said coldly. Lu Ying Zishan looked at him worriedly before leaving King Zishan's palace. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. No matter how high his status was, he could not interfere with the 10 Arbiters Council. Looking at everyone around him, there was only one person who could influence this matter, Night King Yuanjing. He was also the only one who could delay Yan Feng's appointment. However, Lu Yin could not take the initiative to contact him. The more he took the initiative, the easier it would be for him to lose the right to speak. He could only wait for Yuanjing to contact him and hope that he would do so within the next 2 months. Yan Feng, that brat really doesn't know what's good for him. Not only does he want to steal 7th Bro's wife, but he also wants to steal your position as a counselor. Beat him up, the monkey shrieked, pretending to be angry. Lu Yin was indifferent. I'm not in a good mood. Don't disturb me. 7th Bro, I'm on your side. The monkey felt wronged. Lu Yin did not mind. For the time being, he needed to report to San Dios and solidify his position in the Outerverse Youth Council. He would wait for his family to contact him before deciding what to do next. A day later, Lu Yin boarded an Aurora and left the Great Yu Empire for San Dios. The Aurora had been gifted to him by the Great Yu Empire, and it had been upgraded to the Radiant grade. The new finance minister had wanted to upgrade Lu Yin's spacecraft to a larger one, but Lu Yin had rejected the offer. The Empire did not have enough money on its books to support the military, and upgrading the Aurora to the black hole grade would require a terrifying amount of resources. Lu Yin could not openly embezzle the money, so he could only upgrade it to the Radiant grade. Still, a Radiant grade was not bad. The spacecraft that he had lost back then was a Radiant grade, and it was 10 times faster than a normal spacecraft. It could withstand a cruiser's attacks. There were 12 weaves between the Great Yu Empire and San Dios, and it would normally take at least 2.5 months. However, with the speed of a Radiant-grade spacecraft, it would only take 8 days. San Dios did not just refer to a single location, it referred to the entire Outerverse Youth Council headquarters, including both East and West San Dios. There were 72 weaves in the Outerverse, and it was impossible for all of the counselors to be gathered in one place. Thus, 2 San Dios regions were separated. Wendy Yushan and Puyu were in East San Dios, while 3 other counselors were in West San Dios. Wendy Yushan had gone missing, and now, all of East San Dios was in Puyu's hands. Lu Yin looked at the map of the Outerverse with a strange expression. With the tempers of the 10 arbiters, it was impossible for them to allow Puyu to hold such great power alone. Promoting Yan Feng and the others was just one aspect of the plan, and it was possible that Puyu would be restricted very soon. Hold on. Lu Yin suddenly thought of Wen Sansi. Could he be the one who would personally restrict Puyu? Otherwise, why would one of the 10 arbiters appear in the Outerverse? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Lu Yin muttered to himself. If Wen Sansi was personally restricting Puyu, then Puyu's control over East San Dios would not be as stable as Lu Yin had thought. Lu Yin might still have a chance. Suddenly, Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat as he felt an indescribable chill. A loud noise came from the spacecraft, and the internal alarms began to blare incessantly. Lu Yin's eyes went wide, and he looked up to see a cold face filled with murderous intent. A sword was thrusting towards him. Lu Yin did not move, and he merely stared coldly at the sword as it stabbed into the spacecraft. There was a loud thump, and above his head, a violent explosion passed through the hole and headed straight for Lu Yin. This was an assassination attempt, an attempt by 2 space-exploring powerhouses to assassinate him. Lu Yin's body trembled. The shockwave attack from the space-exploring powerhouse above him was useless against him, as he was just an explorer. Lu Yin raised his right hand and placed it on the top of the spacecraft. His palm trembled, and a huge force flowed out of the spacecraft and headed straight for the explorer standing on top of the spacecraft. The explorer felt his legs go numb as the terrifying force stacked on top of each other, almost crippling his legs. He was shocked and left the spacecraft, floating in outer space. Right in front of the spacecraft, the other explorer's attack had not damaged the hull of the spacecraft. He cried out in shock, a radiant-grade spacecraft. He then left without a second thought. The 2 explorers who had tried to assassinate Lu Yin had returned without success. From start to finish, Lu Yin had not panicked at all. A radiant-grade aurora could withstand a cruiser's attack, so there was nothing for him to be afraid of. However, who had tried to assassinate him? It should not have been a rebel organization from the Great Yu Empire, as they did not have the guts to assassinate a lockbreaker. If Lu Yin died, not only would the Lockbreaker Society appear, but even the 10 Arbiters Council would step in. Could it have been a great power from the inner verse that had formed a grudge? Or, the Day-Night Clan? You were assassinated. Don't tell me you're on the Celestial Vanquishers list, the monkey asked strangely. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Do you think I can get on the Celestial Vanquishers list with my qualifications? Nonsense. As long as you tell the entire universe what you said to Huaqing Shan, I guarantee that you'll experience the luxurious assassination feast of the Celestial Vanquishers list. You'll feel so good that you'll fly, the monkey said matter-of-factly. Lu Yin frowned, as that would be troublesome. If he was targeted by an entire astral domain, even the 10 arbiters would be troubled, let alone him. The 10 arbiters had never revealed their identities because they wanted to maintain their authority, but also because they had considered the Celestial Vanquishers list. The Astral Beast domain had a Celestial Vanquishers list, but what about the technocracy? They should have a similar assassination list. Was Lu Yin being too high profile? It shouldn't be the Celestial Vanquishers list. 2 explorers. That's too stingy, the monkey guessed. That's right, that's too stingy, Lu Yin muttered to himself. Regardless of whether it was the Astral Beast Domain Celestial Vanquishers list or the Interverse Great Powers, it would be impossible for them to only send 2 explorers. Furthermore, those who understood Lu Yin were aware of his strength. If 2 explorers were not enough to kill him, then who could it be? Luine had forgotten that although the rebel organizations in the Great U Empire were afraid of the Lockbreaker Society and the 10 Arbiters' Council, they were even more afraid of immediate death. Far away from the volcanoes was a region of ice. Even the wind that blew past would be frozen, forming a visible wind that fell to the ground. No living creatures could survive here. At the very least, no one in the spiritual academy dared to live here. Under the frigid continent, a beautiful ice phoenix was frozen like a statue. Strangely, the phoenix had crystalline antlers on its head that glowed with tricolored light. It looked mysterious and strange. "Wake up, Fengzhou." A deep voice echoed across the frozen continent, but this time, it was much gentler than before. Beneath the ice phoenix opened her eyes, and her beautiful eyes flashed. Her body transformed into a beautiful girl with long blue hair. The crystalline antlers on her forehead glowed with tricolored light that enveloped the girl, giving her a hint of divinity. "Is there anything I can help you with? Get ready. We're going to the human domain. I've already informed your family." The blue-haired girl was surprised, and her eyes lit up with joy. "We're going to the human domain. Really? Why?" "Our astral domain and the lost technocracy are joining forces with the human domain to test the waters. With the younger generation as the foundation, the 4 lords of the Spiritual Academy will gather at the Human Astral Combat Academy to fight against the top 4 of the Astral Combat Tournament. The technocracy will also send out 4 people." "That's great. I've always wanted to see how strong the Astral Combat Academy is." The mysterious Starsibyl, the seemingly weak but unyielding scholar, the powerful Mavis family, and the battle force user who defeated the successor of the 13 swords. "I really want to fight against them." The blue-haired girl was very happy. Humans cannot be underestimated. You have to be careful, especially Starsibyl. She's so mysterious that even the almighty humans don't know anything about her. The blue-haired girl nodded politely. "Got it. Thank you for the reminder." "Right, aren't we the 5 lords? Who's not going?" "Don't mention it. The ghost monkey is missing." "Whatever, that monkey was originally the weakest of the 5 lords, so it doesn't matter if he's around or not." The blue-haired girl was shocked. "The ghost monkey is missing. When did that happen?" "A while ago, during the border war. There's a high chance that he died because he encountered Luine, who defeated the successor of the 13 swords. With his strength, he was no match for Luine, so it's normal that he died." The blue-haired girl pursed her lips, and a cold glint flashed through her eyes. She would remember Luine. "Fengzhou, are you familiar with the ghost monkey? He doesn't seem very happy." The blue-haired girl hesitated. "If possible, it's best to find him. He's very knowledgeable and knows many things that ordinary people don't. He's also not weak and has a strange innate gift." "Hee, you're still so kind." "Got it. Thank you." Far away from the Spiritual Academy, there was a country called the Celestial Beast Empire. "Why didn't you tell me?" Luine blocked the monkey before he could finish, as he did not want the monkey to know too much. "Uncle, what's the 3 dark hands?" Luine asked. The monkey had only mentioned the Neo-Human Alliance, but he did not know about the other 2. "It's normal that you haven't heard of them. There are very few people in the Innerverse who have heard of the 3 dark hands. One is the Neo-Human Alliance, and you should know that they are the enemies of the entire universe. The other is the Court of 7 Names, which consists of 7 surnames. Each surname represents an unimaginable power, and one of them is called you." "Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 301. Lu Yin was shocked. The Great Yu Empire. I'm not sure. It's possible, but it's also possible that it's not. So after that incident, you sent me to Earth and even gave me a fake identity as King Zishan's descendant just to get close to the Great Yu Empire and investigate whether or not they're from the Yu family. Lu Yin was slowly understanding the truth. That's right. It's not just us. The Neo-Human Alliance has never given up on searching for the Yu family. They've also investigated the Great Yu Empire quite extensively. Wait, if the 7 courts are one of the 3 dark hands, then why are you investigating them? Aren't you courting death? Lu Yin was puzzled. He was well aware of his family's strength. Even some of the more powerful organizations in the Interverse would struggle, let alone the 3 dark hands. If the 7 courts were at their peak, then of course no one would dare to investigate them. However, the 7 courts have weakened, and many of their surnames have disappeared. You don't need to know the specifics, all you need to know is that we sent you to the Great Yu Empire to investigate this matter. However, from the looks of it, the Yushan family shouldn't be from the Yu family. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been massacred by the Neo-Human Alliance. Lu Yin fell silent. He was wrong. He was certain that the Yushan family definitely belonged to the Yu family. Otherwise, where had the secret technique come from? The 7 courts and the Yu family. It was no wonder why Silver had paid so much attention to the Great Yu Empire. There were many experts in the Great Yu Empire, and all of them had been nurtured by undying Yushan. He had once been a descendant of the 3 dark hands, so it wasn't difficult for him to nurture a few space-exploring experts. If it weren't for the fact that the undying duo had caused a stir in the Interverse, no one would have paid attention to the Great Yu Empire. Many powers have hidden the undying manual in the Great Yu Empire, but the true value of the manual lies in the Yu family. If we can prove that the Yushan family is one of the 7 courts, the Yu surname, then we'll have a lot of fun. You won't be able to understand what kind of shocking inheritance the Yu family has. I understand very well, and I've even learned it. Lu Yin wanted to say this, but he didn't dare. His gadget could be monitored. He trusted his family, but he didn't trust the gadget's technology. Otherwise, Big Sis wouldn't have remained silent. Uncle, since we've already proven that the Yushan family isn't part of the Yu family, do I still need to stay in the Great Yu Empire? Stay. Big Sis said that you should properly control the Great Yu Empire, get a wife, and give birth to a child. That's more important than anything else, and it'll help us keep some descendants alive. By the way, that Wendy Yushan isn't bad. Big Sis asked me to ask you if you want to snatch her away and forcefully take care of her. She's a woman, and as long as you complete the final step, she'll be yours. Lu Yin was speechless. She's also a woman. No, she's more like a man. Big sister heard that, said Lin Feng. Uncle, you tricked me. Lu Yin howled. He could already imagine the fate of that valiant woman in the future, and it would definitely be miserable. Alright, we've finished discussing the Great Yu Empire's matters. Now, it's your turn. Little 7, it won't be easy to gain control of the Outerverse Youth Council. That Puyu isn't simple, and it'll be difficult even for the family to deal with him. Don't be hasty, and take things one step at a time. Lu Yin calmly replied, I know. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'm confident that I can deal with Puyu. I've already planted a spy by his side. What? You've planted a spy by Puyu's side? Uncle Reuben was shocked. Lu Yin's lips curled up. A spy from the Neo-Human Alliance was definitely enough to make Puyu doubt himself. In any case, be careful of Puyu, and don't underestimate him. Time is limited, so I won't say anything else. One last thing, the human domain, the astral beast domain, and the lost technocracy will be joining forces to hold the tournament of the strongest. The top 4 of your Astral Combat Academy, the Astral Beast Domain Spiritual Academy, and the Technocracy's androids will all be participating. Most importantly, there might be experts from the Cosmic Sea participating as well, and one of them has been recognized as a 10 Arbiters candidate. You have to be careful. Lu Yin was confused, and he wanted to ask more questions, but he realized that the call had ended. He helplessly put down his gadget. Had the top 4 finally arrived? The cosmic tournament was a show of strength. Was this the opportunity? To be honest, Lu Yin was a little excited. He felt that he had reached the end of his path as a leader. Many people had said that he could rival the 10 Arbiters when they were at the same level, but he did not know if that was true. The 10 Arbiters were the 10 Arbiters because no one in their age group could compare to them. However, recently, one 10 Arbiters candidate after another had appeared. It was as if the 10 Arbiters level was something that could be easily touched. This gave Lu Yin a surreal feeling. The 10 Arbiters were products of an era, and they would not be the 10 Arbiters if they were so easily touched. Lu Yin really wanted to fight against the universe's top leaders and take another step forward. Perhaps he would be able to rival the 10 Arbiters or even surpass them. Lu Yin unblocked the monkey, who was already used to it. He weakly said, "Seventh bro, how many times have I told you? We're one, and your secrets are my secrets. Why must you block me? I'm very pure and kind." Lu Yin calmly replied, "Have you heard of the 7 quarts? 7 quarts. Why does it sound so familiar? I think I've heard of it before." The monkey sounded very surprised and confused. After a while, he exclaimed, "I remember now. I once read about it in a powerhouse's autobiography, and it mentioned the 7 quarts. However, it was just a name and nothing else. Why did you bring it up?" "The 7 quarts is one of the 3 dark hands," Lu Yin said in a low voice. The monkey was shocked. The 3 dark hands. No wonder that powerhouse's burial ground was so difficult to enter. The monkey seemed to realize that he had let something slip, and he coughed twice. "So, 7th bro, what's the power behind you? Tell me, and I might have heard of it. What's the surname of that powerhouse that you saw?" Lu Yin asked. The monkey thought about it. "I don't remember, but there was a character in his autobiography, Ku. His surname was Ku. Was that one of the 7 surnames?" Lu Yin wondered if any of the 7 surnames were primeval. "7th bro, you still haven't told me where the power behind you comes from. Is it very powerful?" But if they know about the 3 dark hands, then they're doing pretty well in your human universe. "Tell me about the strength of the other 4 Academy Masters of the Spiritual Academy," Lu Yin suddenly said. The monkey was confused. "Why are you asking about them? They've all been defeated by me, so don't worry about them." Ding! A notification popped up. This was a compulsory notification. The last time Lu Yin had received such a notification was when Astral 10 had arrived and when Wendy Yushan had become a member of the Outerverse Youth Council. Lu Yin of Astral 10 is to return to the Astral Combat Academy immediately and prepare for the Cosmic Academy's Tournament of the Strongest in 2 months. The participants will come from the Human Domain's Astral Combat Academy, the Astral Beast Domain Spiritual Academy, the Technocracy's androids, and the Cosmic Sea. You must represent the human domain and strive for glory. May the 10 Arbiters Council prosper. Lu Yin took a deep breath as the official notification had arrived. See for yourself. What? Those 4 from the Spiritual Academy are also participating in the Human Domains tournament. Damn, why didn't anyone inform me? I'm the strongest. Those trash. The monkey was furious and kept cursing. Luin frowned and ignored the monkey as he immediately contacted Mira. Not long after, the call ended. The 10 Arbiters Council had officially announced that Mira would temporarily take over the Outerverse Youth Council's matters since she was currently in East San Dios. Luin changed his route and returned to Frostwave Weave's Astral 10 to prepare for the Tournament of the Strongest. There weren't many participants in this tournament, but the fact that the 10 Arbiters Council had officially announced this meant that the tournament's influence far exceeded the Astral Combat Tournament. It was a gathering of the strongest students from all the top academies in the universe. The tournament's proceedings wouldn't be limited to just the human domain, but also the astral beast domain, the technocracy, and even the cosmic sea. The rewards would definitely be generous. If he could achieve good results in this tournament, Luin had a feeling that his status would rise again. This was a glory for the entire human race, and he might even be able to obtain some honor points. 2 honor points could cause a qualitative change, and Luin remembered Uncle Ruben mentioning that this was a rare opportunity. Alright, since they're so heartless, then don't blame me for being merciless. The monkey finally finished cursing and paused for a moment before saying, "7th bro, let me introduce those 4 to you. Hee, they don't even know how much I know about them, especially Fengzhou. Every time she transforms, that figure, that face, and that sacred tricolor light, it's simply amazing." "Hurry up and tell me," Luin urged. The monkey coughed. "First is Huaishu. His true form is a golden green-eyed rat that's only the size of a palm, but he can devour everything. His teeth are his greatest weapons, and he can stuff things that are countless times his size into his mouth. This thing's father once devoured a firebird from your human phoenix family, and he's considered a mortal enemy by the phoenix family. He's extremely fast, and speed is the key to dealing with him. 7th bro, you should have no problem dealing with him. Next is Embermane. His real name is the Karmic Flame Mink, and he's a flaming mink. Rumor has it that he was born from a source box and was born with a ball of fire that can burn everything. This guy isn't to be trifled with, so you have to be careful when dealing with him. Don't let the flames touch you." Luin interrupted, "Karmic Flame Mink. Why is it so similar to the Blaze Realm's inherited battle technique, the Karmic Flame Sword?" Hee, you've asked the right person. Others definitely don't know about this, but I've secretly investigated its background several times. This guy is constantly thinking about your human Blaze Realm, so it might really be related to the Karmic Flame Sword. The monkey laughed strangely. Luin frowned, as he had not forgotten how Eriker had used the Karmic Flame Sword, but he had been defeated by Feng Shang before he could even use it. However, it was undeniable that the Karmic Flame Sword was extremely powerful, and Feng Shang would not have been able to block it if Eriker had used it. If this Karmic Flame Mink was connected to the Karmic Flame Sword, then that would be terrifying. "Continue," Luin said calmly. "The 3rd is called Fengzhou, and she's from the Celestial Ice Phoenix clan, which is ranked 7th on the Celestial Beast list. This clan is very unique, as they have the bodies of ice phoenixes, but they have antlers. The most terrifying thing about them is that their antlers can emit a tricolored light that can melt anything. Think about it. One side can freeze everything, and the other side can melt everything. However, the tricolored light can't melt her own ice. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 302. Luin felt a headache coming on. The universe was huge, and there were all sorts of monsters. Even a phoenix with antlers and a phoenix with a horn could exist. It even had its own tricolored light, but it was only ranked 7th on the Celestial Beast list. The fact that the astral beast domain had been able to withstand the human domain's attacks for countless years was no exaggeration. Seventh bro, if you go up against Fengzhou, can you go easy on her? The monkey asked hesitantly. Lu Yin was confused. Why? She's your friend. Ahem, I'm just short of confessing to her. The monkey's voice was very soft, but Lu Yin's eyes widened in shock. You? A monkey and an ice phoenix? Is that even possible? Why not? The monkey asked. Lu Yin was speechless. Fine, he could not explain. Does this Fengzhou like you? Of course. The monkey was very confident. Introduce the last one, Lu Yin said, not wanting to argue with the monkey over this. The last one is called Tian Ho. He's the only one of the 4 academy masters that I don't know much about. I once invaded his territory to investigate, but I was discovered. There's only one thing I know about him, he's Skymender's disciple. Lu Yin raised a brow. Skymender. The Celestial Beast Empire's imperial tutor. You mean that mysterious beast that can rival the Starsibyl sect? That's right. In the astral beast domain, Skymender's status is supreme. Even the Emperor of the Celestial Beast Empire treats him like a disciple. No one knows his true form, only that he possesses unfathomable power. Tian Ho is his disciple, and you can think of him as the astral beast domain Starsibyl. Lu Yin frowned, as this was quite troublesome. The 4 academy masters of the spiritual academy were not easy to deal with, and there was also the technocracy. Lu Yin did not know anything about that astral domain, as it had the most advanced technology from ancient times. It had modified humans, and it was not simple at all. There was also the cosmic sea, which was even deeper than the universe. His family had warned him that the cosmic sea might send out some super powerhouses, and they were all publicly recognized as 10 arbiters candidates. They should not be any weaker than Lu Xiaoqiu. As expected of the tournament of the strongest, even Lu Xiaoyun and the other defeated leaders did not qualify to participate. These people represented the top of the universe's younger generation of Lemeters. 7th bro, your true opponents in this tournament should be Starsibyl and that Tian Ho. I don't think the others are worth worrying about. Lu Yin shook his head. Han Chong was not simple, and there was also Grand Ini Mavis. The Mavis family definitely did not only rely on brute strength. This tournament would be very difficult, and Lu Yin needed to improve himself. 5-lined battle force was already somewhat insufficient, and he had just comprehended his domain, so he was not yet familiar with it. He could not bring the giant emperor's third eye into the trial zones, which meant that he had lost the secret sidestep and could not use his cosmic art. His strength had been restricted, and it was very disadvantageous for him. Now, it seemed that things would be the same as the astral combat tournament. He could only rely on stacking strength and multiple shockwave palms. 13 stacks was still not enough to deal with these people. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. It was time to go to the rain observatory. Leaving his name on the rain list would allow him to receive guidance from the rain master, so he should give it a try. Of 2. The 5 ministers of the imperial cabinet had specially arranged for the earthlings to watch the tournament of the strongest. In Astral 7, Yu Xianzi had been feeling uncomfortable ever since she had returned to the academy. She had been played by Lu Yin during the Shenwu Continent's trial, and their conversation in the space station had made many people unhappy with her. She could not explain herself even if she wanted to. Young sect mistress, we're back. A pair of beautiful twins appeared and greeted Yu Xianzi respectfully. They were Can Shui and Can Mei, who had frozen Blackwater Lake. Yu Xianzi opened her eyes. What is it? Young sect mistress, we received news that the astral beast domain's participants will enter the trial zones from our academy, Can Shui said. Yu Xianzi was shocked. Our academy. Yes. Our academy is the closest to the erudite flow zone, so they will use our trial zone mountain to enter the trial zones, Kenmei said. Yu Xianzi nodded. Got it. Don't cause trouble. Young sect mistress, I've heard that many people want to challenge the astral beast domain's experts before the tournament of the strongest. They think that the astral beast domain spiritual academy is just an imitation of our astral combat academy. Yu Xianzi was disdainful. The spiritual academy was built by the celestial beast empire, so how could it be just an empty title? The academy head's power level is definitely comparable to our 10 student leaders. Don't worry about them. If they want to die, let them. Just like how the astral beast domain looked down on humans, humans look down on the astral beast domain as well. Many people from Astral 7 were eager to teach the academy head a lesson. Lu Yin's personal spacecraft docked at Astral 10 space station, and when he returned, he saw Xiao Luo immediately. Long time no see. You've gotten stronger, Xiao Luo praised as he sized Lu Yin up. This time, Lu Yin could clearly sense the strange aura around Xiao Luo. It was a domain that he had not been able to sense before. Why are you here? I was just about to head out for a mission, Xiao Luo replied gently. Lu Yin nodded and did not say anything else. Time was tight. I'll head in first. Wait. Xiao Luo shouted. Silver's gone missing. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What do you mean? Xiao Luo calmly replied, Silver suddenly left. He didn't accept any missions, and he didn't tell any of the mentors either. He just left, and we can't contact him anymore. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and he tapped on his gadget, but there was no information on this person. Sure enough, Silver had disappeared. When did this happen? When you participated in the Outerverse trials. To be precise, it was after the death of the Great Yu Empire's emperor, Undying Yushan, Xiao Luo said solemnly. Lu Yin found it strange. That was impossible. He had contacted Silver after leaving Shenwu continent. If what Xiao Luo said was true, then that meant that Silver had left Astral 10 after Undying Yushan's death. At the same time, Silver had blocked all communications with Astral 10, but not Lu Yin. Now, even Lu Yin had been blocked. Lu Yin was not too surprised. Silver was from the Neo-Human Alliance, and after Undying Yushan's death, the Neo-Human Alliance had confirmed that the Yushan family was not part of the Seven Courts Yu surname. Naturally, they had stopped paying attention to Silver's departure. Got it. Forget it, don't worry about him. He's always been very mysterious. Xiao Luo smiled and nodded before boarding his spacecraft and leaving. Lu Yin stepped into the teleportation device and was about to head to the Rain Observatory when he suddenly stopped. He turned around to look at Xiao Luo's spacecraft and muttered to himself. He had overlooked something. Even if Silver had left Astral 10 and never returned, no one would have noticed in the short term since no one would have been paying attention to him. However, Xiao Luo had known that Silver had left after Undying Yushan's death. How did he know? There was only one possibility: he had been paying attention to Silver all this time. Lu Yin thought about Xiao Luo's attitude towards Silver and felt that something was off. Xiao Luo definitely knew something. Since he knew about Silver, why hadn't he reported it? He obviously hated Silver. Also, from Earth's trials to the Astral Combat Tournament, Lu Yin's progress had been unbelievably fast, and that had been with the help of luck and innate gift. Silver had achieved this with the help of the Neo-Human Alliance, but what about Xiao Luo? He was not much weaker than the two of them, and he might even be stronger than Silver. Where had he come from? Who was backing him? If Xiao Luo dared to keep an eye on someone from the Neo-Human Alliance, then the power behind him was definitely not simple. Xiao Luo and Xia Yi from Astral 5 looked similar, so they must be from the same power. Where were they from? Why was he staying in the Great Yu Empire? Was it also for the 7 courts? Lu Yin stood beside the teleportation device and pondered. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious he felt about Xiao Luo. Which power did he represent? Xia was a primeval surname. The first time he had seen Xiao Luo outside the capital on Earth, he had felt that this person was not simple. Even now, Lu Yin had not discovered his true identity. While Lu Yin was pondering, the teleportation device in front of him changed and a figure appeared a few centimeters away from him. He stared blankly at the figure. The figure was Michelle. She had also accepted a mission and was about to leave, but she had not expected to run into Lu Yin. The two were so close that they could feel each other's breathing. Michelle hurriedly retreated, her expression changing as she glared at Lu Yin. "Why are you blocking the way?" Lu Yin took a few steps back and awkwardly said, "Sorry, I was just about to go in." Michelle glared at him and snorted. She walked past him, but after a few steps, she suddenly paused and turned back to glare at him. Lu Yin was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Michelle's eyes narrowed and she coldly said, "Do you really think that my sister is prettier than me?" Lu Yin was stunned, blinked, and swallowed hard. "Well, of course it's fake. You're much prettier than Mira, and I was just trying to appease her. How can she compare to you?" Michelle looked at him seriously. "Really?" Lu Yin hurriedly nodded. "Really?" Michelle's lips curled up and she raised her gadget. "I recorded it and sent it to my sister. You're on your own now." With that, she swung her long hair and left, leaving behind a fragrant wind. Lu Yi was speechless. What was this? Had he been tricked by the two sisters? "Seventh bro, you're so stupid. Don't you understand the tricks of women?" the monkey shrieked. Lu Yin glared at him. "Shut up." With that, he headed to the Rain Observatory with a gloomy mood. Lu Yin had lost count of the number of times he had visited the Rain Observatory, but every time he came, he seemed to experience something new. This place had witnessed him grow from an ignorant kid in a fringe weave to one of the top 4 in the Astral Combat Tournament. He had broken through to the Melder and Lamita realms here, so he had a special feeling for this place. A continuous drizzle fell, and a thick layer of moss grew on the limestone platform. Lu Yin walked out of the teleportation device and immediately saw Little Pao flying over. "Lu Yin, you're back," Little Pao greeted. Lu Yin nodded. "Senior, you've improved." Little Pao laughed and landed in front of Lu Yin. "It's all thanks to you snatching the heavenly drum. We've all benefited from it, but you haven't." Lu Yin smiled. "I'm preparing to go." "Where are you going now?" "Thank you for your support, brothers. I've paid back all the chapters that I owed." "Thank you. Thank you for your support." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 303. Little Pao replied, "Sand Ocean, I'm going to improve my battle force. My two-lined battle force is still too weak, and the gap between me and you is getting bigger and bigger. As a senior, it's very embarrassing." Lu Yin laughed. "Then I'll congratulate you on improving your strength soon." Little Pao nodded, but he suddenly thought of something and looked at Lu Yin. "Has your enmity with the Day-Night clan been resolved?" Lu Yin found it strange that Little Pao would suddenly ask this. "For now, why?" Little Pao muttered to himself, "Nothing, but if someone from Chaos Flow Zone contacts you, ignore them. That place isn't suitable for you." Lu Yin was confused. Chaos Flow Zone. "Senior, are you talking about Songshi?" "It's not just Songshi. Chaos Flow Zone represents the dark side of the Interverse, and they're good at taking in experts who have nowhere else to go. You're an enemy of the Day-Night clan, so they think that you're the best person to rope in. Don't come into contact with them so easily, or else you won't be able to shake them off, Little Pao said solemnly before leaving with a complicated expression. Lu Yin watched Little Pao's departing figure, but he didn't pay it much mind. Chaos Flow Zone was too far away from him, and he had even rejected the Sword Sect's invitation, let alone Chaos Flow Zone. However, Little Pao's reminder reminded Lu Yin of Zhangshi. He envied Zhangshi's instinctive reaction speed, which allowed him to easily avoid all sorts of dangers. His advantage was too obvious when fighting someone at the same level as him. Tiankong Day-Night had tried his best but still failed to hit Zhangshi. It was a terrifying instinct, and if possible, Lu Yin wanted to learn it. Little Pao wasn't the only one in the Rain Observatory, Schutz was there as well. He had been here for a long time, and he planned to cultivate from the beginning and walk out step by step. Lu Yin casually found a limestone platform and sat down cross-legged. He focused and calmed his mind, carefully experiencing the countless tiny worlds that resembled raindrops. The world of star energy was broad and profound, and he had already comprehended a domain. He had thought that he had reached the end, but now he realized that his understanding of star energy had only just begun. Every drop of rainwater had many variations, and Lu Yin had not been able to understand them in the past. Now, he could see them, but he remained motionless. The rainwater could penetrate a domain, and it gave him a slight chill. He looked up into the distance and guessed that the entire Rain Observatory was a type of domain. Everyone's domain was different. Some enhanced their 5 senses, some enhanced their combat power, some focused on lock-breaking, some chose to defend, some comprehended their domain through the natural environment, and some comprehended their domain on the line between life and death. Just like with source boxes, everyone's domain was different, and it was unique to that person. Lu Yin felt that his domain had strengthened his 5 senses, allowing him to hear extremely minute sounds and feel the changes in a person's body through their heartbeat. However, this was only the first step of his domain. He didn't know how to strengthen his domain. Perhaps the Rain Master could give him an answer, but the prerequisite was that he could leave his name on the Rain list. Since ancient times, the 100 people who had the greatest understanding of star energy from the Rain Observatory would be able to enter the Rain list. Lu Yin took a deep breath, wondering if he could do the same. He slowly raised his hand and carved a name in the void. The 2 words Lu Yin appeared and pushed it into the curtain of rain. At that moment, the Rain Master opened his eyes as he felt the aura of a domain. He looked at Lu Yin in amazement. 5-line battle force, and he can comprehend a domain. Can this child inherit the limitless domain? The 2 words Lu Yin were pushed into the curtain of rain, but they were as steady as Mount Tai. Raindrops could penetrate a domain, but that was only because of Lu Yin. His name contained his understanding of star energy as well as his use of a domain. His name shone brightly in the curtain of rain, and all of the raindrops automatically avoided it. The Rain Master watched this scene and shook his head. It's not enough, it's still not enough. Leaving one's name on the Rain list isn't a competition of Astral 10's past students, but rather the entire limitless domain. Among his peers, the limitless domain has given birth to the most geniuses. In terms of star energy, this child isn't enough to enter the top 100, even if he has the serious technique. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he stared at the curtain of rain and frowned. Why? He had clearly comprehended a domain. Could it be that everyone who left their names on Astral 10's Rain list had a better understanding of domains than him? That was inconceivable. That meant that there were over 100 peers who had a better understanding of domains than him. That was impossible. In the current 10 academies, there weren't many who could surpass him in terms of domains, much less Astral 10. Lu Yin was unwilling to give up. Sirius technique circulated around his body as 9 stars revolved around him. He wrote Lu Yin again and pushed it into the curtain of rain, shattering the previous name. Sirius technique saw through the changes, and the 2 words Lu Yin were even more stable than before, even distorting the curtain of rain. The Rain Master shook his head. It's not enough. Lu Yin stood up in shock. Why? With the Sirius technique and the support of his domain, only Starsabil and Han Chong could surpass him in all of the 10 academies. Even Dao Bo couldn't surpass him with the support of Sirius technique, so why couldn't he enter the rain list? Could it be that he couldn't even enter the top 100? Astral 10 was an exiled academy, and even if it had once been glorious, it could at most rival the top 3 academies. With Lu Yin's current abilities, he could even look down on Astral 1 and break into the top 100. After all, formcast models were the result of great changes in the universe in recent years, and they didn't exist in ancient times. So why couldn't he break into the top 100 in Astral 10? This was only the rain list, not the ranking of all of Astral 10 since ancient times. Lu Yin clenched his fists, unwilling to give up. His eyes widened as the giant emperor's third eye appeared in his left hand. He stared at the curtain of rain and saw the raindrops. Beyond the raindrops, he saw something deeper. This wasn't real rain, it was formed from energy, just like the astral river. This was pure energy liquid rainwater, and there was an indescribable ancient charm to it. It was this ancient charm that made the entire rain observatory mysterious. This should be an ancestor's domain. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 304. The Rainmaster's eyes flashed. During Astral 10's exam, the Sand Sea indeed transplanted some plants that could strengthen the body to allow students to compete for them and increase their chances of passing the exam. However, those plants were very ordinary. What about yours? Lu Yin blinked. I don't know what's going on either. The Rain Master immediately contacted the Sand Master, who was left speechless when he saw the 5 glowing fruits. Kid, tell me honestly, where did you get these? They definitely aren't from the exam grounds. The ones that were transplanted back then were just ordinary strengthening fruits. This one is probably more than 10,000 years old. It's quite rare. Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised. Are they useful for strengthening the body? Nonsense, these things are used to strengthen the body. That batch of ordinary strengthening fruits was only effective for sentinels and melders, but this one is effective for you as well. It's a pity, though. If it could be upgraded into a top-tier strengthening fruit, it would be enough to increase your body's strength by a lot. It might even approach the strength of an explorer's body and allow it to adapt to the universe. Where can I find such top-tier strengthening fruits? Lu Yin asked curiously. The Sand Master shook his head. That kind of strengthening fruit can only be found in the medicine gardens of large organizations. They grow for at least 50,000 years, and they're not something that you can covet. It's already quite good that you were able to obtain a strengthening fruit of this level. The Sand Master then tossed the 5 strengthening fruits to Lu Yin and left without asking any further questions. Rain Master, is it true that any natural treasure will have better effects the older it is? Lu Yin asked in anticipation. The Rain Master nodded. In theory, yes. Unfortunately, the universe has been changing over the years. Even if we eliminate human factors, many natural treasures can't grow and become source boxes. Lu Yin understood that the gas aloe that he had used to unlock was very rare in a certain era of the universe, which was why it had become a source box. However, it wasn't that rare in the current era, and if not for its age, it wouldn't have even been worth the cost of unlocking it. The divine fish had been able to use 30 stacks of the overlaying stacks while still a Lemmeter, which meant that he had eaten countless natural treasures. Lu Yin was a little envious, but fortunately, he had his dye. As long as he had money, even the worst strengthening fruit could be upgraded to a level that would make them doubt their lives. Do you have any other questions? The Rain Master asked. Lu Yin thought of a domain. Mentor, how do I cultivate a domain? The Rain Master muttered to himself, domains and battle force don't have a fixed cultivation method. You didn't raise your battle force to 5-line battle force step by step. It's the same with your domain. Luck and coincidence can make it ridiculously strong, but it can also remain the same for your entire life. Lu Yin looked up and asked, Mentor, is the Rain Observatory a domain? Not bad. The Rain Observatory was created by a predecessor's domain. A domain can display one's own aura and even forcefully change the environment to suit one's aura. It can also be infinitely enlarged to encompass a planet, a region, or even the entire universe. Of course, this is only in theory, and no one knows whether or not someone's domain can encompass the entire universe. Lu Yin was very excited to hear this. Encompassing the entire universe was too mystical. After leaving the Rain Observatory, Lu Yin had originally planned to head to the Sand Ocean to train his battle force, but now he had changed his mind. He needed to withdraw money and upgrade the strengthening fruit to the highest level. Then, he would strengthen his body and be able to use even more overlaying stacks. If he could use 30 stacks, then there would be no suspense in the tournament of the strongest. His previous guess had been correct, and the so-called 10 arbiters candidates had been an exaggeration. The divine fish had been able to use 30 stacks while still a Lemmeter, which meant that his power level definitely surpassed Lu Yin's. Then what about the other 10 arbiters? Lu Yin guessed that they were about the same, as these so-called 10 arbiters candidates were still some distance away from the 10 arbiters Lemmeters. He just didn't know how good Lu Xiaoqiu's fourth sword was. Perhaps his fourth sword could rival the 10 arbiters Lemmeters. Lu Yin still had 450,000 star crystals in his Mavis card, and he took them all out. His cosmic ring could barely fit them all, but there wasn't much space left. He needed to find some time to buy a bigger cosmic ring, but that kind of ring wasn't easy to obtain. It hadn't been that long since he'd rolled his die, and he didn't know if he could roll enhance. Lu Yin was a little conflicted when he returned to Astral 10. 3 enhance was very difficult to roll, and the more he rolled it, the harder it would be to get it. He still remembered his experience of rolling the die in the Great Yu Empire's time stop, and it had been very painful. Each roll had required him to rest for 10 days, or he'd been unconscious for 5 days. Lu Yin thought about it and decided to give it a try. He randomly found an abandoned area and sat down cross-legged. "Seventh bro, you're not going to block me, are you?" the monkey suddenly asked. He had a bad premonition. Lu Yin grunted. "Get ready, I'm going to block you. Seventh bro, I'm begging you. What secret do you have that you don't want me to find out? We've even shared progenitor Wushang's secret, so what secret could surpass his inheritance? No, it's definitely impossible. I'm begging you, don't block me." The monkey wailed. Lu Yin didn't stand on ceremony and immediately blocked the monkey. Progenitor Wushang's inheritance was indeed his greatest secret, but it was useless as it was too far away from him. Furthermore, the die's secret might not be any worse than progenitor Wushang's inheritance. It could freeze time, increase the transformations of matter, and randomly take items from other people's cosmic rings. These methods surpassed the knowledge of ordinary people, and if they were exposed, Lu Yin believed that there would be no place for him in the entire universe. He tapped the die, causing it to spin rapidly before finally stopping at one point. Lu Yin wasn't surprised, as he often rolled enhance. There was a thump, and Lu Yin looked at the ground, his eyebrows twitching. Who would put barbecued meat in a cosmic ring? Why was it still steaming? Who would be so bored? He waved his hand to destroy the barbecued meat and tried again. The second time, it was still 1 point, and a piece of clothing dropped. It was a very beautiful woman's outfit, and Lu Yin subconsciously looked around. Fortunately, no one had noticed, so he immediately destroyed it and tried again. The third time, it was still 1 point, and he was speechless. Why was it always 1 point? This was the downside of rolling it too often. However, the item that dropped this time was different. Lu Yin picked up the chip from the ground and inserted it into his gadget. Countless symbols that he couldn't understand appeared on the screen, and they all revolved around the humanoid machines. These machines were very intricate, and even someone like Lu Yin who didn't understand technology could tell that they were intricate and complex. There were quite a few humanoid machines on the chip, and there were even more strange symbols. Lu Yin put it away. If he couldn't understand it, then so be it. He would return to the Great Yu Empire and give it to Banjo, who should be able to understand it. At the same time, in the depths of the universe, in the lost technocracy, huge machines filled the universe. Today was an important day for little Leo, as he wanted to show the blueprints for the newest model of androids that he had successfully developed. He wanted to obtain the highest amount of resources and make his name known throughout the universe. Ever since he was young, little Leo had been known as an inventor. He had invented many things, but they didn't have much practical value. Finally, 10 years ago, he had coincidentally stumbled upon a plan for androids and decided to devote himself to research it. After 10 years of hard work, he had finally succeeded. His plans for androids would definitely surpass those of trash. In the future, the androids that would conquer the human domain would all be created by little Leo. He wanted to make his name known throughout the universe, and he wanted the entire universe to worship him. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Little Leo stood in place and forcefully suppressed his emotions. He still had to review his speech before it started, and he was certain that this speech would change the entire universe. Wait, where's the proposal chip? Little Leo flipped through his cosmic ring, but it was gone. It's really gone. Where did it go? Where's the proposal chip? Little Leo paled. Did he not bring it with him? Impossible, he had checked more than 10 times before he left. How could he not have brought it? Did he lose it? Was his cosmic ring that unreliable? He had already rolled the die 3 times, and there was only 1 left. He took a deep breath and tapped the die, causing it to slowly spin. The scene in front of him changed, and he appeared in the time-stop space. He was rather disappointed, but whatever, this was still an option. He didn't even think about it and directly increased the duration of the time-stop space to 30 days, but it only cost him a little more than 1,000 star crystals. He silently recited the Stonewall scriptures and quickly fell asleep. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye within the time-stop space. He opened his eyes and raised his hand, causing the die to appear. He tapped on it, but it was useless. He recited the Stonewall scriptures again, fell asleep, and continued to recite when he woke up. He repeated this process several times, and soon, he had already spent 50 days in the time-stop space. This was the last time, and if he really couldn't take it, he would leave. Lu Yin decided that he couldn't take it anymore. This lonely environment was unbearable. The die slowly spun until it finally stopped, and 2 screens appeared. Lu Yin was delighted. He had finally gotten 3 pips. Back in the Great Yu Empire, he had used up 1,500 star crystals to upgrade all 5 strengthening fruits to a golden color. This time, he didn't plan on upgrading all 5 at once, as the cost would only increase with each strengthening fruit. He decided to do it one by one. He placed a strengthening fruit on the upper screen and casually tossed out tens of thousands of star crystals. The fruit fell to the ground with a thud, and the golden light grew even brighter, but more than half of the crystals had been used up. He tried again, and again, and again. For the fifth time, he tossed out 200,000 star crystals, and more than half of the fruit fell to the ground. At this point, he only had about 180,000 star crystals left. He gritted his teeth and tossed out another 100,000, but it was still a little short. He tossed out another 20,000, and the fruit fell to the ground completely. The light was no longer golden, but rather translucent. It distorted the void, and there was even the faint sound of blood flowing through his veins. Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised. He didn't have any more money to upgrade a strengthening fruit to this level. It had cost him nearly 400,000 star crystals to upgrade a strengthening fruit to this level, and if he wanted to upgrade it again, the cost would increase exponentially. He didn't plan on trying it unless he had at least 10 million crystals, but a strengthening fruit of this level should be effective. When he had upgraded his formcast model to a 5-stage one, it had only cost him 300,000 star crystals, and the strengthening fruit was even more than that. Lu Yin was rather excited, and after some thought, he increased the time in the time-stop space by 10 days and swallowed the strengthening fruit. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 305. Lu Yin's heart thumped loudly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was in intense pain, as if he was being sliced apart by 1,000 blades. It wasn't just his body that was burning, but his meridians as well. This was the same feeling as breaking through a realm, but it was even more painful. His meridians bulged like dragons as his body underwent tempering, and his meridians seemed to be reorganizing. Lu Yin panted heavily as he gritted his teeth and silently recited the Stonewall scriptures. After an unknown amount of time, the pain subsided, and he opened his eyes. His entire body was dripping wet, as if he had just been fished out of water. He lowered his head and looked at his hands, but nothing had changed. He clenched his fists and used overlaying stacks, causing the void to explode. After a while, Lu Yin exhaled. The pain had not been in vain. His previous limit had been 15 stacks, but now, he had used 17 stacks without any problems. He hadn't reached his limit yet, but his limit had increased, and his speed should be much faster as well. He looked at the remaining 4 strengthening fruits and solemnly put them away. Until he obtained better natural treasures, these strengthening fruits would be enough to make him stronger. He raised his hand, and the die slowly appeared. Every time he looked at the die, he felt a sense of amazement. Others had to go through untold hardships to obtain natural treasures, but all he needed to do was have money. Although it consumed a lot of resources, there was still some hope. According to the Sand Master, it would take at least 50,000 years for the strengthening fruits to be effective for Lemeters. Even the great powers could not afford to wait that long, but Lu Yin could do it with just 400,000 star crystals. His starting point was much higher than theirs. His physical body had been strengthened once again, and this filled him with anticipation for the tournament of the strongest. He wondered what Night Queen Yanqing and the others would think when they saw him display a strength that surpassed 15 stacks. Back when he had defeated her, he hadn't even used 13 stacks and had only used a 9 stacks, 17-fold shockwave palm. After resting for a few days, Lu Yin left the time-stop space and breathed in the fresh air outside. To others, only a second had passed, but to him, it felt like a long time had passed. Almost 2 months had passed, and these 2 months just happened to be the duration of the tournament of the strongest. The monkey deactivated the barrier and weakly said, "7th bro, we're one. Don't go too far." Lu Yin was in a good mood. "According to what do you know, what's the strongest Lemeter?" The monkey was puzzled. Strongest? What do you mean? The strongest Lemeter since ancient times, Lu Yin replied. I don't know, but those freaks on the Skymnoff the Skymender list were unimaginable when they were Lemeters. That. Of it. But now. Let's go to the Sand Ocean and see if he can raise his battle force. Once he reached the Sand Ocean, Lu Yin realized that there were only 7 levels here. The 7th level corresponded to 5-line battle force, which meant that this place would not be of much help to him. To a student, 5-line battle force was the limit. Even the 10 arbiters in the Astral Combat Academy had only been able to raise their battle force to 5-line battle force. Battle force is a warrior's integrity. It can be raised in battle, and it can also be raised by using the environment to cultivate. But even without these, a person's spirit can still raise their battle force, the Sand Master explained solemnly. Lu Yin was confused. A person's spirit. The Sand Master grinned. Among the younger generation, the 10 arbiters have the greatest boldness, and they're vainly trying to control the next generation of the universe with just the power of 10 people. What kind of boldness is that? Even I am ashamed of my own inferiority. This is boldness, and boldness can raise one's moral integrity. Back then, the 10 arbiters were only at the 5-vein realm, but now, no one knows just how high they've risen to. That's right. 10 arbiters wanted to control a generation and even influence the situation of the universe. What kind of spirit was that? Even Lu Yin was excited. With such spirit, how could one's battle force not be raised? The phrase, swallowing the universe, referred to these 10 people. The higher the position of the 10 arbiters, the more powerful they were. Their strength was indescribable, and this was a spirit that only humans possessed. Although the astral beast domain had Skymender's list that was rumored to be comparable to the 10 arbiters, Lu Yin did not believe that this was true. The 10 arbiters were products of the universe, and no one knew where their bottom line was. Just by looking at their battle force, Lu Yin could feel how powerful the 10 arbiters were. The Sand Master sighed. Since ancient times, the 10 arbiters have been called monsters. No one in the younger generation can surpass them. He then looked at Lu Yin. Kid, you're called 10 arbiters candidates, but you're still too far away from their level. Their achievements cannot be replicated. But I can surpass them, Lu Yin subconsciously said, but he was stunned. He did not know why, but he felt that he could really surpass them. The Sand Master looked at Lu Yin strangely, but then he laughed. Young people need to be full of vigor. Try to surpass them and cultivate your battle force with the spirit that surpasses the 10 arbiters. Perhaps you can really do it. He then left. Lu Yin could tell that the Sand Master was just joking. The Sand Master did not really believe that Lu Yin could surpass the 10 arbiters. Who in the universe could actually surpass them? Lu Yin was about 10 years older than the 10 arbiters. It was not that there had never been a 10 arbiters candidate in this age group, but they had all disappeared. The 10 arbiters had been at the top for too long. After leaving the Sand Ocean, Lu Yin headed for Stargazing Deck. He had been here once before, but this was his second time. There had to be a reason why the Astral Combat Academy had become one of the top academies in the universe, and Stargazing Deck was present in all 10 academies. Perhaps there was something to it. Lu Yin still remembered the Starmaster's words when he had first come to Stargazing Deck. Stargazing Deck picks the stars. Pick the right and wrong, pick the past and present, pick the cycle of karma, and pick the part of the universe that belongs to you. Lu Yin still remembered, but he did not understand. What did those ancient warships and the bleak and solemn battle hymns have to do with him? And what did the word boundless represent? What did that have to do with the jade finger piercing through the universe and crushing everything in its path? Or was what Luin had seen not necessarily related to him? Mentor, student Luin requests to ascend stargazing deck, Luin respectfully requested. Every person can only ascend stargazing deck once. More than that is useless. You will either see nothing or the same scene from back then, the Starmaster said. Luin looked up. It's fine if it's the same scene from back then. I couldn't see it back then, but I want to see it now. The Starmaster opened his eyes and looked at Luin seriously. He nodded. You can try. Luin bowed and slowly ascended stargazing deck. Luin sat down cross-legged and focused his mind. He closed his eyes and breathed evenly as 9 stars revolved around his body. He held the giant emperor's third eye in his hand, and a domain undulated around him. This scene shocked the Starmaster. It hadn't been that long, but Luin had improved again. Just like last time, Luin didn't know if he was asleep or awake, but he saw an unfamiliar region of space with a solemn and ancient desolate aura. He listened to the battle hymns and saw an incomparably large warship with the same boundless at the front. Warship after warship headed off into the distance. Where were they going, and who were they fighting against? His gaze traversed the void, and this time, Luin was able to see even deeper. It was the same scene, but this time, he saw a few figures on a warship that were covered in blood. Suddenly, a jade finger tore through space and crushed towards him. Luin was filled with indescribable grief and indignation, and he subconsciously shouted, "How dare you!" Suddenly, he seemed to recall something. He ignored the jade finger and stared intently at the deck of the warship, where he saw a familiar claw imprint. It was the sky beast claw. The claw imprint was deeply carved into the deck, and blood flowed along the imprint, spreading in all directions. However, Luin woke up in an instant. "How dare you!" He suddenly stood up, the fury in his heart almost igniting the heavens. Silence. A deafening sound rang out, and Luin was jolted awake by the Starmaster. Panting heavily, he bowed to the Starmaster and slowly walked down stargazing deck. Before he left, he asked, "Mentor, do all 10 Astral Academy stargazing decks see the same thing?" The Starmaster opened his eyes. "Maybe. Maybe not." Luin nodded and left. During this trip to stargazing deck, he had seen the deck of the warship and the sky beast claw imprint. It was definitely the sky beast claw imprint, and there was no mistaking it. He was very familiar with that feeling. Luin raised his hand and transformed it into a claw. He had long since memorized the 96 forms of the sky beast claw, but this time, his sky beast claw had a few more variations. This was the 108 forms, the complete sky beast claw of the Great U Empire. However, it was still far from being enough to compare to the claw imprint on the warship. That was the true sky beast claw that could be carved into the warship and even into the river of time. Why did the Great U Empire have the sky beast claw? No, it should be Undying Yushan. How could he have the sky beast claw? No, he wasn't Undying Yushan, but Undying Yu. His surname was Yu, and he was one of the 7 courts. He was also the successor of one of the 3 dark hands, so it shouldn't be strange for him to have the sky beast claw. Luin fell into deep thought. The sky beast claw clearly had more than 108 forms, and he shouldn't think about Astral 10's stargazing deck anymore. The chances of the Starmaster approving it were very low, but what about the other academies? He had a premonition that comprehending the complete sky beast claw would be very powerful, and he would also be able to uncover some of the past. There was only a month and a half left until the tournament of the strongest. In the human domain, at the border of the erudite flow zone, a giant skeleton shuttled through space and crossed the border, heading towards the erudite flow zone. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 306. This skeleton had come from the Astral Beast domain, and it was carrying the participants of the Astral Beast domain who were heading to the human domain to participate in the Tournament of the Strongest. Shui Chuanshao watched the skeleton fly into the distance, deep in thought. Commander, are you sure you don't want to check? It'll be troublesome if there's some strange beast mixed in, just like the Xing-Ao. Anya stood behind Shui Chuanshao and anxiously asked. Shui Chuanshao shook his head. There's no need. They're not that stupid. The erudite flow zone has powerful people monitoring them, and they won't be able to hide their movements. Don't worry. Enya did not understand. Why is there suddenly a tournament of the strongest? Shui Chuanshao's eyes narrowed. The war will be temporarily suspended. Enya was shocked. The war will be suspended. The tournament of the strongest is just an excuse to make it easier for the Astral Beast domain and the technocracy to enter the human domain and negotiate. After so many years of border wars, the losses have been too great, and each of them has their own internal affairs to deal with. Thus, the war can be temporarily suspended, but as for who will lead the war, that still needs to be negotiated, Shui Chuanshao explained. He was especially talkative today, and it seemed like he was teaching Enya something. Enya still did not understand. Our domain shouldn't have anything to deal with, so why aren't we taking advantage of this opportunity to attack? Shui Chuanshao sneered. Who said there's nothing to do? It's just being hidden. Once the cunning rabbit is dead, the hound will be cooked. Shui Chuanshao then said seriously, Enya, remember this. No matter what, never slack off on the border defense. Enya nodded and glanced at Shui Chuanshao strangely. The commander was acting strangely today. In the erudite flow zone, the skeleton was like a spacecraft that shuttled through space. It was very conspicuous. The skeleton was surrounded by a layer of ripples that prevented the creatures within from coming into contact with the universe. Not too far away from the skeleton, a giant pen-shaped spacecraft drew closer and closer. Inside were students from the erudite flow zone's Lost Radiance Academy who were about to participate in the trial. Not long after, the skeleton and the giant spacecraft met. It was a strange scene, as both had unique designs. One was a skeleton, and the other was a pen. They were both traveling on the same route, and neither was willing to give way to the other. At the top of the skeleton, a purple-haired beauty lazily opened her eyes and flicked her finger. The entire region was covered in white snow, and the spacecraft was frozen as well. It then plummeted straight to the ground. Within the spacecraft, Ying Tang was overwhelmed with shock. As an instructor of Lost Radiance Academy, he had the strength of a cruiser, but he was unable to resist the seemingly weak Bai Shui at all. He could only watch helplessly as the spacecraft descended and made way for her. Purple snow, have mercy. A loud voice echoed through the starry sky. Ripples spread out, turning the white snow into nothing. On top of the white skeleton, the purple-haired beauty said disdainfully, hiding the head and showing the tail. Is this the so-called strength of a scholar? A middle-aged man walked out from the void and looked at the purple-haired beauty with fear. Zishua, I didn't think that it would be you. Wen Yao, I also didn't think that the Wen clan would send you out. In other words, you will be monitoring us from now on. Zishua replied lazily, her expression unconcerned. I'm not monitoring you. I just want you to smoothly complete the competition, said Wen Yao indifferently. Violet Snow sneered, hypocrites. All right, let's not delay the trip. Tell them to scram. Wen Yao waved his hand, and the giant spacecraft was lifted up by a gentle force and pushed to the side to make way for them. At this moment, Ying Tang walked out from the spacecraft and whispered something to Wen Yao. Wen Yao's eyes flashed, and he looked at the skeleton. Zixue, there's a junior who wants to spar with an expert from the Spiritual Academy. Would you agree? Violet Snow was intrigued. You humans are so hypocritical. You want to test us before the competition. Fine. She then looked below the skeleton. Which one of you wants to fight? Just have some fun. She then waved her hand, causing white snowflakes to appear in the void once more and condense into a white path of ice that extended into the void. This was the battlefield. A young man walked out from the giant spacecraft, and at first glance, he looked somewhat similar to Han Chong. Who is he? Wen Yao asked. Ying Tang whispered, Han Kuei, Han Chong's younger brother. People call him the little art saint. Wen Yao was surprised. Han Chong's younger brother. Interesting. He's always wanted to surpass Han Chong, so he wants to challenge a student from the Spiritual Academy, Ying Tang explained. Wen Yao shook his head. The Spiritual Academy isn't simple. Even Han Chong might not be able to win. This kid's fate is grim. A green-eyed golden rat crawled out from the skeleton and slowly appeared on the icy path in outer space to face Han Kuei. Han Kuei was furious, as this person was looking down on him by sending a rat to deal with him. He immediately attacked and used his star energy to draw a giant mountain that pressed down on the rat. The rat was Huaishou, and its small green eyes looked at Han Kuei with disdain. It opened its mouth to face the mountain that was pressing down on it, and a terrifying suction force caused the void to distort and crack. Han Kuei was shocked, and his scalp went numb. Opening one's mouth to crack the void was a sign of a powerhouse in the Lamita realm. The mountain formed from star energy was swallowed by Huaishou in one gulp, and then he disappeared. Han Kuei's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly dodged. The void where he had been standing seemed to have been swallowed by a black hole, and Huaishou disappeared again. Han Kuei had dodged the first time, but he was unable to do so a second time. He could only watch as Huaishou's mouth closed in on him. In outer space, Wen Yao waved his hand and froze Huaishou in place. All right, we admit defeat. Han Kuei panted heavily as he looked at Huaishou's mouth in horror. This mouth could swallow the void, and it was not something that he could block. This was the first time in his life that he had faced such a life-or-death situation, and he had almost been eaten. Atop the skeleton, Lilac Snow disdainfully said, "If you want to fight, then don't be afraid of death. You even tried to save him. This is the reason why you humans are getting weaker and weaker." "Don't speak too soon," Wen Yao said. Soon, the skeleton left. Within the spacecraft, Han Kuei had a bitter expression on his face. The difference between them was too great. He had always wanted to surpass his brother, Han Chong, and he had thought that the gap between them wasn't that great. Now, however, he realized that it wasn't that there wasn't much of a gap between them, but rather that he hadn't been able to detect it. It was no wonder why he could only stay in Lost Radiance Academy while his brother was one of the strongest students in the Astral Combat Academy. This is the power of the universe's most elite. Don't be discouraged, you still have a chance, Ying Tang consoled, as he valued this junior. Han Kuei nodded and looked out into space with a complicated expression. The universe was too vast, and that rat was definitely not the strongest. The astral beast domain was in the easternmost region, while the technocracy was in the westernmost region. The two regions were separated by the astral river and the border of the chaos flow zone. The technocracy spacecraft was circular, and it passed through the human army's border and appeared on the astral river Arkansas. The humans did not know much about the technocracy, as no one had been able to sneak in since ancient times. They had to force their way in, as it was rumored that there was an ancient brain in the technocracy that could detect everything within the technocracy. The rumors were exaggerated, but they were not impossible, as no one had been able to sneak in. This was also why the human domain knew so little about the technocracy. Inside the circular spaceship, a half-human, half-machine woman looked out at space through the spaceship. Deep in her eyes, there was deep disdain and contempt. This contempt came from her very soul. It was not contempt for the human domain, but for the entire space, or even the universe. Beside the woman, a wolf-shaped machine lay on the ground, looking very obedient. I wonder if anyone would be able to stop me if my true body appeared. What a bunch of lowly ants, the woman said with a smirk. The upcoming tournament of the strongest was just a game to her. In the first flow zone, the sword sect was fully deserving of being the sect at the helm. The 13 swords were famous throughout the universe, and even if the disciples of the sword sect could not inherit the 13 swords, they still possessed many powerful sword techniques that could shock the universe. The lightning sword was one of the most difficult sword techniques to cultivate, and it was known as one of the most powerful. Out of the many disciples of the sword sect, only a few had been able to successfully cultivate it. Yan Hua was one of the best, and he was second only to Lu Xiaoqiu among the sword sect's leaders. He even surpassed Lu Tang and was on the same level as Lu Xiaoyun. Unfortunately, he was older than Lu Xiaoqiu, Lu Xiaoyun, and the others by more than 10 years. Although he could still be considered part of the younger generation, no one talked about him anymore. In a few more years, he would retire from the stage. It would be fine if he could break through to the explorer realm, but if he could not, then he would vanish from the world. Yan Hua sat on a high mountain peak with a complicated expression. He had sacrificed too much for the lightning sword. With his aptitude, he could have easily broken through to the explorer realm if he had chosen another sword technique, but the lightning sword had cut off his path of retreat. He could only cultivate this sword technique to great success, or he could remain unknown. Yan Hua looked at the sword in his hand and gripped the hilt tightly. Strands of lightning flickered, causing the sky to change and distort. He was very strong, but it was a pity that he was already in his twilight years. Suddenly, the void in the distance shattered as an arrow pierced through the void and shot towards him. Yan Hua's eyes widened, and he stabbed out with his sword. Thunder roared, and a bolt of lightning connected the sky and earth. The arrow was reduced to dust, and the lightning dissipated as well. Yan Hua stood up and looked into the distance in shock. This was the strength of a Lammeter. When had such an expert appeared in the sword sect? Even Lu Xiaoyun could not counter his lightning sword with an arrow from such a distance. Yan Hua soared into the sky and rushed in the direction that the arrow had come from. In the distance, there were many disciples gathered around the sword sect space station, and they were all angrily glaring at a young man. The young man was bare-chested and dressed very casually. There were many scars on his body, and he had an arrogant expression on his face. He looked around with disdain. So this is the first flow zone sword sect's elite. What a joke. A female disciple walked out and glared at the young man. I'm a disciple of the sword sect. Please advise me. The young man disdainfully replied, Little girl, you're not my opponent. How arrogant. The female disciple shouted. She raised her sword and swept it out, causing sword chi to surge and seal the void. This technique was not weak, and it could almost tear through the void. It was comparable to an area master from the Astral Combat Academy. A trace of astonishment flashed through the young man's eyes, but he quickly moved away like a fish swimming in the ocean. He avoided all of the sword chi and shook the void to disperse the star energy sword chi that had been sealed. He then raised his hand and knocked an arrow at the female disciple. Suddenly, an indescribable sense of danger descended as the void shattered, forming an arrow that extended into the distance. The female disciple's face went pale. She could not block this arrow, and even her senior brother, whom she revered, could not block it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 307. Remember, my name is Nate, and I'm a member of the Cosmic Sea's Arcadian Arrow crew. I'm not someone you Interverse disciples can compare to. He then released his grip, but before the arrow could move, a strand of energy sliced through the female disciple's cheek. The arrow then shot forward. Many disciples were shocked, as this arrow had not only locked onto the female disciple, but also all of the Sword Sect disciples. High up in the sky, several space-exploring disciples from the Sword Sect wanted to intervene, but they suddenly paused as a bolt of lightning crashed down and coincidentally struck the arrow. An intense collision occurred, and lightning flashed, blinding everyone present. The void was torn apart, but it quickly recovered. The thunderous explosion turned into a shockwave that swept out in all directions, pushing aside the female disciple and the Sword Sect disciples. The man named Nate also took a step back and looked over in shock. Another person had appeared in the field, and this person was clad in lightning and wielding a long sword. He stared coldly at Nate. It was Yan Hua. Nate was cautious. "Who are you?" "Sword Sect disciple, Yan Hua," Yan Hua replied coldly. Behind him, many Sword Sect disciples whispered, "It's actually him. He hasn't broken through to the Explorer realm for more than 10 years, and he's still a Limiter." Sure, Senior Yan Hua has mastered the lightning sword technique, so he can't be underestimated. When Senior Yan Hua first started cultivating the lightning sword technique, he was full of mettle and was second only to eldest senior sister. It's a pity that he gradually declined. After so many years, eldest senior sister has already become one of the 10 arbiters, but Senior Yan Hua is still a Limiter. What a pity. Even so, Senior Yan Hua is still second only to Lu Xiaoqiu. Yan Hua heard the crowd's discussions, but he was already used to it. The eldest senior sister that he had admired had long since reached an unreachable height, but so what? He was Yan Hua, a disciple of the Sword Sect. No matter what his fellow disciples said about him, he still had to protect the sect's dignity and not allow it to be trampled on. "Senior Yan Hua, thank you." The female disciple who had attacked earlier looked at Yan Hua gratefully. Yan Hua ignored the crowd and stared at Nate. "You're from the Cosmic Sea." Nate was arrogant. "That's right. Compared to the Cosmic Sea, your Interverse is too peaceful. People like you can't even survive there for more than a few days." Yan Hua frowned. Living environment isn't the only factor that determines strength. "But it's the most important factor," Nate said coldly. He raised his bow again and aimed it at Yan Hua. "You're not bad. You were able to catch one of my arrows, but let's see if you can catch a second one." After he finished speaking, the arrow released a terrifying aura. Just this aura alone was enough to make Yan Hua's scalp go numb. At that moment, he knew that he wasn't a match for this person in front of him. This person was definitely comparable to Lu Xiaoqiu. But he would not retreat. He was a disciple of the Sword Sect, and he was Yan Hua. Kacha thunder exploded as a blinding light once again enveloped the heavens and the earth. The void cracked like a spider web as an arrow pierced through the void, twisting the lightning and descending directly in front of Yan Hua. Yan Hua could not avoid it, nor did he intend to. With a whoosh, the arrow brushed past Yan Hua's cheek and shot into the void, gradually disappearing. Yan Hua was still staring at Nate. Nate looked at Yan Hua in surprise, and a trace of respect flashed through his eyes. "You lost, but you didn't lose. I admire you." Yan Hua was unwilling, but he was powerless in the face of the great beings from Universe Ocean. Are you the sword sect's strongest leader? Nate asked. Yan Hua shook his head. The strongest is Lu Xiaoqiu. You can wait for him to return. Nate shook his head. I respect your spirit, but you're not strong enough. As for Lu Xiaoqiu, forget about him. None of your leaders are my match. My opponents are still in the cosmic sea. At that moment, another youth appeared. Nate, time's up. We can go now. Nate glanced at Yan Hua. If you have the guts, then go to the cosmic sea. That's a paradise for powerhouses. The Interverse is too peaceful. He then left. They had appeared only to test the strength of the sword sect's disciples. They were from the Cosmic Sea's Arcadian Arrow crew and were participating in the tournament of the strongest. However, they did not care about this tournament at all. The Cosmic Sea's environment was harsh, and in their opinion, the Innerverse and Outerverse could not produce powerhouses that could rival them. Many of the Sword Sect's disciples were unwilling, but no one could stop them. Even Yan Hua, who was second only to Lu Xiaoqiu, had been defeated, let alone the others. Yan Hua watched as Nate and the others boarded a spacecraft and left the Sword Sect. He shook his head, they were too arrogant. The 13 swords was not something that he could compare to. If he measured Lu Xiaoqiu with his own standards, then those two would be miserable. Lu Xiaoqiu was much stronger than him. Experts from the astral beast domain, the technocracy, and the cosmic sea continued to arrive in the Innerverse, but Lu Yin did not know about any of this. He had already entered the Undying Realm, which was his territory. The heavenly drum had been stolen from Night Queen Yanqing. He was the realm master of the Undying Realm. The heavenly drum had a radius of 1,000 kilometers, and it was placed in a mountain range. It was struck once a month, and everyone could see the ancient battlefield and see all sorts of battle techniques. The lucky ones might even be drawn into the battlefield and become one of the participants to personally experience the battle techniques. This was an inheritance. Originally, there had been many day-night clan members around the heavenly drum, but now, most of them had left. They did not have the face to stay behind unless Night Queen Yanqing defeated Lu Yin. Since Lu Yin had become the realm master of the Undying Realm now belonged to Astral 10. Unfortunately, there were too few people in Astral 10, and Xiao Luo was not interested. Silver had also disappeared, so there were no changes to the Undying Realm Master. Currently, there were only 2 students from Astral 10 at the Heavenly Drum, Dark Void and Meng Yu. The rest of the students were not in Astral 10. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the Heavenly Drum's monthly battle drums began. Many students stared at it eagerly. Dark Void and Meng Yu stood at the very front. With Dark Void's strength, he was qualified to stay here, but Meng Yu was barely qualified. However, no one dared to cause trouble for him because they were afraid of Lu Yin. The battle drum sounded, and the battlefield appeared. Endless killing intent filled the entire mountain range. The drum had a radius of 1,000 kilometers, and although it seemed large, it was still too small compared to the vast universe's battlefield. This was just a small-scale battle, but because it came from ancient times, there were all sorts of strange battle techniques that made many students excited. The heavenly drum appeared in a different battlefield every time, and it lasted for different periods of time. The longest it had lasted was several months, while the shortest had been an instant. Meng Yu stared at the heavenly drum's battlefield. Suddenly, the scene before his eyes changed, and he heard the tragic sounds of battle. He had transformed into a soldier. At the same time, Lu Yin arrived at the heavenly drum and landed at the very front. He stared at the battlefield, but before he could react, his body vanished as he had been sucked into the battlefield. Unlike Meng Yu, Lu Yin had merged into a powerhouse's body, and this powerhouse was an explorer. Lu Yin could not control this body, so he could only watch and experience the first-person perspective of the battlefield. The powerhouse raised a hand, and a strange method of circulating star energy transformed into a terrifying palm that pressed down on the battlefield. In front of him, another powerhouse tore through the void and slashed at him with a sword. The powerhouse that Lu Yin had merged into fought fiercely with the sword-wielding powerhouse, and this battle lasted for 5 days. For Lu Yin, he had continuously experienced the strength of an explorer during these 5 days. He had experienced the slaughter of the ancient battlefield, and the tragic sounds of battle had never stopped. At first, he was not used to it, but he slowly adapted to the battlefield and the sorrow of people dying at any moment. He gradually forgot who he was, and this battlefield seemed to be his home. Finally, on the 7th day, the sword-wielding powerhouse was killed, and the explorer that Lu Yin had merged into roared at the sky as blood flowed out of his body. This explorer was not very powerful, and he did not have powerful battle force, an extraordinary domain, or a mystical innate gift. However, he had relied on his battle techniques to forcefully endure the battlefield. Lu Yin could feel the passion in his heart. Suddenly, the scene in front of him changed again, and Lu Yin's perspective changed. He had merged into another person's body, and this time, he was looking at the roaring explorer that he had merged with. At this moment, the powerhouse that Lu Yin had merged with pointed a finger, and the star at his fingertip exploded, turning the explorer into a puddle of blood. The difference was too great, so great that it was indescribable. They were both explorers, but Lu Yin could feel the strength of the person that he had merged with. This person had a domain that allowed him to survey the entire battlefield, and a casual tap of his finger could cause the void to collapse. This finger carried a peculiar ancient charm, and the aura around him surged. This was his personal aura. The Rain Master had once said that the stronger one's domain was, the more one could develop a personal aura. The strength of one's aura came from one's spirit. This person's aura suppressed the entire battlefield, and he had the boldness to suppress the entire battlefield. The stronger one's aura, the stronger the suppression on one's enemies. Finally, one could change the environment and make the environment adapt to one's body, rather than one's body adapting to the environment. This was a true change of weather. The entire battlefield was suppressed by this person. With a flip of his hand, the earth was crushed, and a single finger could pierce through the void. Countless people had died at this person's hands, and the more people that died, the stronger this person's aura became. Within his domain, Lu Yin could feel a murderous aura. This was the killing intent of the battlefield, and this aura strengthened his domain. The stronger the opponent, the stronger his domain became. Lu Yin was completely immersed in this person's powerful domain, and he could feel a trace of the battlefield's murderous aura. Unknowingly, a few more days passed. As the battlefield disappeared, Lu Yin, Mengyu, and a few other lucky students stood atop the heavenly drum. They were the lucky ones who had been sucked into the battlefield. Some had comprehended battle techniques through the battlefield, while others had seen the path to becoming stronger. Lu Yin had grasped a trace of the murderous aura, and in an instant, his domain had changed, becoming frightening. The students who were closer to him felt their scalps go numb. The closer they got to Lu Yin, the more they felt like they had returned to the battlefield. Suddenly, they all left. Meng Yu stared at Lu Yin in horror. He was too strong, too strong. Was this his current strength? In the distance, Dark Void was also staring at Lu Yin. He had not felt such a large gap between them during Astral 10's new student competition, but now, he felt that the gap was so great that he could not even see it. He thought about the mission that the company had given him, and he felt that his chances of completing it were slim. This person would not be driven to a dead end. On the heavenly drum, Lu Yin's eyes were closed. He was still immersed in the battlefield. Even though he could not see, his domain was expanding further and further, carrying with it the murderous aura of the battlefield. Anyone who came into contact with it would feel a chill run down their spines. Through this battle, he had seen the future of his domain. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 308. Elsewhere, the Astral Beast Domain's white skeleton had finally entered Astral 7 space station. They would enter the Life-Seek realm from Astral 7's Trial Zone Mountain and head to the Astral Combat Tournament. That was also where the finals of the Tournament of the Strongest had been held. Astral Combat Academy students usually only went to the warfront after graduation or after being expelled. Many students had never interacted with the Astral Beast Domain before, so they were very curious when they heard that the Astral Beast Domain's Spiritual Academy students had appeared. Quite a few of them were excited. They wanted to suppress these students, but they were just wild beasts from a barbaric land. How could they compete with the top 4 of the Astral Combat Academy? Dream on. Many students gathered at Astral 7 space station and looked at the skeleton strangely. Was this thing a spacecraft? Atop the skeleton, Lilac Snow stretched lazily and stood up. Her beautiful face was exposed to the many students. Many of them were stunned. Weren't they supposed to be wild beasts? What was up with this beauty? Humans. Lilac Snow frowned at this group of lowly humans. You can go by yourselves. If you don't know the way, just ask. Be friendly. A green-eyed golden rat jumped out from the skeleton. It was Voyage, and it was only the size of a palm. It looked rather cute, but it was terrifying to many of the girls. Many of the students were stunned again. A rat? What was going on? Next to Voyage was Embermane, who looked like a fiery red sable. Many of the students were speechless. A rat and a sable. Were these the so-called wild beasts? Excuse me, where is the Trial Zone Mountain? Embermane asked. Their mouths did not move, and they relied on the vibrations of the air to produce their voices. No one answered. Embermane was unhappy. Humans, answer me or I'll burn you to death. Embermane, be friendly and don't go too far with weak creatures. A blue-haired beauty walked out from behind. It was Fengzhou, and she looked much more normal. Who are you calling weak? A female student from Astral 7 shouted in dissatisfaction. Fengzhou glanced at her. You're too weak. The female student was furious. Let's have a competition. Huaishou spoke up. You humans are interesting. You obviously want to test us, but you find all sorts of excuses. Fine, I'll play with you. Huaishou, you've already fought once. It's my turn, Embermane growled. Fengzhou frowned. The elders are right. Humans are just asking for a beating. If they don't answer when you ask for directions, it's fine as long as you beat them into submission. On the white skeleton, Purple Snow had already fallen asleep. The conversation between Fengzhou and the others had thoroughly angered the students of Astral 7. They had originally been thinking of an excuse to stop the competition, but now, there was no need for that. If you want to fight, then fight. It doesn't matter who goes first. You can all come at once. Fengzhou glanced at the students. At this moment, a figure wrapped in a black robe walked out from behind her. Don't cause trouble. Just ask for directions. Facing the black-robed figure, Fengzhou was obviously afraid and didn't say anything. Huaishou and Embermane did not say anything either. This was the person that Ghost Monkey had referred to as the strongest prefecture master. Yo, there's someone who's trying to be mysterious. Isn't it just a wild beast? There are so many of them with all kinds of strange appearances. Why are you trying to be mysterious? A student mocked. Feng Zhou, Huai Shou, and Yan Qi all looked at the student with sympathy. Under the black robe, Yu raised his head. No one could see his face clearly. In an instant, the pupils of the student who had mocked him shrank rapidly. His face turned pale and he slowly collapsed. Excuse me, how do I get to the trial zone mountain? Ho asked indifferently. Many of the astral 7 students looked at him in horror. He hadn't moved at all, and there hadn't even been a single fluctuation of star energy. It was too strange for an astral combat academy leader to lose his ability to fight. I can take you there. Dai Ao walked out from behind the crowd and looked at Yu with a serious expression. Yu nodded. Thank you. He then followed Dai Ao out of the space station. The appearance of the 4 from the astral beast domain attracted even more students as they walked out of the space station. Even some of the mentors stood in the void and looked down. The mentors of the Astral Combat Academy were only responsible for teaching and did not participate in the management of the academy. The academy was completely managed by the students themselves, and they did not appear to welcome the Astral Beast Domains group. Dai Ao used a transmission device to bring Yu and the others to a spacious grassland. He then turned around to face Yu. I want to challenge you. After the challenge, I'll take you to the trial zone mountain. Yu and the others were not surprised. Is that a condition? Feng Zhou asked coldly. Dai Ao shook his head and looked serious. If you don't accept, that's fine. I'll take you there right now. Feng Zhou sneered and was about to walk out when Yan Lai jumped in front of Dai Ao. Let me do it. Feng Zhou did not argue. To them, the real battle was the tournament of the strongest. The people in front of them were all failures of the Astral Combat Academy and did not have the qualifications to fight with them. Have mercy, you said calmly. Many students had gathered nearby and were looking on excitedly. They wanted to know the strength of the Spiritual Academy's Academy Master and why he dared to say that he could rival the Astral Combat Academy. Yan Lai was petite and only slightly larger than Huai Shou. He did not seem to be a threat, but when Dai Ao faced him directly, a chill ran through his entire body. He felt as if he could be turned into nothingness. The air around them was scorching hot. Dai Ao's expression turned serious as he relaxed his fists and opened them up into palms. He then charged towards Yan Lai and struck out with a palm. Starburst palm. Yan Lai's eyes were filled with disdain as he lashed out with his tail. The seemingly weak tail actually possessed an indescribably high temperature and a strange force. This was a battle technique that Yan Lai had used with his tail to directly clash with the starburst palm. With a bang, flames shot up into the sky and burned the void, causing it to crack open. The next moment, the boundless heat almost melted the cracks in the void. Dai Ao was forced back by the heat wave and his right palm was charred black. He looked at Yan Lai in shock. The heat had almost melted him. Yan Lai soared into the sky and looked down at Dai Ao. Human, you're not my match. Outside the arena, many of the Astral 7 students were shocked. Dai Ao's strength was obvious to all, and he was comparable to an area master. His performance during the Astral Combat Tournament had been dazzling, and his starburst palm was one of Astral 7's ultimate techniques. Dai Ao looked up and took a deep breath. Gravity. With a whoosh, a black color spread across the ground as an enormous gravity descended without warning. Yan Lai had been flying in the air, but he was suddenly suppressed by the mysterious gravity and crashed to the ground. Dai Ao then raised both his palms. Gravity, starburst palm. Boom! The grass cracked open as a huge crater spread out in all directions. The shock wave swept up through the cracks in the ground, causing dust to scatter everywhere. The air in the arena distorted, making it impossible to see clearly. Many students were forced back by the aftershocks, their chests stifled. Everyone stared at the arena. This was Dai Ao's strongest attack, so the battle should be over soon. Feng Jiu looked at Dai Ao in astonishment. He actually has an innate gift of gravity. Not bad. Tian Ho stood silently to the side. In the arena, Dai Ao stood outside the crater, panting heavily. He had unleashed all of his power with that palm strike, but he still felt uneasy. Suddenly, Dai Ao's chest tightened, and he subconsciously retreated. The spot where he had been standing had been burned to nothingness by a flame. His scalp went numb, he had almost died if he had been just a little bit slower. The flame transformed into Yan Lai, and his small eyes angrily glared at Dai Ao. "Human, you've angered me. I'll burn you to death." He then raised his tail high, and countless flames swept towards Dai Ao. The high temperature formed a cage that sealed off the area. Even with Dai Ao's power level, he couldn't escape. He could only watch as the flames burned towards him. Tian Ho looked up as if he wanted to stop Yan Lai, but then he suddenly looked to the other side. At the same time, Feng Jiu and Hua Yishou also looked to the other side. A beam of sword chi streaked across the void and slashed towards the arena. Its target was not Yan Lai, but Dai Ao. The sword chi had appeared so suddenly that even Yan Lai couldn't react in time. Not only was the timing coincidental, but it had also cut through the high-temperature cage that had sealed Dai Ao, allowing him to escape at the last moment and avoid being burned to ashes by the flames. "Who is it? Come out!" Yan Lai was furious as he glared to the other side. Dai Ao panted heavily as he looked at Yan Lai with lingering fear. He then looked to the other side as well. There was only one person who was qualified to intervene at a time like this, and that was Astral Seven's leader, Lu Xiaoyun. Not too far away, Lu Xiaoyun slowly walked over with a long sword in hand. Her entire body was filled with a powerful star energy sword chi that swept out through the fluctuations of her domain. Feng Jiu and the others were shocked. What a powerful woman. Yan Lai stared at Lu Xiaoyun cautiously, as he could also sense how powerful she was. Those fluctuations were undoubtedly a domain, and this woman was much stronger than this gravity guy. Dai Ao looked at Lu Xiaoyun. "Thank you." Lu Xiaoyun glanced at him. "Take the students and leave. They're guests from afar, so don't be rude." Dai Ao nodded and left. After that, the students helplessly dispersed. Lu Xiaoyun's words were orders in Astral 7, and she was the leader. "Woman, are you going to fight me next?" Yan Lai asked as he stared at Lu Xiaoyun. Lu Xiaoyun frowned. "Sorry, we were rude. I'll take everyone to the Trial Zone Mountain to enter the Life-Seek realm. There's no rush. You just slashed me once, and you want to leave just like that?" Yan Lai said unhappily. Tian Ho did not stop him, as Lu Xiaoyun had piqued his interest. This human woman was the strongest Lamiter he had ever met. "What do you want?" Lu Xiaoyun's tone was cold. Yan Lai raised his head. "Either we fight, or you take one of my attacks." Lu Xiaoyun glanced at Tian Ho and the others before finally looking at Yan Lai. "Fine. Straightforward. Let me warn you first, you humans can't withstand my flames. Whether it's for defense or offense, you can do whatever you want," Yan Lai said arrogantly as he soared into the air. Lu Xiaoyun had never underestimated Yan Lai and the others, as she had been to the war front and had seen many powerful astral beasts. These astral beasts had extraordinary innate gifts that were not inferior to humans. She had also heard of the Spiritual Academy's name many times, and facing the Academy head was equivalent to facing the Astral Combat Academy's student leaders. The stifling atmosphere suppressed the entire grassland. Further away, many students who had yet to leave stared at the battlefield. Dai Ao was there as well, as he had never underestimated Yen Lai, but he had still been easily defeated. He wanted to know the difference between them. It was unknown when, but sparks appeared in the air. Then, the sparks spread out, and the high temperature spread. Many people raised their heads to look at the sky, and their eyes were filled with shock. The sky was distorted. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 309. Embermane stared at Lu Xiaoyun, his entire body emitting a strange flame. This flame made Lu Xiaoyun instinctively sense danger, and she instinctively slashed out. She had chosen to defend herself by attacking, as this was an instinctive reaction to Embermane's threat. Unfortunately, her sword chi was incinerated into nothingness before it could even get close to Embermane. The next second, everyone's hearts thundered as intense pain radiated from their bodies. The formless flame burned the entire area, turning it a dark red. In the distance, Dai Ao's eyelids twitched. This scene was very familiar, and he remembered this feeling. During the Astral Combat Tournament, when Eriker had fought Feng Xiang, his karmic flame sword had been waiting to be unleashed. It was a scorching heat that could burn everything into nothingness. Lu Xiaoyun also sensed this, and her gaze turned cold. She slashed out at Embermane from 100 meters away. This was an imitation of the first sword of the 13 swords, and it tore through the void, bypassing the scorching flames and landing directly on Embermane's body. Nearby, Feng Jiu gasped in surprise. Tian Ho's eyes, which were hidden beneath his black robes, also flashed with surprise. What a powerful sword technique! Hua Yishou blinked. This sword technique was very powerful. Embermane was struck by Lu Xiaoyun's sword, and a gash appeared on his fiery red fur. His blood evaporated, and he looked at Lu Xiaoyun in shock. She had actually been able to bypass the flames and hit him. Lu Xiaoyun frowned and gripped her sword tightly. What a powerful defense! Her strongest attack had not even hurt this flame mink. Embermane's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth. A wisp of red shot out from his mouth, incinerating the void as it headed straight for Lu Xiaoyun. Lu Xiaoyun slashed out again, imitating the strongest sword technique of the 13 swords. It collided with the flames, but there was no earth-shattering explosion like everyone had expected. Instead, there was only the void collapsing as countless powerful shockwaves swept out in all directions. Lu Xiaoyun blocked with her sword, but it was melted by the flames and then evaporated. Her entire body was hit by the flames, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. She was sent flying back 1,000 meters, and most of her clothes had been burned away. Her right arm was charred black, and her skin was scorched. She had been defeated by that wisp of flames. On the other side, Embermane exclaimed, "Human, you actually didn't die. I admit that you're very strong, but you're not my match." In the distance, many of Astral 7 students were stunned. The student leader had been defeated. Lu Xiaoyun was Astral 7 student leader and a disciple of the Sword Sect, but she had still been defeated. Was this the strength of the Spiritual Academy's Academy Master? It was no wonder why he dared to challenge the top 4 of the Astral Combat Academy. High up in the sky, several mentors shook their heads. Lu Xiaoyun had already tried her best. She had originally only wanted to defend, but she had been forced to use offense as a substitute for defense. Even so, she had still lost. Meanwhile, the wounds on the flame mink's skin were gradually recovering. It was able to take on Lu Xiaoyun's full-powered sword head-on. The difference between them was obvious. Lu Xiaoyun's right hand was severely injured, but she endured the pain and looked at the flame Martin. I've lost. You guys are indeed qualified to participate in the tournament of the strongest. I look forward to your battle. The flame sable was disdainful. The tournament of the strongest. You humans aren't qualified to be placed in my eyes. No one can resist my flames, and the top 4 of your academy are no exception. Alright, since it's over, take us to the trial zone mountain, said Bai. The flame sable did not provoke him any further. He was very afraid of Qi, or rather, it should be said that the entire spiritual academy was afraid of Qi, the strongest academy master. 5 days after the group from the astral beast domain arrived, the remaining participants from the technocracy also arrived at Astral 5. Just like the astral beast domain, they were also provoked by the students from Astral 5. The results were shocking. Astral 5's Na Mu, Ro Day Knight, and even the student leader, Quang Wang, had all been defeated. Just like Lu Xiaoyun, they had all been defeated without any suspense. This result caused those from the human domain who knew about the tournament of the strongest to fall silent. Whether it was Lu Xiaoyun or Quang Wang, they were both student leaders of their respective academies. In terms of strength, they could rank in the top 16, and they had all been qualified to compete for the title of the strongest in the Astral Combat Academy. However, they had been defeated so easily. Many people could not accept this result, and it cast a shadow over this tournament of the strongest. Many people had firmly believed that the top 4 would definitely emerge victorious after watching the Astral Combat Tournament, and that the final battle would be decided by the humans. However, many people had changed their minds at this moment, especially against the Astral Beast domain. The strongest Academy Master, Qi, had not even made a move, but a random flame mink had defeated Lu Xiaoyun. How terrifying was that? Not long after, the people from the Cosmic Sea's Arcadian Arrow crew arrived at Astral 3. Unlike Astral 5 and Astral 7, Astral 3 had been strictly ordered by Night Queen Yanqing not to be provoked. However, the 2 from the Arcadian Arrow crew seemed to be on good terms with the Day-Night clan, and they got along quite well with Night Queen Yanqing. However, even though Night Queen Yanqing was the leader of Astral 3, she could not restrain everyone, and Songshi was one of them. Songshi had not originally planned to provoke them, but he had received orders from Chaos God Mountain to test the strength of the 2 from the Cosmic Sea. The Arcadian Arrow crew had sent people to the Innerverse with ulterior motives. Songshi did not know much about the Cosmic Sea, but he had heard rumors that the Cosmic Sea was divided into regions by battle groups. Among them, the 4 great battle groups were the most powerful, and they were powerful enough to strike fear into all the Innerverse powers. They were known as the 4 hegemons, and the Arcadian Arrow crew was one of the few powerful battle groups that was independent of the 4 hegemons. Chaos God Mountain had guessed that the Arcadian Arrow crew was planning to withdraw from the Cosmic Sea, which was why they had participated in this tournament of the strongest. They wanted to show their strength to the various powers so that they could find a power that was qualified to accept them. The Day-Night clan had set their sights on them, and so had Chaos God Mountain. Chaos God Mountain. You're from Chaos Flowzone's Chaos God Mountain? Nate looked at Songshi in surprise. Songshi looked at Nate and said, "That's right. Please advise me." Beside them, Night Queen Yanqing's eyes flashed with killing intent. Songshi, as the leader of Astral 3, I order you to step down. Otherwise, I have the right to judge you. Songshi frowned. He was not Night Queen Yanqing's opponent, especially since this woman had changed recently. She had become even stronger, and she was worthy of being one of the top 4 powers of the Astral Combat Academy. She was not someone he could compare to. Nate's lips curled up. Miss Yanqing, it's fine. Since the disciples of Chaos God Mountain want to experience our Arcadian Arrow cruise strength, I'm happy to oblige. He then slowly walked out and faced Songshi. You can make your move now. Songshi did not dare to be careless when facing someone from the legendary Cosmic Sea battle groups. Nate was right about one thing: the Interverse was too peaceful and could not compare to the cruelty of the Cosmic Sea. Anyone who could survive in the Cosmic Sea was terrifying, which was why Nate and the others looked down on the disciples of the Sword Sect. However, while Nate and the others could look down on the disciples of the Sword Sect, they would not look down on Chaos God Mountain. This was because Chaos God Mountain's cultivation was far crueler than the Sword Sect's. The Sword Sect relied on their powerful sword techniques to control the first flow zone, so they were very strong. However, to the people of the Cosmic Sea, they were more concerned about Chaos God Mountain because their survival ability far surpassed the Sword Sect's. With a whoosh, an enormous amount of energy scattered in all directions. Songshi's four-line battle force spread out, and a terrifying power distorted the void, causing cracks to appear in the void. The eyes of the expert behind Nate, who was also from the Cosmic Sea, lit up. I'll take this one. Four-lined battle force. That's not bad. Silas, you can have some fun. Nate smiled and slowly retreated. The youth named Silas walked out. He also had four-line battle force, but compared to Songshi's, his was more condensed and profound. With a bang, the two attacked at the same time. A similar scene occurred during the Astral Combat Tournament. Two four-line battle forces collided, just like the battle between Xia Yi and Songshi. However, compared to that battle, Silas seemed much more relaxed. The disciples of Chaos God Mountain cultivated abnormal reflexes, and Silas's reflexes were not any worse. His movements were strange, but they were very effective. Nate Queen Yanqing's eyes lit up. She did not care about four-line battle force, but Silas's defensive movements were as smooth as flowing water. It was as if he could sense Songshi's attack in advance. This was an ability that only Chaos God Mountain's disciples possessed. Our Cosmic Sea is always accompanied by danger, and the threat of death has long been engraved into our bones. Regardless of whether it's the weather, liquid energy, or living creatures, or even other powerful battle groups, they can all bring death to us. Thus, our battle methods are not fixed, and they are all simple and effective. Nate seemed to have seen through Night Queen Yanqing's thoughts. The Day-Night clan was not ignorant of the Cosmic Sea. The more they knew, the more terrifying they became. The Cosmic Sea was a mystical place that existed between the Innerverse and the Neoverse. Aside from the various large battle groups that lived in the Cosmic Sea all year round, the rest of the Day-Night clan found it difficult to safely pass through the Cosmic Sea. This included the Neoverse, as it was a system that was independent of the entire universe. Although it was just a battle group, even the smallest battle group would not be easy to survive in the Cosmic Sea. They would at least have a hunter or even an almighty powerhouse whose power level exceeded 200,000. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to survive in the Cosmic Sea. It was precisely because of the importance that Night Queen Yanqing placed on the Cosmic Sea that she had lowered herself to befriend these two. Otherwise, with her status, she would not have bothered to speak to them. After all, these two were much older than her. In the Astral Combat Academy, at their age, they would either become explorers or be expelled. They would not even have the chance to participate in the tournament. However, it had to be said that these two were very strong leaders. Songshi was completely helpless against Silas. His most prided instinctive evasion was useless, and he could not even use his four-line battle force. He was extremely sullen. After blocking Songshi's kick, Silas praised, as expected of a disciple of Chaos God Mountain. You're qualified to train in the cosmic sea, and you're much stronger than those sword sect disciples. Song-Shi retreated helplessly, as he was at his wit's end against Silas. Silas's lips curled up. Don't mind me. At your age, I haven't even comprehended four-lined battle force. You're not bad, but you're still far from me. His battle force then transformed into a dark gold color, and an even more terrifying power exploded as it forced Song-Shi back. Night Queen Yanqing and Song-Shi were both shocked. This was five-lined battle force. Do you still want to continue? Silas smiled as a dark gold light enveloped him, giving off a profound feeling of power. Song-Shi's battle force dissipated, and he shook his head. I've lost. Silas similarly dissipated his battle force. You'll be able to comprehend five-line battle force in a few years. I heard that there's a student in the Astral Combat Academy who comprehended five-line battle force, right? Nate suddenly asked as he looked at Night Queen Yanqing. Night Queen Yanqing's expression turned ugly. There is indeed one. That's good. Back then, the 10 Arbiters also comprehended five-line battle force in the Astral Combat Academy. This person has been called a 10 Arbiters candidate, and I'll see if he has the qualifications to bear that title. Silas raised his head, and his eyes flashed with displeasure. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 310. Back then, he had also wanted to comprehend five-line battle force at this age and become comparable to the 10 Arbiters, but he had been too late by several years. Now that he knew that there were students from the Astral Combat Academy who had comprehended five-line battle force at this age, he really wanted to give it a try. That person is called Lu Yin, and he should be at the Heavenly Drum in the Undying Realm. If you want to find him, you can go there, Night Queen Yanqing said. Silas sneered. Thank you. Song-Shi glanced at Night Queen Yanqing and then left after exchanging some pleasantries with Nate and Lu Yin. Night Queen Yanqing was trying to incite these two to cause trouble for Lu Yin, and Song-Shi was just in time to watch the show. Chaos God Mountain welcomed any powerhouse who had nowhere else to go. 5 days later, at the Heavenly Drum in the Undying Realm, there was another person besides Meng Yu and Dark Void. It was Michelle, who had returned from a mission. Lu Yin felt awkward when he saw Michelle, and he was also a little unhappy. He had been played by these two sisters. When are you going to help me comprehend battle force? Michelle asked coldly. Lu Yin thought about it. After the tournament. Michelle stared at Lu Yin and then turned around to walk away. Why does this woman look so familiar? Her aura is very similar to that woman from the border war, the monkey said curiously. She's Myra's sister, Lu Yin explained softly. No wonder they look so similar. The monkey suddenly thought of something and laughed strangely. Seventh bro, a man must have great ambitions and dreams. Do you know what my dream is? To be a Tomb Raider whose name will go down in history, Lu Yin replied. The monkey was speechless. Of course not. Speaking of which, how can a Tomb Raider's name go down in history? He paused and then coughed. My dream is to one day take the entire Celestial Ice Phoenix clan into my harem, ha 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 ha. Lu Yin rubbed his head. A monkey and an ice phoenix. What's with that? He stood up and decided that it was time to leave. He had wanted to wait for the drums to sound again, but it seemed that he would not be able to. However, the drums had helped him a lot the last time, so shouldn't he visit all the trial zones? That would offend many people, but was he afraid of offending others? Lu Yin thought about it. At that moment, a man stepped onto the Heavenly Drum under the shocked gazes of many students, attracting the attention of Lu Yin and the rest. The Heavenly Drum was Lu Yin's territory, and students outside of Astral 10 were not allowed to step onto it. But now, an unfamiliar man had dared to step onto it. This was a provocation. Meng Yu was the first to speak. "Who is it?" The man glanced at Meng Yu with disdain before turning to Lu Yin. "You're the realm master of the Undying Realm." Lu Yin frowned. "It's me. I'm sorry, but I've taken a liking to the heavenly drum." "Give it to me," said the man coldly. Lu Yin stared at the man, who gave him a strange feeling. How should he put it? He had the temperament of someone who had wandered around for years. "Who are you?" Meng Yu took a few steps forward and was about to stand in front of the man, but he was stopped by Lu Yin. "Origin and name." "Silas, from the cosmic sea." "Universe ocean." Lu Yin was shocked, and he wasn't the only one. All of the students who had heard about this person's background were shocked as well. Many people in the Interverse knew about the cosmic sea, and it was an ominous place with an extremely high mortality rate. Countless experts died there every year, and anyone who could survive in the cosmic sea was definitely not simple. Among the many students, the students from Astral 5 and Astral 7 looked at Lu Yin worriedly. They had seen the participants from the Astral Beast domain and technocracy, and they were all very strong. They had even defeated Quang Wang and Lu Xiaoyun. Now, it was the Cosmic Sea's turn to challenge Lu Yin. If Lu Yin was defeated, then the top 4 would become a joke. Although many students hated Lu Yin, he was still someone from the Astral Combat Academy, and they did not wish for him to be defeated. Michelle looked at Silas in shock. He was actually from the Cosmic Sea. She had heard her sister mention that place more than once, especially the 4 tyrants. Even the 10 Arbiters' Council feared them, and they were not to be trifled with. Although they were few in number, they were extremely terrifying. The deeper one ventured into the universe, the more powerhouses there would be. The Cosmic Sea was even deeper than the Interverse, and it was filled with intense battles and death all year round. The people there were all freaks. "What, are you afraid?" Silas was disdainful. Lu Yin's brows rose. "You want the heavenly drum?" "Sure, but come and take it." Silas sneered. "You talk big." Battle force appeared around his body, and a dark golden radiance appeared. Many of the students were shocked. 5-lined battle force. Meng Yu, Michelle, and Dark Void all retreated at the same time. A powerhouse with 5-lined battle force had actually appeared. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. As expected of an expert from the Cosmic Sea. "I'll show you the terror of the Arcadian Arrow crew," Silas growled as he charged at Lu Yin and punched out. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and his 5-lined battle force erupted. His majestic aura was not inferior to Silas's, and he responded with a punch of his own. Heaven and earth collided, and an intense sound accompanied by a powerful shockwave swept out in all directions. The shockwave spread out from the heavenly drum and pushed Michelle and the others away. Even many of the students outside of the drum were affected. After a single punch, the 2 simultaneously retreated and stared at each other in shock. "You actually blocked it." Silas was shocked. He was much older than Lu Yin, and he had assumed that even if Lu Yin had comprehended 5-lined battle force, it would only be at the initial stage. Furthermore, Lu Yin's physical condition would definitely not be on par with his. However, not only had this person blocked his punch, but he had also done so with ease. Silas could not even see Lu Yin's bottom line. Lu Yin looked at his fist. It was so powerful. More importantly, his punch had clearly carried several layers of strength, but it had been imperceptibly dissolved. This person had a freakish reaction speed that was similar to Chaos God Mountain's. This was the unique ability of someone who had lived in the Cosmic Sea for a long time, their ability to predict danger. There was a whoosh as Silas swept his leg towards Lu Yin. He stared into Lu Yin's eyes, as he could sense Lu Yin's next move from his opponent's eyes. Lu Yin did not evade and instead raised his leg to kick out. There was a thump as a shock wave surged into the sky. A giant spatial crack rose vertically from the collision between the two, as if it had split the world in half. It was quite a spectacular sight. Bang 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 bang. Intense collisions rang out from the heavenly drum. In the history of the Astral Combat Academy, almost no students with 5-line battle force had ever fought against each other. It was almost impossible for a student to grasp 5-line battle force, and the most they could achieve was 4-line battle force. More and more students gathered around the heavenly drum. Lu Yin had blocked Silas's attack. Up until now, he had only relied on his 5-line battle force and had not used his domain or serious palm. He had not even used his overlaying stacks. He had only wanted to test the abilities of the Cosmic Seas experts, and now that he had done so, he glanced outside the heavenly drum and his eyes flashed. There would definitely be people among these people who would describe this battle in detail, which would be disadvantageous for the upcoming tournament of the strongest. He did not like being thoroughly studied by others, so he suppressed his desire to use his domain and serious palm. He raised a hand and struck out with a 9 stacks, 17-fold shockwave palm. Silas's expression changed, and his body moved like a fish as he dodged the palm wind and elbowed Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised his knee and collided with Silas's elbow. There was a huge explosion of shockwaves that spread out in an arc with the two at the center. Very few people had been able to dodge Lu Yin's palm attacks. He was extremely fast, and he also had the serious technique to detect his opponent's thousands of changes. His palm attacks had always been successful, but Silas had dodged them and even taken a direct hit. It was quite uncomfortable, but Silas's strength was not enough to injure Lu Yin. The two exchanged blows and then retreated at the same time, both panting heavily as they stared at each other. Silas sighed. No wonder you're called a 10 Arbiters candidate. It's not easy for you to grasp 5-line battle force so well at your age. It's a pity that the title of 10 Arbiters candidate is not something you can bear. After hearing Silas's words, Lu Yin suddenly remembered that his family had mentioned that a publicly recognized 10 Arbiters candidate from the Cosmic Sea would be participating in the tournament of the strongest. How many people from the Cosmic Sea are here? Lu Yin asked. 2. Silas did not hide anything. Is the other one about as strong as you? Lu Yin inquired. Silas frowned. You don't need to know. You'll naturally see it during the tournament. But do you really think that this is my true strength? He then raised his hand, and his star energy transformed into a bow and an arrow. He pointed it at Lu Yin. I'm from the Cosmic Sea's Heavenly Arrow crew, and every member of our crew is a sharpshooter. This is my true strength. Lu Yin was shocked. He felt his scalp go numb when Silas's bow and arrow were pointed at him. This was especially so when the dark golden battle force wrapped around the arrow and caused the void to crack. The arrow had not been released yet, but it was enough to cause the void to be unable to withstand it. He was only a Lemmeter. You're Lu Yin, right? The top 4 of the Astral Combat Academy aren't bad, but unfortunately, there's still a gap between you and us. Perhaps things will change in a few years, but there's no such thing as fairness in the universe. Silas's voice was cold as the sound of metal clashing rang out. The arrow wrapped in dark golden battle force formed a spiral that shot into the sky, causing many students to turn pale. It was too powerful. This arrow would definitely shatter the heavens and earth. Could Lu Yin block it? In the distance, a veiled woman in white silently watched the heavenly drum. Michelle and the others were nervous outside the drum. Not far from them were Shiyu, Yu Xianzi, Lu Xiaoyun, and the rest. Many people had been attracted by this battle and were nervously watching. Experts from the astral beast domain, the technocracy, and the cosmic sea had all gathered. Many of the Astral Combat Academy's powerhouses had already been defeated, and they did not wish for Lu Yin to be killed. Lu Yin felt a sense of danger when facing Silas's arrow, but that alone was not enough to cause him to fail. Although this arrow was powerful, it would be useless if it could not hit its target. With a whoosh, the arrow pierced through the void. It was faster than any other arrow, including Lu Yin's flash step. Silas believed that no Lammeter would be able to dodge this arrow, and even an explorer would find it difficult to dodge it. He could only take it head-on. Silas had concentrated all of his battle force into this arrow, and he believed that very few people would be able to withstand it. The arrow smoothly pierced through Lu Yin and shot into the void, leaving behind a huge spatial crack that looked like a river of darkness in the sky. It was a shocking sight. Everyone looked at Lu Yin. Was he dead? Silas's bow dissipated, and his lips curled up. No one could take his arrow head-on unless they were a powerhouse with 6-line battle force. Just as Silas was about to speak, a face appeared in front of him less than half a meter away. His eyes narrowed. Before he could finish, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. His body curled up like a shrimp, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Yin looked down at him. "You're not my match." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 311. Outside of the Heavenly Drum, many students were pleasantly surprised to see that Lu Yin was still alive. Lu Xiaoyun and the rest were shocked. How had he dodged that arrow? They definitely could not have dodged it with that speed. Speed was not a problem for Lu Yin, as the serious art was the bane of speed. At the last moment, he had not been able to resist using the serious art to dodge the arrow. If this had been a live broadcast of the Tournament of the Strongest, he would not have been able to use the serious art. He would have had to take the arrow head-on, as that would have exposed his physical strength. Of course, he would not have needed to hide it then, but at this moment, he still needed to restrain himself or else he would be targeted. Silas was indeed someone from the cosmic sea who dared to participate in the Tournament of the Strongest. He was strong enough to defeat most of the Astral Combat Academy's student leaders, but unfortunately, he had run into Lu Yin. Silas was still some distance away from the top 4, and Lu Yin did not know how strong the other person was. He was the publicly acknowledged 10 Arbiters candidate, and that person was the greatest threat. Silas half knelt on the ground and panted heavily. The pain in his abdomen almost caused him to vomit bile. He had experienced this feeling many times in the cosmic sea, but he had never expected to experience it in the Interverse from someone younger than him. This person was stronger than him. Was this the power of the top 4 of the Astral Combat Academy? If the top 4 were all at this level, then he and Nate would definitely not be a match for them. After a while, Silas recovered and looked deeply at Lu Yin before leaving the Heavenly Drum. He had been thoroughly defeated, and his sure-kill arrow had been dodged. He no longer had the ability to fight. Many students looked at Lu Yin, feeling that he was unfathomable. His speed seemed to have increased. Lu Yin looked around and left the undying world. The Heavenly Drum could not help him for the time being, and there were only 7 days left until the tournament. He needed to rest and not cultivate. Sometimes, it was important to relax. On the other side of the battlefield, Silas did not immediately leave the Undying Realm after exiting the Heavenly Drum. He wanted to recall the battle that had just taken place, and most importantly, he wanted to know how Lu Yin had managed to dodge that arrow. It couldn't have been pure speed, or else there would have been changes in the void. Could Luin have seen through the trajectory of his arrow? This thought made Silas's hair stand on end. If that was true, then this person was definitely not any less terrifying than the cosmic kraken, Yixingqian. The only difference was that one had dodged his arrow, while the other had crushed it. Who is it? Suddenly, Silas stood up and looked behind him warily. At some point, a woman wearing a thin veil had appeared and was looking at him quietly. Who are you? Silas frowned. This woman's eyes were beautiful. Five-lined battle force, try to block me, the woman said. Her voice was gentle, but it contained an indescribable chill. As she spoke, the air around them became much colder. Even the void began to distort and change color. This scene caused Silas's pupils to shrink. Aura. You're one of the top 4 of the Astral Combat Academy. Who? Mavis or Starsabil? Try and stop me, the woman said calmly as she took a step forward. At the same time, an endless sense of danger rose from the bottom of Silas's heart. He did not hesitate to release his 5-line battle force, and at the same time, he summoned a bow and arrow to shoot at the woman. However, he was still a step too late. The woman and Silas passed each other, and with a second step, she disappeared. Silas's body was frozen in place, and even his 5-line battle force was frozen. If news of this spread, it would definitely shock the entire Astral Combat Academy. Even Luin had to expend a great deal of effort to defeat Silas, but this veiled woman had done so easily. Her power was unfathomable, and she was also a Lamiter. It's getting harder to control. This innate gift is very strong, but it's very difficult to control, the woman said before the frozen Silas shattered into pieces and disappeared from the undying realm. The next moment, in Astral 3's Trial Zone Mountain, Silas opened his eyes. His pupils flickered as he looked at his body. He had never experienced such extreme coldness before. This was an innate gift, and that woman's coldness was frightening. What kind of innate gift was this? Was she also a student of the Astral Combat Academy? The Astral Combat Academy was truly unfathomable. Nate walked over. Did you lose, Silas? Silas ignored Nate. His mind was filled with endless coldness, and he had long since forgotten about Luin. Nate frowned. Silas, I'm talking to you. Silas looked up with a serious expression. Nate, I don't think we should participate in the tournament of the strongest. Nate snorted. How can you survive in the cosmic sea if you're so weak after losing a single match? I'll contact the captain and have you expelled from the Arcadian Arrow crew. Silas shook his head. It's not Lu Yin's problem. It's... He suddenly didn't know how to describe his current situation, so he sighed helplessly. Forget it, Nate. I'll remind you not to underestimate the Astral Combat Academy. There are too many hidden experts here. Nate disdainfully replied, adjust your state of mind. You'll only make that woman Yanqing look down on you. She'll also look down on our Arcadian Arrow crew. He then left. Silas looked at Nate's back and felt bitter. He had no idea what had happened to him. Luin had been waiting at Astral 10's Trial Zone entrance for a few days now. He had left the Undying Realm a few days ago and had planned to rest for a while, but he had suddenly recalled the matter of the Shenwu continent. Since resting was just resting, he might as well ask the Trial Master about it. However, the Trial Master ignored him. No matter what Luin asked, the Trial Master didn't hear a single word, which left Luin speechless. Do you think that the old guy is playing dumb? The monkey asked. Luin lay down on a tree and looked at the Trial Master. He had asked 2 questions. The first was, is it possible for a source box to be as big as a planet? The second was, can source boxes be combined to form defensive measures? There was no response to either of these questions, and he felt that the trial master didn't want to tell him anything. Seventh bro, since you have nothing to do, why don't you go play in the ported battles? I heard that they're fun, the monkey urged. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. That's right, it had been a long time since he had participated in a ported battle. His record in the ported battles was 100 wins and 73 losses. He hadn't participated in any since he had entered the trial zones, so it would be good to warm up. Lu Yin jumped down from the tree and walked towards the teleportation stone. The trial master opened his eyes. Begin the battle for the teleportation stones. Snatch a teleportation stone, and I'll answer one of your questions or give you a chance to lock break in front of me. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he bowed. Thank you, mentor. The trial master smiled. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me, kid. Have you forgotten that the ported battles are only limited to the younger generation? There are no restrictions on realms. If you want to snatch a teleportation stone, you have to win 15 matches in a row. If you're unlucky, you might even run into one of the 10 arbiters, hee. Lu Yin took a deep breath. I believe that my luck isn't too bad. I have a record of winning 12 matches in a row. Good luck. Lu Yin resolutely stepped into the teleportation stone's range. The scene in front of him changed, and he appeared in a desolate land. A figure slowly appeared in front of him with the words, "I'm the strongest," floating above his head. Lu Yin raised his brows. What an arrogant name. He waved his hand, and a violent energy swept out. "I'm the strongest" was instantly killed. He was only a melder, so he couldn't even retaliate against Lu Yin. How satisfying. Lu Yin now felt the same joy as when that bastard Feng Shang had instantly killed him. Feng Shang hadn't only participated in the ported battles for the sake of fighting, the thrill of instantly killing others was definitely one of the reasons. It was too satisfying. Seventh bro, you're too much of a bully. The monkey laughed strangely. Lu Yin exited the ported battles and entered again. This time, he appeared in an abandoned city. A Lamiter appeared in front of him, and the Lamiter attacked him as soon as he appeared. However, Lu Yin instantly killed him. Once, twice, thrice. He was instantly killed 5 times in a row. Lu Yin let out a sigh of relief. It was too satisfying, and this was the only place where he could directly feel his progress. He thought back to how he had trembled with fear every time he entered this place, afraid that he would run into a powerhouse. Now, he didn't even care if he ran into an explorer. Perhaps he had been too arrogant, but another explorer appeared in front of him. This time, they were fighting in a dark forest. The word "Grandpa" was clearly written above his head. This was the explorer's code name that had been transmitted to the other side of the astral gate. Damn, is he looking to die? How arrogant. Seventh bro, beat him to death. The monkey was furious. Lu Yin was annoyed as well, as this guy's nickname was really asking for a beating. On the other side, Cao Ku was feeling great, especially when he saw the word above his head. He didn't even know where he had come up with this nickname, but it was too convenient and too satisfying. Even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, he would still disgust them to death. This was what Cao Ku was thinking. Let's see who dares to say that they've defeated me. I've defeated Grandpa, and Grandpa has defeated me. Cao Ku laughed heartily, as this was too satisfying. He looked at the Lamiter across from him. Was he calling him seventh bro? Little brat, his name was also quite convenient. He really deserved a beating. Lu Yin didn't hesitate and charged forward, punching out. Cao Ku didn't care, as he was just a Lamiter. He casually raised his hand, and there was a thump. The next moment, Cao Ku's face changed. His right arm had been shattered, and he was sent flying into the forest, creating a huge crater. Lu Yin looked down from above, as this person had underestimated him too much. Just because he was an explorer, he didn't care. With Lu Yin's current strength, he could even put up a fight against an explorer with a power level of over 30,000. Back at the border warfront, Zitai's power level had far exceeded 30,000, but Lu Yin had still managed to force it back. Beneath the forest, Cao Ku wanted to curse. Where had this freak come from? He had fought ported battles for so many years, but he had rarely encountered such a freak. Today, however, he had actually encountered one. Cao Ku decided not to hold back any longer. Star energy surged from his body, and the strange tattoo on his arm came to life. It then transformed into a bewitching woman, and in that instant, the entire dark forest lit up. Lu Yin was shocked, as this person was actually an expert from the Beast Tamer's flow zone. It was no wonder why his physical body was so weak. Most of the Beast Tamer's flow zone's experts focused their strength on their tamed beasts, and there were very few who could cultivate battle force like Guang Wang. Cao Ku stood in the middle of the forest, and in front of him was an extremely charming woman. She emitted a strange fluctuation that passed through the void and approached Lu Yin. Lu Yin felt dizzy, and he looked down at the charming woman. The more he looked, the more mesmerizing she became. "Seventh bro, that's a succubus. Wake up," the monkey shouted. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 312. Lu Yin shook his head vigorously, but Cao Ku appeared in front of him and slapped down at his head. Lu Yin's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Cao Ku was shocked that he had actually woken up. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his back as Lu Yin's palm landed on his back, knocking him to the ground once more. 9 stacks exploded and crushed Cao Ku to death. Lu Yin found it absurd that a dignified explorer had been defeated so easily. Cao Ku's defenses were too weak. "Monkey, what's a succubus?" Lu Yin appeared below the teleportation stone and asked curiously. "A succubus is an astral beast that can bewitch people. It's very weak, but it's very effective against people with weak willpower. That guy from before was quite strange. He actually got a succubus to be his tamed beast. He's got guts." Lu Yin was not surprised. With such a codename, what else could he not do? This person was also a prodigy in the Beast Tamer's flow zone. He had already won 6 consecutive battles, but Lu Yin did not rest. He touched the teleportation stone and entered the ported battles once more. Outside, the trial master sighed in amazement. Compared to a year ago, Lu Yin had improved so much that he might actually become a 10 arbiters candidate in a few more years. However, would one of the 10 arbiters step down? Up until now, none of the 10 arbiters had reached the age of 40, but that was fast approaching. Once one of them reached that age and surpassed the younger generation, would they step down? This was the question on many people's minds. Lu Yin entered the ported battles once more, and there was still no one who could stop him. His power was already considered quite strong among the younger generation, and only explorers or those on the top 100 rankings could defeat him. He slapped out, and the figure in front of him disappeared. Lu Yin had already won 15 consecutive battles, and the color of his codename had changed to red. This was a sign that he had won 15 consecutive battles. The next battle was the battle for the teleportation stone. If he won, he would obtain the teleportation stone that his opponent had used to enter the ported battles. If he lost, he would have to start all over again. In the ported battles, anyone who saw a red name would have a headache. A red name represented a 15-match winning streak, and it also meant that the loser had to pay a price, which was the teleportation stone. The scene in front of him changed, and Lu Yin's 16th ported battle appeared on the ocean. The sea breeze carried with it a fishy smell. This was not his first time fighting on the ocean. Across from him, a figure appeared. Ah Fan felt that he was very unlucky today. Not only had he been scolded by his mentor for no reason, but he was also forced to watch the Astral Combat tournament again. He had even been forced to memorize everyone's battle. Lu Yin came from the Northline Flowzone's Shangwu Academy, and he had always been competitive with the Astral Combat Academy. He did not reject the idea of watching the Astral Combat tournament, but that did not mean that he would watch it every day. Lu Yin felt that the mentors must have gone crazy and thought that they could win just by memorizing other people's fighting styles. This was especially true for one of them, Lu Yin. Rumor had it that his position in the Council of Astral Academy was in the Northline Flowzone, which made him their direct superior. Ah Fan had done the most research on Lu Yin's battles, but the more he studied, the more he felt that Lu Yin was like a wild beast. His fighting style was crude, and he relied purely on stacked stacks from battle force. There was no technique involved, and Ah Fan looked down on such people. After watching the battles of the Astral Combat tournament for a while, Lu Yin looked forward to the upcoming tournament of the strongest. At the same time, he planned to enter the ported battles to kill some time and bully the weak. But as soon as he entered the ported battles, Ah Fan had the urge to curse out loud. Damn it, a red name. It had been many years since he'd met someone like that, but he'd actually met one. He felt so disgusted that he wanted to vomit. Encountering a red name meant that the opponent was very, very strong, and had already won 15 matches in a row. Encountering another red name meant that the loser would have to pay a price, which was the teleportation stone. Shangwu Academy only had one teleportation stone, which had been obtained by a very strong senior shamelessly. If he lost, he would be finished. Unlike the Astral Combat Academy, Shangwu Academy was not able to keep at least one teleportation stone. If he lost this battle and lost the teleportation stone, Fan could imagine the mentor's expressions. He would become a sinner of Shangwu Academy. I can't lose, Ah Fan encouraged himself. He was a leader and was one of the top existences in Shangwu Academy. His status was equivalent to that of the student leaders of the Astral Combat Academy, but there was still a gap between each leader. When Lu Yin's palm landed on Ah Fan's shoulder, Fan felt as if his future was dark. He had been defeated without being able to resist at all. Lu Yin watched in shock as Ah Fan disappeared. This person was not weak, as he had actually been able to block Lu Yin's 7 stacks and had only been defeated by 9 stacks. He was a rare expert within the same realm and qualified to enter the top 32 of the Astral Combat tournament. Unfortunately, he was still not strong enough. From Lu Yin's perspective, there was a huge gap in the Astral Combat Academy that separated the top students. It was not the student leaders and the ordinary students, but rather Starsabil's group and everyone else. Lu Yin had not been able to see it clearly before he comprehended his domain, but the moment he comprehended it in the Tower of Resonating Light, he could clearly see how powerful Han Chong was. He could also clearly see this gap, and he was on top of it. With his red name restored, Lu Yin could speak again. Astral, 10. The moment he spoke, he could no longer speak as the scene before him changed. He opened his eyes and looked at the trial master. Mentor, I snatched a teleportation stone. The trial master nodded. Ask away. Lu Yin thought for a moment. Can source boxes complement each other or even create a defensive force field that changes qualitatively? The trial master's eyes lit up. That's right. Source boxes can complement one another through their lock-breaking abilities. This is a technique that boundless advanced lockbreakers use. Kid, it's pretty good that you know this. Did someone else tell you this, or did you figure it out yourself? I guessed it when I encountered the sealing force field of 5 source boxes on the Shinwu continent, Lu Yin replied respectfully. The trial master sighed. The Shinwu continent actually has a technique that only boundless advanced lockbreakers can use. It's a pretty good place. The trial master then looked at Lu Yin seriously. Kid, your current level is too low. Don't think about these things, or else it'll be easy for you to form the wrong lock-breaking path and even lead you to death. Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement and took a deep breath. He raised his hand and entered the ported battle once more. As for the teleportation stone that he had snatched, Shangwu Academy would deliver it to Astral 10 as soon as possible. This was a rule that they did not dare to break. Although the strong preyed on the weak in the universe, under the might of the powerhouses, there was a set of rules that operated according to which everyone was bound. Regardless of whether it was the Astral Combat Academy, Shangwu Academy, the 10 Arbiters Council, the Day-Night Clan, the Sword Sect, or the Cosmic Sea, they all operated according to the rules set by the most powerful powerhouses. Snatching the first teleportation stone went relatively smoothly, and it only took him half a day. However, Lu Yin's luck seemed to have run out. He had just won 3 matches in a row, but his 4th match was against an extremely terrifying powerhouse who could change the weather. As he watched the explorer walk towards him step by step, Lu Yin knew that his chances of survival were slim. Every breath he took was heavy, and the air felt like it was burning. He didn't dare to look away, afraid that he would be instantly killed if he wasn't careful. Bang! The ground trembled as the person opposite him, codenamed Commander, formed a spear with star energy and smashed it into the ground. He raised his head and stared at Lu Yin as if waiting for his next attack. Lu Yin did not hesitate and used Flash to tear through the void and appear behind the commander. He then activated his serious art and struck out with a 13 stacks, 22 times shockwave palm. This was a probing attack. The commander's back was facing Lu Yin, and his eyes widened as a trace of astonishment flashed through them. He slowly moved to the side and dodged just as Lu Yin's palm was about to land on him. The spear spun around and stabbed out, but the void remained unchanged. This attack had reached a certain realm. It could not destroy the void, but its power was even more terrifying than tearing through the void. Within the range of his serious art, Lu Yin could see the trajectory of the spear's attack, but he could not avoid it. He was instantly locked onto, and he felt like he could not escape even if he ran to the ends of the earth. This spear even caused his mind to go into a daze, and by the time he could react, his body had already been pierced. Lu Yin felt bitter. This was the power of a top explorer, and this person's spear should have surpassed the power of an ordinary cruiser. The commander could not hide the shock in his eyes as he watched the person named 7th Bro slowly disappear from his spear. This person was only a Lammeter, but he had been able to consciously avoid his spear and even maintain his consciousness. This was inconceivable. More importantly, the commander's spear had displayed a strength that far exceeded his expectations. Otherwise, he would not have been able to pierce through this person's body. This person's physical strength was terrifying. This person was just a Lammeter. He was Kuanan, ranked 20th on the top 100 rankings and a powerhouse whose name shook the universe. Countless space-exploring powerhouses had died at his hands, but none of them had been able to give him such a shock. This person actually reminded him of the freaks in the top 10 of the top 100 rankings. Those people should have been this powerful when they were Lammeters. That was Kuanan's evaluation of Lu Yin as a freakish genius. Lu Yin sighed as he looked around at the familiar scene. The might of that spear had killed him on the spot. This person was too strong. 7th Bro, that guy is an explorer, and he's definitely one of the top explorers. Don't mind him, the monkey comforted Lu Yin, as it was rare for him to do so. Luin laughed. I know, but he's also from the younger generation. If he can kill me in one hit, then he should be an expert on the top 100 rankings. And he's definitely at the top, the monkey said confidently. Luin knew that the monkey was just encouraging him, but he also knew that it was the truth. He had used the strengthening fruit to increase his physical strength by a great deal, and he was confident that even an expert on the top 100 rankings would not be able to kill him in one hit. If this person could do it, then he was definitely at the top, but he did not know what his ranking was. Could he be even higher than Wendy Yushan? Luin suddenly realized that he was getting closer and closer to Wendy Yushan. When he had first arrived at the Astral Combat Academy, he did not even have the qualifications to look up at the top 100 rankings. Now, however, he could rely on his own strength to estimate the rankings of others. This was progress, and it had only been 2 years since he had last seen it. Just wait, in another 2 years, he might be able to compete for the top spot on the top 100 rankings, crush everyone, and even touch the 10 arbiters. At that time, he wondered if Wendy Yushan would still be so arrogant, and if Mira would still dare to tease him. At that time, he should be able to directly face the 10 arbiters. A piece of paper with the surname Lu had cost 72 lives. It was time to pay for it. He had to find out which arbiter had suggested that their blood be spilled in outer space. Again, Luin growled and entered the ported battle once more. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.